Hello. 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 What's up, everybody? How's it going? It is that day, the Lord's Day, the day that we destroy everything. Because that's basically what happens. Yeah, it's basically, it's pretty much what happens here. Yeah, to be fair, that's pretty much what happens every single Sunday, or every stream. Everything gets wrecked. It's all fucked. Everything's fucked. And everyone's getting sued. Carl Drops isn't paying anybody back, but he's going into bankruptcy, so that's exciting. I haven't heard about that. I heard about it, but I haven't heard about it. Although apparently I watched this video. I don't remember that. I heard that there was some lawsuit still going on against Logan Paul and CoffeeZilla. Although I don't know why it's taken so long, because I thought that started Or I thought there was like threats of it, and then it got stopped, and then it was gonna happen, and then it wasn't, and then it was, and then it wasn't. I forgot. But I was interested on
Hey
this
guys, so today we are
Dokibird.
going to talk about Dokibird. It's been some time. She's responded to the allegations regarding the PC charity auction. So if you don't know Dokibird, she is one of the biggest VTubers
Charity
on Twitch
auctions.
and YouTube. Huge channel.
Okay.
And she had a charity. It looked like, according to Doki, her
Woo.
entire management team turned against her. And
Damn.
a lot of really bizarre things were happening with the management team and so on.
What the fuck?
If I had two nickels
Entire
for every time
management
this
team?
girl has had management take control of her brand against her will, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot.
But it's happened twice. So if 2 management teams are trying to take care of your life, it's either you're easily manipulated or you're a problem.
But it's weird it happened twice. This would be even worse than her corporate time, though. Dokibird is actually something that belongs to her legally. These people would be basically trying to steal it from her, something no wonder the police got involved. Yeah, that's the wild part to me. At a glance, that would just seem like a legal dispute you hash out in court.
Police
But
got
somehow the
involved?
police is involved, and she seemingly had to evacuate her own apartment. If you're charging $11K in labor and claiming it takes 2 months working a
Had
full
to
8 hours a
evacuate
day,
her apartment?
5 days a week for a PC build, I think it's pretty reasonable to ask for proof before being compensated. I agree with that.
Wait, how?
Well, if you know her, she mentioned this some time ago that one, she left in
How long was it
a week
taking?
for claiming apartment. If you're charging $11K in labor and claiming it takes 2 months working a full 8 hours a day, 5 days a week for a PC build, I think it's pretty reasonable to ask for proof before being compensated. PC build, 2 months working a full
For-
8 hours a day, 5
for
days a week for a PC build.
For a PC build? A single PC build? What does this PC look like? Is it custom from the ground up? Like, did you make custom water blocks and like a custom case and all that other stuff? Because then I can understand for sure. Yeah, I can understand that. But that would be more like time and labor than just a labor thing. Yeah, that would be way more time and labor. Or not time and labor. Materials and labor.
I think it's pretty reasonable to ask for proof before being compensated. I agree with that. Well,
providing proof that you worked 8 hours is pretty rough unless you have like cameras showing that you were working. Or you have like the punch in and out clock helps with like, and you know, alongside coworkers, obviously, stuff like that.
well, if you know her, she mentioned this some time ago.
I'm so sorry. I even need to address this, as I can imagine you must be feeling after trying your very best to deliver. As someone who can speak to your character, I've known you to be. All I've known you to ever be is caring. God, that's such a weird sentence. To be is caring, giving, and supportive of all creatives. Your charity events was one of. Alright, it was one of. And I feel your words, and it hits in a deep place in my heart because I can totally understand your feelings. We are all humans. We have emotions and we have our own lives. We aren't perfect. We make mistakes and we tend to be emotional because we're persons. I don't think we can point. What was her tweet?
To ask for proof before being
Oh.
compensated. I agree with that. Well, if you know her, she mentioned this some time ago that one she left in charge tried to use her brand for self-interest, like what happened with Ball. Effing hell, at least it's not a problem anymore
With
right now,
Ball.
I guess. Wasn't that like months ago? Don't follow her closely, so no clue about any auction. But if it's true, clarify that there is not much pocketing possible. It was almost a
There's probably a ton of people trying to use your likeness because you're really famous. So there's probably a shit ton of bootleggers out there. People that are just like using your image and putting it on a t-shirt or a cup or something and going to a swap meet or putting it on Shopify. You could probably find your image on like a bajillion things on Shopify and Etsy and a ton of things that were never like cleared by your legal team. I can almost guarantee you'd find so much for being as popular as she is.
year ago, and this story has been going on behind the scenes for a while now. So what happened here was Doki had a charity
That
auction.
happens all the
The
time.
person won a
Happens
very
to
nicely
everybody.
built desktop. It looked like the company that was supposed to make the desktop was attempting to overcharge for the desktop, the PC build, and then there was an artist. So
Did it
let's
look
just read
like
what
they
she has to
were,
say.
or were they? Like what? Where are the details? What was the PC? What was the PC? Dokibird PC charity. Her response: mismanagement of Dokibird's allegations. She responded. So this is her response, and it's a full document. It's not that long, though. We can make it through that. Full statement. To everyone following the situation regarding the charity auction, I want to address claims that have been circulating, particularly in a recent video that has been incredibly difficult experience, but I believe full story deserves to be heard. First and foremost, I accept that the handling of this auction item was far from ideal. I want to sincerely apologize to those impacted, especially the winner, for the delays and confusion. And I tremendously appreciate the patience and support of the winner has shown me. I take responsibility for how things unfolded, but I also need to be transparent about the challenges that were taking place behind the scenes, of many which has not been shared publicly until now. Okay, when was this? May 14th? That's this year. Okay, yeah, depending on what computer she was giving away. Okay, I feel like that time I share with everyone, as I've come to terms with, has occurred in the summer. At that time, this auction was concluding. Oh, the auction concluded in the summer. So they already had it built, or they were waiting for the 5000 series or something. Don't know what was in the computer still. Custom Doki themed PC. Oh, okay. So was it this? It's not been built yet. Some control over creative process. Specs of the PC varied at 3500. This is Tiltify. Wait, Brain and Behavior Research Foundation said this auction has ended. I'm assuming this is it then? Question mark? And this is the concept case? Isn't this case already exists, doesn't it? And they're just putting a paint job on it? I'm pretty sure this case already exists. I'm like 99% sure. It goes for $3K. PC part picker. Previous build from this artist was roughly the same cost. Okay. So Ryzen 9 7900 X3D 12 core. Okay. 3 fan liquid cooler. Okay. The AIOs. What the hell is... Oh, the motherboard. Is this even a good... This does not even look like a good motherboard. Huh. 32 gigs of RAM. 1 terabyte NVMe. A 4080. They didn't even give them a 4090. They didn't even give them a 4090. They give them a 4080. The differences between the two are huge. One has 16 gigs of VRAM and one has 32 gigs of VRAM. One you can actually play 4K games on, the other one you cannot. That's rough. Yeah, they're like, did you paint on the motherboard or some guy? Heat sinks? That's if they...
This is tea so piping hot. None of you guys have actually heard about it before because it has not been posted anywhere. This is about a big VTuber by the name of Dokibird and a charity stream that Doki had hosted over a year ago. It's actually crazy how bad this all falls apart. Managers like, why does it cost so much? Why couldn't you donate it? Right?
$6,600.
How is this the artist's responsibility that your team screwed up? We're a totally different legal entity from the old company. The old company had no official agreements with you, and the new company is looking into this and also have no agreements with you, let alone take over things of the old company. To this day, the artist has not been compensated for their labor, nor has the bidder received a PC. And it appears there's a new builder who is doing the build for free. I made this document, so I want to make sure I'm covering this correctly. Is this real? Unfortunately, it is. So, the context is, Dokibird hosted an auction that ended March 3rd, 2024 for a custom...
Okay, wait, hold on. I feel that I share this with everyone, so I've come to terms that have occurred in the summer. The type of the auction was concluding. I was in the middle of a serious and distressing transition. My previous management team had taken full control of my brand. Yeah, which was pretty rough, I'm sure. And I was actively working with lawyers and police to reclaim ownership of Dokibird. Yeah, reclaim your likeness. During this time, I was also forced to move out of my home under police supervision. A situation so severe, it required formal reports and help of personal friends. Why did you need to move out of your house under police supervision? What did you do? Are you a fucking psychopath? Did you snap? Did your parents just kick you the fuck out? What the hell? Yeah, like, what the hell? What happened? Okay. By the help of personal friends and staff. Oh, is she one of the ones that lives in China / Japan? Or mainly, I think it's mainly China, to where you're in like a VTuber, essentially apartment complex, and you're basically there to stream. You live there to stream. You're in like a cell block, and your cell room is streaming and a bed, and that's what you have. Is that like what she's talking about? It was during this incredibly turbulent time, and the charity item fell into the hands of my team while I was trying to survive and restart my life from the ground up. I won't go into too much detail, but the screenshot is a snapshot of how bad it was. Dude, I feel you, Doki. She just left. I only have a small window of time to leave the apartment before she comes back. The police coming because I won't be home when they do. Exit the apartment. They're almost there. I'm packing up right now to leave. Grab a charger. Officers calling you. Please let me know if everything is okay. What the fuck? Okay, we're missing all messages in between and whoever they're talking to. There's a 20-minute gap here of something. But, so to be fair, my team and I were under a lot of pressure. We still came out of this and had to immediately start to pick up the pieces in the business. And during this time, there was no attempt from the other side to follow up or reach out after the initial silence. My staff wasn't sure how to proceed, and truthfully, I was overwhelmed to manage the situation while trying to reestablish a basic stability in my personal and professional life. I've been there. I know what it feels like. Hey Doki, there's a metric ton of work that's still unfinished / unaddressed. As much as I'd like to give room to let you settle in the move, shit needs to get done. We can't keep pushing things back. It's already unprofessional that things have been delayed this long. The charity auction sells multiple items that need addressing, most important being the custom PC, which has still made no progress. No progress? And have reached their inquiry. You have assistants to do this. Is there a plan for it? Bottom line is there needs to be a builder arranged, or at least a budget, 6.6K USD allocated to either the build or the thing, or reimburse the bidder in full. Eventually I stepped back in personally to handle the PC build when it became clear that it was dragging on too long. I contacted the builder myself and was informed of the prior medical emergency. Still no follow-up ever came from them afterwards, despite months passing, and I had to initiate contact again. As for the auction process itself, why would you not reply? And then she said she reached out a second time after a couple months. I mean, the first one maybe, but if you're expecting a computer, I'd actually... Because I know a lot of people don't check their emails. The vast majority of people don't check their emails, right? Because it's like just spam for them at this point. It's just spam now. So, but if you're expecting mail about a computer, like a custom computer that you won, you would probably be checking your email from time to time, right? Maybe not daily, but at least weekly. Not every 2 monthly, I even offered to pay more than the original bid due to the delays, but the shifting figures and eventual threat of daily penalties for missing an arbitrary deadline left me overwhelmed and unsure if I could continue the partnership. Builder provided irrational hours in time log, asking obscene amounts of services we never agreed on. Eventually, I was told I owned $4,000 cancellation fee, yet not agreed to any finalized scope or cost. She doesn't owe $11,000 on the PC for the designer. That means that she hired a designer, the designer did $4,000 worth of work, and then they canceled the designer because there was still stuff to do. And either they didn't like it or they decided to go with somebody else because the designer was too slow. And they already did $4,000 worth of work over 3 months. And they said no. Because the charity closed for $6,600. I was confused when the PC kept increasing, quoted the price from $6,000, $8,000 to $12,000, then $14,000. No consistent rationale. I even offered to pay more than the original bid due to the delays. Oh yeah, hold on. But an arbitrary deadline. Could continue the partnership. Okay. Yeah, the builder provided $4,000 cancellation fee, yet I did not agree to any finalized scope or of the cost. Was the contract signed between? There was no contract signed between you and them directly. Whoa. That's still so fucked up. You're like, I'm not going to use your work, but I'm not going to pay you anything whatsoever. Like, I'm not even going to pay you half. Here's one of the quotes they sent us. GPU. Oh, this is for the whole computer. Okay. Yeah, I mean, what is pre-project labor estimate? Okay, total labor costs may be subject to increase based on services provided before item production totally officially begins. That's most likely going to be, I would assume, like, structurally what it's going to be. Like the actual engineering and design of it. And then the actual prod labor would be building the computer, putting it together, but that's expensive. But you still have to, like, obviously cut the materials and, like, weld it together or polish it and do all that stuff. But that's still really steep. That still seems really steep. Like, maybe... I mean, I don't know. I don't know what company it is, so I don't know what they've done in the past. Oh, we can see what they're doing. 7900X. A 4080 Super? They're doing a 4080? Yeah, they are actually doing a 4080. And they're putting a 1200 GPU or a 1200 watt power supply in there. What are they doing? These people, okay, yeah, these people just don't know what they're doing with computers. Yeah, I would cancel it too. I'd be like, yeah, I'm not paying you. You can go fuck yourself. No, they just have no idea what they're doing. And the timesheet they claimed would have accumulated already for 120 hours, which my staff and I found untruthful, especially when I was not shown any proof of labor, which was requested if there was any way to provide us proof, which then they also ignored. How do you provide proof of labor? How do you provide proof of labor? Yeah. So you can do it through pictures in a way. You could say, hey, this is what we came up with. Because it's Dokibird, so she should be involved with the planning discussions on some level, I would assume. Or the design. I don't know if you can hear the fan. I'm trying to cover my mic so you don't hear the fan. Maybe not the engineering section of it, but maybe have some type of input as to what would actually go on the computer. I would assume she would have a say in it. That would make sense. It would make saying. You know what I'm saying? So, if she is not involved in any of that, because that pre-planning, she would be able to know what the pre-planning would be like. She would be in every single one of those meetings. So but then again, it also depends on how many people are in those meetings, because then you have to pay hourly for each one of those people, right? So if there's 10 people in those meetings and the meetings are 2 hours long and it's 3 days, you're paying 10 people's salary, 3 hours for 3 days or whatever. So it's not quite the same. You're not just doing it for one employee. It's not just one employee. As easy as that sounds. So so their calculator was 3,840, and it came out to 3,840 for the project labor. So they're charging $5,000 over, I think. So they're saying it took pre-project labor 3 weeks. 8 hours a day. Pre-project labor? Eight hours a day. Took one person. That's if it was one person 8 hours a day. If it was 8 people for 1 hour a day, or 4 people for 1 hour a day, and then they actually worked on it together for 1 hour a day, then that's 8 hours. Then I understand that, but it's just such a niche market. I don't see it happening. Request if there's any way to provide proof. And you're also ignored. Calculator simplified timesheet. Standard day rate. Oh, so they just charge by the day. They didn't charge by the hour, they just charged by the day. What was in your contract? You said it wasn't mentioned in your contract. Show what was in your contract. What did you sign for? I don't understand. Though I asked for one thing multiple times. A lapse video, the PC build, which was drafted, the builder themselves had originally said existed. They told us it existed, and you asked if you could see it, but you were then ignored. You even stated in writing you would pay for the full amount, no questions asked. People, despite multiple requests by me and my staff via email, was never delivered. At this point, the builder's behavior was showing bad faith to me, the buyer. We have requested these items multiple times in various emails, DMs. You have stated that you will provide them, but we are still yet to receive these items. Damn. I mean, at that point, you're just rich. Why not just go to headquarters? Just travel to the headquarters. Yeah. I mean, it's like you're filthy rich. It's a 200. Just send your assistant or send any of your American assistants. I don't even know if you're American. Send your American assistant to whatever, like, corporate, and just be like, yo, give me that. We have never agreed or communicated on any pricing of anything for you to make a quote for us. Oh, damn. Okay. This is from Dokibird. Okay. Hi. We've never agreed or communicated on any pricing of anything for you to make a quote for us that would be a chargeable service. No other company does this. What? What? What do you mean no other? Every company does this. I don't think I've ever worked with a company that has not given me a quote beforehand. I've worked with so many corporate companies. Is it different in the VTube world? I don't understand. It's like, yeah, it's probably going to cost this much. Like even when like Ludwig gets his shit done, like his random custom work stuff done, if he'll get something custom done, they'll quote how much it will cost beforehand. When Mr. Beast gets his random stuff done, they say how much it'll cost beforehand. Like everybody does. Although, to be fair, they also do that for the YouTube video because it sounds good. It's good advertisement. Let's see. You can inform us that every time we interact, it would be charged? What? Every time you communicate? No. That's got to be like every time there's a every time there's like a redo, like I don't like that. What are they called? Anytime there's not a fix, what are they called? Shit. Whatever. Fiverr, go. This one. Okay, no, not just go to like some short website development. This one. A revision. I think she was asking for revisions and they were charging her for revisions. And people do charge for revisions, depending on what she's asking for a revision on. I don't trust this. There's a lot of missing information here. There's a lot of missing information here so far. I'm very skeptical. We never agreed to have communication on anything. Okay. That already is stupid. Not having any communicated pricing on anything beforehand. Why would you not do that? That doesn't make any sense. Why would you not do that as a company? That just doesn't. Somebody of your size, like, why would you not do that as a company? Like, it's a relatively simple question because it's part of charity, right? So it's part of charity. It's like, okay, we need to start this at a certain amount so that it's at least a wash, right? So if we put $2,000 into this, we need to start the bids at $2,000 or something, or $1,500. So you at least kind of make the majority of your money back, something like that. But if you spend $20,000 on it, you don't want to start it at $1,500 because then if you make, $3,000 on it or $5,000 on it, then you end up making fucking $0 and end up having to pay an extra $14,000 out of pocket, or 16 in my example, but still, you get the point. It's not good, but the fact that you didn't even talk about the price or the fees or sign a contract, the fact that you didn't do any of that doesn't make any sense. The fact that you didn't even talk about it or communicate about it is ridiculous to me. I find that hard to believe on both ends, actually. Like on the computer people's side, I find that hard to believe that they wouldn't have said, hey, this is, all right, it's going to cost about this much and it's going to take about this long. Are you okay with that? And that would have been essentially what it would have been. But if all that extra cost that they were talking about, that they showed up here, all the extra like production labor, or even if it was the labor and estimate stuff, if they kept asking for revisions, so they just had to keep redoing a bunch of this shit, I can see how it would add up to that. Because that means they have to keep recutting, remeasuring, redoing all this other stuff. Because, well, all that stuff, I mean, you just have it in a .ai file at this point, and it's all like lasered. Well, it should be, because I mean that's how my sign was done. But even so, the product production labor, this should have materials in it as well, because my sign cost $3,000, $2,000, and it's not like complicated, and it doesn't have to like do anything. It doesn't require any extra little screw holes. It doesn't require any extra bays. It doesn't require certain things to come out. It doesn't require certain amounts of room. It doesn't require, specific airflow. Like, I don't have to figure out all this stuff to make stuff work properly. Although, honestly, it does look like they just took a case that already exists, because I have seen that case before. It looks like they took a case that already exists and just put a paint job on it. It doesn't even look like they manufactured the case. So I don't know. I don't know what they did. Things regarding the mock-up created about a year ago. That you wish to get paid for, those services provided. You don't get paid for your mock-ups typically, depending. It depends on the situation. Because if you're like, hey, I'm making a case, blah, 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 and then they give you a mock-up of what they can do on a case, and you're like, hey, that's just a paint job. I'm looking for like a whole manufacture of a unique case. Then your mock-up is completely useless, and you also never asked for it. So it's like, I'm not going to be paying for you for something that you did that I didn't ask for and is completely irrelevant to what we're trying to do in this project. I like the fact that you're going ahead and trying to get shit done before everything, but it's just not what we're looking for. That type of thing, that's always nice. But raises even more questions on our end, because you stated that the mock-up was the work that was being charged for, until you added the other items later on with no tangible proof, wrapped up as services that weren't communicated, that this would cost for further discussed, signed on, or approved on. You have also disappeared for 6 months without notifying us in the beginning, until 2 different managements gave up talks with you. Damn. We also still have yet to receive a time-lapse video to recommend multiple times that you have stated you provide us. Damn. If you do not provide a time-lapse video, then please tell us the truth if you do not have the video. It doesn't seem like he has a video. Seems like he's trying to fake a video. Seems like he's trying to fake a video for 6 months. But it wasn't working. Then came 2 incredibly personal accusations that crossed the line for me, that I was pocketing charity money, and that I did this for a tax write-off, and that there was only false but deeply hurtful. Yes, false but deeply hurtful. The normal terms for that: false but deeply hurtful. Of course, because nothing can be false and deeply hurtful. All money from the bids went directly from charity to Tiltify. I paid artists out of pocket, including shipping, production costs. In some cases, even covered or increased their rates myself to be accused of using this for personal gain is crushing, especially as someone who's consistently tired. Dude, that actually kind of sucks. But using it for personal gain, people saying it's being like, she still gets to. Wait, can she still use this? Does this technically... No, because it never touches her hands when it goes directly to Tiltify. So, I don't know if she can actually use it as a tax write-off. But even then, what does that even matter? It's not like the tax write-off means that you get all the money back. That's not what a tax write-off for charity means. It's the dumbest shit ever. But I think you can do stuff when you've done stuff for charity, like donated your time. I believe you can do that as well. So you can still do something with it. But it's just weird that people are like, you're only doing this for a tax write-off. And it's like, a tax write-off for $10,000, first of all, wouldn't even do anything special for anybody who makes the amount of money that she makes. It wouldn't do anything. She would have to do something that, like, what the NBA players do. Like, they'll send, a couple $100,000 to their alma maters, their colleges that they graduated from or whatever. They'll give a few $100,000 to them to support their basketball club or whatever, and then they'll get recognition, and it will pass off as charity. They get something else for it. I forgot what else they get for it. They get something at the school for it, though. What was it? They get something at the school for it. But yeah, it's a little weird. Okay, so she was accused that she was pocketing the money, doing it as charity write-off. She paid the artist out of pocket, blah, blah, blah. I mean, what are you going to do, pay it out of the charity money? I guess you could. Well, not if it was going directly to Tiltify, but... Which doesn't make any sense, because if people... Like, how do people even think that it would even be a tax write-off if it was all going to Tiltify? People are just rage baiting, and she's giving into it. She's literally giving into it. She's feeding the trolls. Stop feeding the fucking trolls. What are you doing? What are you doing? These were not only false, but deeply hurtful, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we went through that. Due to how emotionally charged the situation became, I chose to step away and let my team manage it more professionally. Yeah, it's probably smart, I guess. It's either you have like two options. It's either stream straight through it and don't do anything, ignore everything, ignore all, don't do anything, don't say anything, don't do anything about it, ignore it completely, or just take a break and let it blow over for like 3 weeks, or depending on how long it is. If it was like an event, maybe let it blow over, and skip the next 2 or 3 events if you do it yearly. Skip the next 2 or 3 events so that people don't identify that event as you doing the bad thing, quote unquote. So I was on the rare long-awaited vacation at the time, while also suffering from severe food poisoning and still trying to resolve the situation behind the scenes. This was well documented on stream and on social media. Anyone who knows me knows I rarely take time off. This trip was a trip to Japan for my first LAN Apex event, which has been planned for months. I mean, I'm sure a charity stream would have been planned for months. So if people are saying that you use the charity money for that wouldn't have changed anything. Like your charity thing was probably planned for a while as well, right? That doesn't... You would have to give us like an exact date of, okay, here's when I decided to go to Japan. Here's when I bought my ticket or whatever. And then here's when I started prep work for the charity. Or here's when I decided to do the charity or whatever. That type of stuff. And that's not really something you can do. But eventually I worked on a new PC builder using her Hyatt case. Upgraded all parts at her own expense. Tried to spend nearly $10,000 to deliver what I was promised. Unfortunately, Amazon canceled her parts. Order shortly before the winter's travel date, meaning we could no longer deliver the PC on time. You didn't even have the PC when you did the auction? What? At that point, the winner and I mutually agreed that I would send them $7.5K to build their own non-themed PC, and we consider the matter resolved. That's fair. Here are all the parts. Parts were $9,395. How do you spend that much on a computer? You'd have to get like 25090s. Two days later, the video was posted after the payment has already been made, and the issue has been settled. The video description, pinned comment were edited after the fact to say that I had paid the auction winner, but falsely implied that I only did it because of public pressure. This is simply not true. Oh, because you have the date up there. It was sent on 4/20. Whoop whoop, blaze it. But also sent 7,500. Wait, so she sent. Wait. May 11th, 2025. Oh, this is her getting her shit sent back. Order placed. Estimated delivery. Okay. And then 2 days later, after the video, okay. Blah, 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 blah. And then they just decided to send them the 10K in CAD. Or 11K in CAD and resolve it. Didn't screenshot anything from our conversations in a Discord group because I had hoped to resolve this privately without dragging the whole public eye in, but in hindsight, it was naive. I've always tried to avoid public conflict, but now that I'm being forced to defend myself from one-sided narrative. Did the PC builder guy complain about it? The pain cuts deeper when I've seen people claiming that I don't want to pay because it's the most expensive item. It's not true. I've paid for other auction items valued even higher. This was never about avoiding payment. It was about trying to navigate increasingly confusing, emotionally fraught, mismanaged situation in the middle of one of the hardest years of my life. I feel ya. I've been there. Contacts have always tried to treat the artists I work with fairly. Sometimes I pay late because I'm overwhelmed or unwell. And my community knows I've faced numerous health and personal challenges lately. That's not an excuse to not pay late, to be honest. Paying late is just bad. I'm accused of that. Not accused. I've done that. It's not good. Even if it's only been like a few days, it's not good. I've considered late fees, offered bonuses, and donated to artists in need. To now be accused of manipulative, exploitative, after everything I've given financially, emotionally, is devastating. I'm not perfect. I get emotional. I talk to the heart. Okay, I don't care about your feelings. Not always from a business only place, but yes, I should have kept some personal matters out of the conversation. Yes, like you are right now, question mark. Kappa, not at all. Only person trying to keep everything afloat. To be called a manipulator, you are a manipulator. You're using your feelings right now to manipulate us. That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. I see you. I see you. Steam was not something I ever wanted to write, but after being repeatedly asked to say something, and after personal pain of public drama, I felt exploited. Abandoned. I left. I had no choice. Why didn't you just ask the person that won the computer to say something? And yes, you shouldn't be handling negotiations for your brand. You have a management team. Once you get a management team, you shouldn't have to worry about any of that shit. You shouldn't be doing any of that. That's what a management team is for. Do you not know what a management team does? They manage stuff. They don't manage, they manage you and they manage your stuff. They make sure that you can just focus on your content. That is what they do. That is what they do. Cheers. Ronald McDonald looking ass outfit. True. Hope people will take a moment to hear the full context, not just the most viral part of the story. Apologies, break of the week. I'm tired. All I want to do is spend the time with my closest and only family right now. So my dog had just gone home after surgery and rebuilt. See, why? Who cares? Still learning, and literally nobody cares about like this entire page. For context, there is no context needed. Nobody cares. Okay, so on 420, okay, on 212, we've requested these items multiple times in the DMs. And then 729, I only have a small time. Oh, this is when she was leaving. Wait. Okay, what's the... This is a huge time frame. That's 4 months. It's 4 months and you can't respond to an email asking for this? Where's the first time you asked for this? Because they're claiming that you didn't include any of their replies. You said they just ignored you. Include the full email thread then. Huh. I don't know if I fully believe you.
Built PC designed by the artist, with the Brain and Behavior Research Foundation being the charity of choice for the Tiltify. If you guys don't know Tiltify, it is a charity platform in which auctioneers can go and sign up on the platform, host charity auctions on
pretty
there,
much anybody can host a charity on it.
The charity of choice. In this
yeah,
case,
and
the
it goes directly to the charity, and it doesn't go to the money, so you don't have to pay taxes on it.
So with Tiltify, Doki will not touch the money. That's just how Tiltify works. The PC is valued at 3.5K, and the winner bid 6.6K on the PC. What is the Brain and Behavior Research Fund? You know what? That's actually a good question. So if you go onto their websites, it reads, funding cutting-edge research to find cures for mental illness. The Brain and Behavior...
What was the computer again? We had... yeah, same build. Similar to PC Part Picker. Wrong window. All right, the case is going to be like, what, $900? So they're quoting the case at $900 is what they're saying. Well, in theory. We'll remove that from the total. We'll remove the $900 from the total. The Mobo is the Gigabyte Aero G. V650 Aero G. I just don't know if it's the ATI. I assume it is. CPU is the 7900X. It's not even the X3D. Okay, let's bring it. Let's build it ourselves. Because let's see. Gigabyte B650G. Oh, that's CPU. Sorry. $7,900X. Add. CPU cooler was ICUE Link Titan 360RX. Hold on. Okay. So are we gonna have to Google the dual sheets? No, that didn't work either. Huh. Yeah, it looks like it's just a picture. Yeah, maybe it's just a picture. But it looks like it was RGB. Tiltify. Example, previous build of the artist were roughly the same cost. I hate how they say that. It's like roughly the same cost. It is this, but it's not. It's not the same cost. Especially if they don't get like the X3D. They get the CSM liquid. What the hell? Why would you get... Okay. So H150i. Wait, where did we get this? Oh yeah, this was from the quote that they gave. So we're gonna go from their quote. We're going off their quote. Coursera link Titan. I think it's RGB. These are like the same price, except one's white, one's black. So I'll add the cheaper one. Motherboard. Let's see. Motherboard is the B650 Aero G. Like, I don't trust these motherfuckers. We're doing it ourselves. Ah. Vengeance. $32 gigabytes. 6,000. That's gonna be a while. It's 2 sticks. 2 sticks. It's gonna be Corsair, obviously. It's gonna be DDR5. It's gonna be 2 16s. Don't know what color they were. They were RGB. RGB. This is like... No, it's based on cast latency, and I don't know what cast latency they went with. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt and say they went with the best one. I think it's going to be this one. Yeah, I think it's this one. We'll just say it's that one. Okay, storage. They didn't even want storage. Okay. GPU. I cannot believe they got a 4080 Super. That's crazy to me. Gigabyte 4080 Super. It's not OC. I don't know which one it is. $122. They're like all out of stock. It's supposed to be like $1,300. Is what it says. Are all graphics cards out of stock? Jesus Christ. For a 2K for a 4080? Holy shit. All right, we're going to add that just because it's close to 1300. That's what they have on here. PSU is... Why the fuck do they have a 1200 watt? That's so weird to me. Like, why? RM1200X. Shift. 80 gold plus. And they got the expensive one. I don't know why. There's custom power supply cables. Oh, and they already have something for flat material fees. It's only $124. Okay. I fucked up here somewhere. Maybe the CPU is supposed to be the 3D. And it's just cut off. Yeah, maybe it is just cut off, and that's why. Although that doesn't make any sense, because everything else would have got cut off. But everything else just moved over more. I didn't add the fans. Sorry. Sound cards wire. Where's fans? Case fans. IQ RX 140 RGB and just a 2-pack or a 2 total. And it just says 2. It says it's $136, so I'm assuming it's the 2-pack. And it would make sense because of all the fans that they're going to need. Yeah, they'll need the 3 for the front and the 1 in the back, because they'll have the 3 that comes with the CPU cooler. So yeah, they'll need 3 for the front, 1 for the back. That's if they're building just like a basic CPU or a basic computer. Basic ass bitches. And they're PWMs. I'm like, can I add 2 of these? Add another one. I will. I'm like, I like how these don't have RGB or anything, but they're still just as fucking expensive. Okay. Don't you need like an iLink adapter or like a controller? Like the fan controller? Or IQ, whatever. No? Okay. Yeah, we get a Noctua. Noctua! I mean, it's still under what was quoted. But they have $50 for the power supply cables. And that seems, for custom power supply cables, I'm assuming they just mean wraps. That's, I'd say, I don't want to say relatively cheap, but it's probably spot on. Oh, I forgot the $860 for the case, and the $130 for the materials. Yeah. Yeah, and this could be like kind of what she said in her statement. It was like I didn't realize every time we talked it was going to cost money. We never agreed on that, blah blah blah. There are people that have clauses to where it's like, yeah, my minimum is 1 hour. So even if, like a lot of tattoo artists will do stuff like that. So if you get like one of those little dinky small tattoos that are just like on the wall or whatever, they have a minimum, like just an hour minimum. Even if it takes 20 minutes to do, they'll still charge you for a minimum hourly rate. So it's possible that they were doing that, but I think it's more based on they wanted a lot of revisions done. And the person didn't want to work for them anymore, or didn't want to work with them anymore. That would be my only guess. But nobody getting contracts is stupid. Okay, anyway. The builder provided irrational. All right, where is that? We're down here. All right, then it came. Wait. We're past that. We're past that. The transaction of 7,500. Yeah, I would have taken the 7,500. I would have been like, yeah, I'll take 7,500 instead of the computer. And screenshot anything from our conversation. It'd be in the Discord group. Are you not in the Discord group anymore? Did you leave the Discord group? That's one thing I would have definitely screenshotted. How long have you been on the internet, Doki? And you just got out of a shit ton of drama that kind of required a lot of screenshotting and a lot of people using screenshots against you. So you should have been taking screenshots of all this shit that's happened. Why are you so fucking stupid? I didn't screenshot anything from our conversation in the Discord group because... Wait, why was it a group? Oh, were you with your management team as well? It wasn't just you and... And your management team should have been the ones saying stuff. And they should have been saying something daily. Anyway. Wanted to resolve it privately without dragging it in the public eye. But I thought in hindsight, I was naive. I've always tried to avoid public conflict. But now that I'm being forced to defend myself from a one-sided narrative. Yeah, wait, we already went over this. Yeah, so and then she built up a pity party. I don't know what the accusation is. Is the accusation, who made the accusation?
Research Foundation is committed to alleviating the suffering caused by mental illness by awarding scientific research grants that will ultimately enable people to live full, happy, and productive lives. So it sounds like a good charity off the rip. I mean, I didn't do research to the background of this charity, but it looks good. Also, again, I don't think I need to say this to you guys again, but please don't send hate to any parties involved. Doki or any of the
send all of the hate. Okay? We hate VTubers.
Trying to go harass people.
VTubers aren't individuals. So, they're cartoons.
Proof of Doki stating artists would be paid. 1. Doki states February 20th, 2024 that artists would be paid for their services. This is a tweet that Doki put out themselves. To all artists and creators, I'll be running a charity auction and stream next week, and I'm looking for people who would like to collab and work with me to make one-of-a-kind Doki-themed items. Plushies, figures, sculptures, signed artwork, prints, etc.
Okay.
To auction off for charity. I will be paying you for your service. Please send your portfolio. The items do not need to be completed before the auction starts, so don't worry about any rush. They'll state where the auction is going and other stuff that is being offered. So, some more information.
Does it need to be done before the auction? What? Are you fucking crazy? You don't know any of these people. Why would you do that? You don't know any of these people. These people could just say shit and then not do it. And then you're literally in this spot that you're in right now. That was your biggest mistake right there. Is that the item doesn't have to be done before the auction. In order for your item to be in an auction, it should have to be done. It should have been like hey, I'm doing an auction. Here's your time restriction. You'll get paid for it, though. Blah, blah, blah.
Information. Doki's VOD also cites extra information. At the 8-minute mark in Doki's VOD, Doki references the manager that will be censored. We will label them manager number 1 as helping grant Doki access to Tiltify and setting up the auction. A little bit of foreshadowing. Why are they called manager 1? You will see that there's actually 3 managers that get involved in this scenario. So, 17 minutes into the...
How the fuck are there 3 managers? She did say she got a new management team. So maybe there was 1 manager and then there became 2 managers. Or there was 2 managers and then there became 1 manager and then there was just too much for them to handle. Because Doki was going through that transition of like going to a new house all at the same time.
Doki states
that's possible.
She is paying for shipping the products.
I am providing the money for shipping for all of these items, so do not worry if you're wherever you live, you're like, oh my god, would they be able to ship it there? I will be providing the money for the shipping to the creators who will be shipping these products to you if you win the auction. And also, even if like some of the items are not made by me, it's not coming from me, I will be sending an exclusive postcard to each winner of the auction.
We hear out of her own mouth that she would be paying for the shipping. And then also in that same VOD, she mentions having a duplicate of each item for herself to twin with the auction winners. You will see later that this will be something that will not be mentioned to the artist until a year from when they started. So Doki's manager also confirmed this in DMs. This gets a little bit
Oh. So they have to make 2 of them. Well, wait.
Auction winner. Same vault.
An exclusive like
Again, involved in the scenario.
I
7 manager 1. Doki accesses and other.
To all artists and creators, I'll be running a charity auction in the stream next week. Looking for people willing to collab and work with. Doki themed products, blah, blah, blah. I'll be paying for your services. Please send your portfolio to this place. Items do not need to be completed before the auction starts. Don't worry about any rush. The auctions specifically go towards the Brain and Research Foundation. There'll also be other items in the auction, like one-on-one gaming session with me.
Stuff that is being offered. So, some more information. Doki's VOD also cites extra
Does she not link the VOD in her channel?
information. At the 8-minute mark in Doki's VOD, Doki references the manager that will be censored. We will label them manager number 1 as helping grant Doki access to Tiltify and setting up the auction. A little bit of foreshadowing. Why are they called manager 1? You will see that there's actually
setting up an auction is super.
17 minutes into
Or
the
no,
VOD,
well,
Doki
setting up
states she would be
Tiltify is
paying
super
for
easy.
shipping the products.
I am providing the money for shipping for all of these items. So do not worry if you're wherever you live, you're like, oh my god, would they be able to ship it there?
That's
I will
easy.
be providing the money for the shipping to the creators who will be shipping these products to you if you win the auction. And also, even if like some of the items are not made by me, it's not coming from me, I will be sending an exclusive postcard to each winner of the auction.
We hear out of her own mouth that she would be paying for the shipping. And then also in that same VOD, she mentions having a duplicate of each item for herself to twin with the auction winners. You will
Where
see
is
later
that
this will be
part of
something
the
that will
VOD?
not be mentioned to the artist until a year from when this started.
Where is that in the VOD? Why are you not showing us that? That seems very important.
So Doki's manager also confirmed this in DM.
That seems very important in the VOD. Seems very important. Why would you leave that out?
DMs. This gets a little bit confusing because a bunch of people are redacted. In teal is
Why
manager
would
number
you
1, and
leave
pink
that
is the
out?
artist and builder. I realized later, so I did that in the second half of the document, that those who are colorblind are not going to be able to figure out what is teal and what is pink. I'm really sorry. I'll try to make it clear for when I'm reading this out loud, but it will be more clear later on in the document. Manager number 1 says, hi there, and this is in DMs to the artist. I'll be providing any updates or comments Doki might have moving forward. And we'll be
Okay,
using a
so they're
mock-up
establishing
if you choose to
themselves
provide
as
one
the
by these
roommate,
seconds. So they're
or the
referring to
roommate,
March
manager.
2nd, 2024.
I'll be the
please put it in your
manager.
portfolio if you aren't, which is totally understandable due to the turnaround time. We don't have a super tight timeline, so keep that in mind. You can take all the time you need on this project, but we would like a general...
Wait. Hi there, I'll be providing updates or comments Doki might have moving forward. And we'll be using a mock-up if you choose to provide one by the 2nd. You don't use a mock-up for something. You use a mock-up is like a here's a general idea. That was like when I was first like starting to look for a logo for Strider Stone or something, I was like, oh yeah, I'll do something cool like, oh, what the fuck is the thickness? I need a thick brush. Calligraphy. Marker. Sure, whatever. But yeah, when I was coming up with stuff for Strider Stone, I was like, oh, let's try to do like an S with like an S, and it almost looks like an infinity symbol. And then I was like, why does SS sound so familiar? And I was like, oh yeah, it's like the name of those Navy boats, like the SS whatever, whatever. And I was like, wait a second. Isn't that also like... I was like, maybe I shouldn't use SS for for my logo. It's probably not a good look. Probably not a good look. Probably not a good look. But like that would be a mock-up. I would be like, oh yeah, we could go with like sodium, but highlight this part because it's like Sodium City. It's like, that's a bad idea, but that's a mock-up. It's like, oh yeah, you know, sodium and then C on the top where the S is, like Sodium City. And it'd be like, oh, something like this? It'd be like, oh yeah, kind of, but not exactly. I'd be like, oh, okay. Like a rough draft.
Estimate to provide during the auction, and ideally we would like to get an idea of price, as Doki is planning on paying all of the artists she has chosen. If we're able to potentially work something out with Height, we can explore that too. Height is a PC brand. So the artist on February 28th, the day later, responds, "Hi Manager 1, thank you for accepting my request and getting back to me. Heart. I am glad to hear about the timeline. That gives me a lot of reassurance since custom projects always take a lot of time and work to put together. I was already in talks with Height, so I've looped in my contract and I'm waiting to hear back from him at the moment." Manager 1 says, "Of course, I'm sure we can work something out for this. I will double check and see if it's possible to potentially..."
Oh, and Manager 1 is working with
and hope this
Manager 2?
always take a lot of time and part. February 28th, the day out with Height, we can explore that too. Height is a PC brand. So the artist on February 28th, the day later, responds,
No, the
"Hi,
artist
Manager 1,
did.
thank you for accepting my request and getting back to me. Heart. I am glad to hear about the timeline. That gives me a lot of reassurance since custom projects always take a lot of time and work to put together. I was already in talks with Height, so I've looped in my contract and I'm waiting to hear back from him at the moment." Manager 1 says, "Of course, I'm sure we can work something out for this. I will double check and see if it's possible to potentially get some items from an upcoming project for this, and hopefully we can come up with a solid idea as this progresses." The artist says, "Which branch of Height are you in talks with, if you don't mind me asking? Since I'm in talks with a UK manager, I'm wondering if it's worth roping the different teams together for better communication. I also already have a mock-up if you're ready to see it." The manager says, "Ooh, yes, please." So the artist sends over the mock-up, as you can see here, and they write, "Usually I wouldn't start to work on a project or provide a mock-up before agreeing on payment terms and stuff, but I trust we can sort that out later. Also, this is just a first idea, so it's totally open to suggestions and comments from you guys or Doki. Just a note, my concept art also never looks like the final product. The final product is usually 10 times better." The manager 1 says,
Yeah.
"We're in
Again, this is, yeah, like I said, this is a mock-up. And I'm like, it's gonna have ribbons and shit? Is it really gonna have ribbons and shit?
with the marketing executive producer of iBuyPower in collaboration with the design team at Height. I'll definitely be able to give you a sure answer on whether or not it would be possible to get access to the items for our upcoming project for this, which will be amazing for everyone involved."
Sorry, this just looks terrible. All they did, they just took a picture of her and stuck it on the front. That's all they did. And then they added some of her hair kind of like over here, and then added some bows. We drop the bows on them when we roll them bows. I mean, it doesn't look bad though. It just doesn't look like it. Her head looks concaved here. I'm not gonna lie, because of the hairline, I think.
Later today. Also, that looks absolutely amazing. We could not have imagined a better design. And the artist in response to that says,
"Really?
Say that iBuyPower is involved. If it's their marketing executive producer, this is definitely gonna be big." And here, Important to note, the manager says, as far as payment terms
Cheers.
go, Doki is 100% going to pay whatever you charge for the PC. Once we have an idea of the final cost, we can finalize everything then. Red flags in the project. The first red flag and issue is that management published the PC concept for the Tiltify auction without confirming a budget with the artist, or that work could be edited. To note, in the Tiltify auction, the design was listed as potentially being subject to change. Basically, from here on out, we will see that in the beginning of the communication
what the
between
hell?
management, one, and the artist, everything looked good. Like,
Yeah, if they were going with the mock-up,
submission, they wanted to work with the artist,
that means
aka
they weren't
PC
doing
Builder, and
any-
then things just devolve from there. It just literally goes into
It
the
means
shit.
they
It's actually
weren't
crazy
doing
how
any
that stuff falls
renditions.
apart. Again, the first issue is that they never confirmed the budget before starting the Tiltify. So this is a screenshot straight out of Tiltify for this auction where it reads, concept art is subject to change and winners will be notified of all necessary changes to the final product. Another point to note, the artist told the management they were going to be out of office starting March 1st for another project, and on that day, management had message asking for edits to be made and to list the item on Tiltify. So this is on March 1st, where the builder was out of office. They say, for this concept, can we remove the part about the LCD screen and the touch removed from the chassis name? Since the touch is actually out of stock at this point and there's no ETA on the touch case getting back in stock. I can edit that myself and I can let them know in the
Omega
description
lol.
that case is subject to change between the available ones. The day after, management messages, hi, just reached out to let you know that the listings are officially published and can be seen here. They link the Tiltify. You're more than welcome to post your progress photos or completed pieces on social media along with a link to the auction house. Thank you
That's
so much for all your hard
terrible.
work, and we can't wait to see how much everyone loves your artwork tomorrow. If you have any changes to your listing, please let me know and I can get it changed ASAP. So this is where more issues start cropping up. The second issue is that management set the starting price of the auction, assumed to be the cost of the PC build.
Wait,
without
okay,
asking
sorry, hold on.
know that the particular case get message the management they were going to be out of office starting March 1st for another project.
Starting March 1st for another project. Okay, if you're out of the... When you're out of office, that usually means you're unreachable. That's what out of office means. Like you're on vacation or you're sick or you're like in the hospital or like something's going on. Like you're just not going to be reachable. But when you said you're going to be out of office starting March 1st for another project, that kind of means you're still going to be looking at your DMs or still doing some type of work on some level. Unless you honestly put in 8 hours a day doing this without checking any emails or any DMs or anything, which is possible. I mean, if you're like a one person like pop-up shop, you don't have time to take like a shit ton of clients in, so you only take specific ones, and you already have another one lined up, so you don't have to worry about getting anything. Maybe you already have a couple ones after that already, so maybe you're not looking for any commissions. I don't...
And on that day, management had message asking for edits to be made and to list the item on Tiltify. So this is on March 1st, where the builder was out of office. They say, for this concept, can we remove the part about the LCD screen and the touch removed from the chassis name? Since, and I can let them know in the description, that case is subject to change between the available.
Why does the PC builder have any oh, it just says because you touch me or you touch here. I think that's what it says.
Once. The day after, management messages.
But why the fuck did they have access to the Tiltify to do that? Management should only have access.
Hi, just reached out to let you know that the listings are officially published and can be seen here. They link
That's
to Tiltify.
ridiculous.
You're more than welcome to post your progress photos or completed pieces on social media along with a link to the auction house. Thank you so much for all
okay.
your hard work, and we can't wait to see
They
how
want them
much
to post
everyone
updates
loves
and
your
stuff
artwork
like that.
tomorrow. If you
That's
have any changes
why.
to your listing, please let me know
Because
and I
there
can
was
get it
like
changed
they
ASAP.
wanted
So,
to
this
do
is
they
where
wanted
more
the
issues
time lapse
start
and
cropping
stuff like
up. The second
that.
issue is that management set the starting price of the auction, assumed to be the cost of the PC build, without asking the artist, aka the builder, how much the project would.
What? Well, it makes sense because if you if you look at the items and you're like, okay, well, this is with shipping and everything, it's going to cost like $3,500 or $3,600. So you start the auction at $3,600. $3,600, can I get $3,600? $3,700, $3,800, $3,800. I got $3,800 over there. Can I get $3,900? $3,950, $3,950 with $3,950 over here. Can I get 4K? 4K. We have 4K over here. For this gentleman has 4K over here. 5K. 5K. Holy shit, somebody's gonna play NBA 2K on this 5K computer and it's going to be completely useless. But who cares, because Dokibird's on it. Can I get a amen? Amen. Ends up stopping at 6.6K. So you're expecting this design and build. Well, it's not even the design of the case. It looks like it's just the design of the picture of whatever goes on the case. They're not even doing anything to the case. It looks like they're just fucking painting the case. Which I'm not going to say is like whatever bad, but it seems like they just took a picture of her, literally just took a picture of her and fit it in a specific way on the case. That seems like what they did. And then added a couple extra like frillies here and there on the case. Like that's all it seems to be. So it's not like they have to create a case from the ground up. They don't have to structure it from like through metal and make sure it has good airflow and stuff like that. They're taking an already made case and everything. They're literally just making a design and painting the case, I guess. And what they're asking to remove is this part right here where it says "you touch me" or whatever, because the touch thing is not in stock anymore. So like, hey, can you just remove that? Because it's out of stock. And that's like, so not even asking them to remove it from the design really of anything. Just asking to remove it from the picture.
Your listing, please let me know and I can get it changed. The builder, previous builds, and use that number as the estimated cost of this new build. Straight out of the Tiltify, it says the PC is valued at $3,500.
Yeah. So, which it is, basically. Well, without storage, what did we end up? Fuck. I don't know. I don't know where we ended it up at. It's basically this, though. So, yeah. Shady. Shady as fuck. Either way, it's like $3,500 computer. You can't. I'm surprised you can't get 3080s. Can you not get like 4090s? Are they just not for price? Or not for price? Not for sale? See all buying options. These are like the same price as the 3080 right now. See all video cards. 5080. Yeah, I mean, you might as well get a 5080. All right. If you're going to be spending if you're going to be spending that much, oh, it still has 16 gigs of DDR. It still has 16 gigs. Why do they just not have 32 at a 5080? I mean, that's why you have no like 5090s and 4090s. Oh, you do have 5090s. Just kidding, I lied. But that's why there's such like a big fucking jump. It was because the 32 megabyte of GPU memory size is just so drastic. Having 16 is nice. So getting an 80, like I feel like getting a 3080 would be better than getting a 5080. But that's probably incorrect. Or maybe not better. Well, 3080, I mean at this they're basically the same price, so just get a 5080, but or to get a 5060 Ti. It's still got 16. Yeah. Or a 5070 Ti, probably. It's probably faster, and that's still under 1,000. It's only 700. Where are the ARC cards? Intel ARC. Where are the ARC GPUs? Explore. The B60. 20 cores. Ray tracing units. They really only have 20 cores? Pro A60. They do really, really well, though. The Intel ones. I was surprised. And they're cheap as fuck. I don't even know. Let's see. Intel Arc V5A. Oh, they're limited edition. Oh, there was a B580. It is higher number. Higher number equals better. Right? This only is 12 gigs? What the fuck? Why does that only have 12 gigs? 16. Oh, it's the B8 6. Intel Arc V8 6. Wait, is there a 70? V8 750. Intel, what? I'll just look for Intel Arc GPU. And yeah, the B850. A77. I don't know. A7700. I didn't even know third parties could do Intel Arcs. I thought Intel was keeping that to themselves. Huh. I had no idea. Graphics memory, 8 and above. Dramalama D's nuts. What up, Ratchet? Okay, so is the 770 better than the 8 or the 580? I would assume no. Is the 770 better than the 750? No, they still only have 16 gigs. So it's only the B60? Why does the B6... Why is the B660 the only one? No, it's just... That's just B60. Intel Arc B6, B7. B970. B8 B850. There's a B850. Yeah, and this one's only 12 gigs. But oh, 'cause that's B6. Sorry. Is there like a B750? There is, allegedly. It looks like there's compare all. Yeah, it looks like there's only B50 and B60. See all ARC GPUs. See, yeah. All right. Yeah. So the B60 is the only good one. Are there any B60s? This is B580 shit. No. Need a B60. Intel Arc Pro B60. I don't think they exist. So who's buying the B60 25 GB? Is it 25 GB? Dual GPU, 48 gigabytes. Yeah, they're 24. Yeah, where's... See, this is what I need. Most important GPU. See? That's what I need. I need the B series. Need to render all the things. Anyway, I got on a full-on tangent. Alright, so we went through her whole apology.
However, that's wrong. The estimate of 3,500 is actually incorrect as well. Because even if you go off of the artist's previous build, which again makes no sense because this is a completely brand new build, the artist is based in the UK. And the build cost was 3,500 Great British pounds, not 3,500 USD. So the price estimate is extremely confusing because, as mentioned previously, Doki had also mentioned wanting a duplicate of each item to twin with the auction winner. Previous 30, and the build cost was 30. No sense. Incorrect as well. Dollars. However, out of the Tiltify, it says the PC is valued at $3,500. However, that's wrong. The estimate of 3,500 is actually incorrect as well. Because even if you go off of the artist's previous build, which again makes no sense because this is a completely brand new build, the artist is based in the UK. And the build cost...
Is it going to show the computer that we were just building? It is. Okay. Perfect. Damn it. Okay, I found it. It's like I know it was one of these. Okay. So this was the quote-unquote previous one that they made. The statement that was made by Dokibird that has the Tiltify on it. Oh, wait, did it have the Tiltify? No, it didn't have the Tiltify. This is the Tiltify. Tiltify. This piece is a custom-built Doki-themed PC. Since the PC has not been built yet, you're able to have some control over the creative process and specs of the PC. The PC is valued at $3,500, and the parts of the PC will fall in line with a general PC of that pricing. Example of a previous build of an artist with roughly the same cost. That's what was said. That is what was said. I don't know how you can get more blatant than that. I mean, the only thing you could say is, okay, does that include the case or does that not include the case? Because obviously the custom case is going to cost a lot. Like a custom case is going to cost like $3,000 of this money or something, you know? So you're going to get a $500. You're going to get a good power supply. That's all, and that's all you're going to get, right? You're going to have a really sweet computer case with a really good power supply. That's basically it. Because if you look at the parts that this person got, it doesn't even make any sense. But this isn't even the same person. They said a previous build of the artist. Oh, it is the artist with roughly the same cost. So it is the artist. Same artist. I apologize. But so if you click on the PC part picker thing, you'll see everything as far as the part breakdown goes. These three aren't added in. Like, I think if you go to full part breakdown, Great British pounds. Um, 70. What did they do? 79.50? I don't remember, but we have the fucking shit. Did I close it? No, I didn't. Okay. Yeah. So this is what they have. This is their actual part list. And then so it's under the 3K, and I'm assuming they expected the case to cost around $1,000. So 3,500. But yeah. Never did they say that that was the exact computer that they were building. Like, they never said that. They said this was a computer that the person built in the past, but the computer that the person built in the past is an idiot. And they're still an idiot. And this person they're watching the video on is being extremely disingenuous.
First and foremost, I accept the handling of this auction item was far from ideal. I want to sincerely apologize to those impacted, especially.
Oh, hold on.
Was 3,500 Great British pounds, not 3,500 USD. So the price estimate is extremely confusing because, as mentioned previously, Doki had also mentioned wanting a duplicate of each item to twin with the auction winner. A second.
That wasn't what. But that wasn't what she got. She didn't get anything at all yet either. And if you look at this is cinnamon roll. And it's even marked as cinnamon roll kawaii PC build. So, I mean, you're not going to have a twin build that's Toki themed when the art that is initially looking like this, you all of a sudden think it is not that. That now you obviously, that now you think it's cinnamon roll. I bet this person puts the hoses on the wrong side of the cooler too. Bet you anything. Man, that pisses me off.
PC was never mentioned to the artist, and you see in the DMs between manager 1 and
Wait, hold on.
Doki had also mentioned wanting a duplicate of each item to twin with the auction winner. A second PC was never mentioned to the artist, and you see in the DMs between manager 1 and the artist no talk of a second PC. Also, the
Yeah, that's weird.
3,500 USD price tag does not clarify whether it's 3,500 for one PC or 3,500 for the cost of 2 PCs to be built. Because that is the weird thing about this whole auction that was also really confusing. A lot of it's confusing, but this is just one of them. Because are the buyers auctioning to pay money for 1 PC or 2 PCs? And this is for like all the items, in fact, right?
I mean, it... Did we see the auction? Dokibird auction. No, I want to see like the actual auction itself. Not people talking about the auction. Like, the auction went terribly, blah, blah, blah. No, I want to like see the auction.
Okay, I've been like refreshing the auction page and like, guys, why is a piece of paper at $1,500? It's literally a piece of paper. Okay, I'm gonna like sign like my signature all over it, but like it's just a piece of paper. I'm gonna say I love like the person who wrote, like the person who's bidding on it. His name is That Troll Boy is an irresponsible spender. That's me. What a fucking legend. Holy fuck. I'm gonna put your name up here right now. This guy is the one that's like currently hard bidding on the piece of
That's hilarious. That's actually hilarious. He got outbid by $25.
Holy shit. Well,
That's
you already
fucking
got
hilarious.
outbid, so I'm gonna time the. Sorry, bro. You already got outbid, so you're not on the screen.
Damn.
But welcome everybody. I'm sorry, like I had to talk
Damn.
about the auction for the paper because that shit like blew my mind. Just seeing $1,500 for a piece of paper. Like, there's so many other cool things in the auction, but the piece of paper already.
Wait, so she's not even doing the auction. The auction's on the
Oh my god.
website. How is there anything confusing then?
Is like $1. I like oh my god, the sniper. There's a sniper in there too. Now his name, My Moment to Shine. Oh my god, he's in the bidding war right now with That Troll Boy. It's a 2K. Holy fuck. 2K. Anyway, next item on the list. It is the piece of paper. This is the next item on the list. It is your fucking A4 paper where I will sign, I will cover it up with my How did it go up? 3 minutes ago? You haven't been bidding for like 1 hour and then you came back? This person hasn't been for an hour, and then like they're like, this is it. This is my time to shine now. No. Alright, anyway, they just like showed up. They literally stopped bidding when it was at $3,000. They stopped at $3,000.
Why?
And
What?
they had to go to the bank. Sorry, they had to
Dude,
make, like, a quick deposit
I'm sorry.
real quick, you know?
Usually I don't just sit here and
Had to
stare,
take a loan real quick to be able
but
to keep
I am
going.
just still
Anyway,
stunned. I am just as stunned as her. $3,000.
Piece of paper covered with my signature.
It wasn't initially going
so
to
it's
be
not just
$3,000 with
pure
her
white
signature.
paper. I
She's
would
just
paint it with my signature.
decided
That's why the paper's now 10K.
to add her signature. I mean, that's funny, but wait, so what? How would anyone think that?
How much did we make on the auction alone? This is all right. Where's the piece of? It's at 4K. I swear. What's some more? Damn, troll boy gave up. Holy shit.
Meanwhile,
Jesus Christ. Piece of paper covered with my signature. Oh my God. $4,450. My future family heirloom is gone. What's a mortgage? Shadow.
It went to 4K, and then that troll boy was like, I can't, man. Bro, it's a piece of paper.
That is insane.
God.
Okay, wait, so
Change to the keyboard.
she's not even like running it like an auction, how you would be like, can I get 5K? Can I get 6K? Can I get 7K? It's literally being ran through Tiltify as well. So all the money goes through Tiltify. So she doesn't even have the potential option of taking the money. Like, not even close to potential. Like, zero potential, negative potential of touching the money in any way, shape, or form. Like, at all. There's zero way of that happening. Because it never even... Before, it used to go to your, like... It would go to, like, an add-on on Twitch a lot of times. But here, it looks like the whole auction thing is all being ran straight through the website and Tiltify. But, I mean... To be fair, though, even the Twitch add-on would go, it would navigate you to Tiltify as well. But still.
Okay, that troll boy, but I want that keyboard because, oh shit.
Yeah. Anyway.
So is the buyer
It seems fine.
basically going to have to pay double, and then one of the items will then...
I don't think that was confusing. I think if you thought that you had to pay for both items, you're a fucking idiot. Like an actual fucking moron. I needed... When she said in the VOD at the beginning, when she showed the VOD...
Wherever you live, you're like, oh my god, would they be able to ship it there? I will be providing the money for the shipping to the creators who will be shipping these products to you if you win the auction. And also, an exclusive
her own mouth that
to each winner of
And then
the
right
auction.
here...
we hear out of her own mouth that she would be paying for the shipping. And then also in that same VOD, she mentions having a duplicate of each item for herself to twin with the auction winners.
Now, why doesn't she show this part of the VOD? Remember how I brought that up earlier? Remember how I brought that up earlier? You know how fucking weird that is? You know how fucking weird that is? I'm investigating. We investigate. Fuck, I don't even know when. Oh shit. This would have been like when she announced it.
You will see later.
And also, they'd be able to ship it there.
To the VOD, Doki states she would be paying for shipping the products.
I am providing the money for shipping for all of these items.
Behavior Research Foundation. Yes. And then in here, we should be able to see transcript and Control F for duplicate copy. Copyright strike, copyright strike. Um, Twin. No. I don't see that in the transcript either.
Oh my God. Holy fucking shit. Okay. Okay, I've been like refreshing the auction page and like guys, why is a piece of paper at $1,500? It's literally a piece of paper. Okay, I'm gonna like sign like my signature all over it, but like it's just a piece of paper. I like how because like it's like you didn't put your name on a nominate because I wanted it. Okay, I'm gonna say I love like the person who wrote, like the person who's bidding on it is like, his name is That Troll Boy is an irresponsible spender. That's me. What a fucking legend. Holy fuck. Okay, I'm gonna put your name up here right now. That's also a benefit for the benefit for
Okay, so
on this fucking paper. Your name goes up on the screen right now. This guy is like fucking that.
hold on. When is
So do not worry if you're wherever you live, you're like, oh my god, would they be able to ship it there? I will be providing the money for the shipping to the creators.
top donors? Yeah, one of them was 5K at this point.
Who will be shipping these products to you if you win the auction. And also, even if like some of the items are not made by me, it's not coming from me, I will be sending an exclusive postcard to each winner of the auction.
We hear out of her own mouth that she would be paying for the shipping. And then also in that same VOD, she mentions having a duplicate of each item for herself to twin with the auction winners. You will see later that this will be something that will not be mentioned to the artist until a year from when this started. So
him. That's him. This guy is the one that's like currently hard bidding.
Okay, 115. It's literally a piece of paper. I'm going to like sign my signature. Piece of paper. How I'm going to need to go into like put your name up. Going time. Items are going to be made. Hold on. For you shipping these items, don't worry where you live. Items are not made by me, they're coming from me. Auction will be like each winner receive an exclusive postcard.
Already, it's crazy. It's actually, guys, the insane amount of support from everybody. Like, we're just starting. I'm just explaining the event right now, and like I'm like refreshing the like auction page and seeing everything's been bid. It's insane. Everything has been like already bid on, and and like we got so much money. Like I said, all the money goes directly towards the foundation. It doesn't go to me. It goes directly straight to the foundation. Like everything's already connected.
That's so much money.
The money.
That doesn't make you sound.
You're gonna receive any. No, I will not be receiving any of the money. It goes
That doesn't
directly to
help
them.
anything.
Tiltify. So, for those who want to know, what is the Brain and Behavior Research Foundation? They are a charity that looks at providing funding into research for cures and better treatment for mental illness. So, like this is like a global thing. It's not like within one particular country. It looks into treatments and cures for basically global research for mental illness and mental disorders. So, they provide majority of funding to, because I know there's a lot of charities that are going into like like salaries and programs and stuff like that, and like all about the like the offices and stuff. But the reason why I chose the Brain and Behavior Research Foundation is that majority of the funding, like majority of the money that is raised for this charity organization, for this foundation, goes directly to the research and funding the research and stuff. And because I chose it because of also the global appeal, because finding cures and finding treatments is not like centered around one country. If they find a cure or a better way to treat something for mental illness.
Well, typically what ends up happening is that all the research is done by the colleges, and then the research is paid for then by a government or a pharmaceutical company, because the colleges found something, and then those companies or the government utilize that information to do stuff with it, to like make vaccines or medicines or something. It's usually what they do. Or an engineer will make a product or something like that.
Like people around the world will be able to go for the medicine for it as well. So it's not like, oh, you have to go to this country to be able to receive it. It is a cure, it is a better treatment for people around the world, and that's why I chose this as that's why I chose the Brain Behavior Research Foundation for this particular event, for the charity, and also because people around the world can also donate to this as well. And because I've set up the YouTube thing, the YouTube fundraising thing, which is more about raising awareness, raising programs for it, better a better support system for people with mental illness, with mental disorders on the YouTube one, because it was something I could do like quick and instantly, and something I wanted to do on YouTube. A lot of our eyes were on me, and it was like the thing I can do right away to help out. And the Mental Health America helps with that. So Mental Health America is more so about raising awareness.
Okay, I don't care.
Oh my god, where are we at? Oh fuck, okay. Shit. Okay, guys, I don't know where that hot sauce is. Oh my god, Duck of Life, thank you for the 6K! Let's keep laughing to get nothing installed. Oh my, how much did we how much have we made from the auction alone? how much did we make from the auction?
Okay, so there's 6K now.
How much did we make on the auction alone? This is, alright, where's the piece? It's at 4K, I swear. What's some more? Damn, troll boy gave up. Holy shit. It went to 40K, and then that troll boy was like, I can't, man, bro.
Where in her VOD did she say that she was gonna get a copy or the same item so that they could be twins? I don't see that. Yeah, I don't see that. I don't see that anywhere in this. It's very odd that she left this out. She was like, oh, in the same VOD, this happened. But she left that out when she included a lesser important part of the VOD. And then once she gets to the point that it references, when it is really important, she doesn't reference or she doesn't show it.
Chosen. Popping out for this solid idea so that you can sort that out later. Also, this is just a first idea, so it's totally open to suggestions and comments from you guys or Doki. Just a note, my concept art also never looked once we have an idea of PC Tiltify auction, the design.
And then when you actually go there, there's nothing there.
Design was listed as potentially being subject to change. Basically, from here on out, we will see that in the beginning of the communication between management one and the artist, everything looked good. Like, they reached out to the artist, they liked the submission, they wanted to work with the artist. Tiltify. This case getting back in stock. I can edit that myself, and I can let them know in the description that case is subject to change between the available ones. The day after, management messages, hi, just reached out to let you know that the listings are officially published and can be seen here. They link the Tiltify. You're more than welcome to post your progress photo, right? So is the buyer basically going to have to pay double, and then one of the items would then go to Doki, and then they would get the other one? Or is Doki going to pay out of pocket and few builds? Because that is the weird thing about.
Okay.
And you see in the DMs between manager one and the artist, no talk of a second PC. Also, the 3,500.
Okay, but we didn't see all the DMs. We only saw the first little bit of the DMs. First of all, second of all, you didn't show proof of them saying that they were going to get the same item so that they could be a twin. Or whatever.
USD price tag does not clarify whether it's 3,500 for one PC or 3,500 for the cost of two PCs to be built. Because that is the weird thing about this whole auction that was also really confusing. A lot of it's confusing.
No, that was not confusing. That's obvious. That's obvious.
But this is just one of them. Because regardless, like, if I was going to buy... Like, if I really wanted a teddy bear, and so I was going to go to an auction to get this teddy bear, and I guess it would depend on the rarity of it. But having a one of one, as opposed to having two, or one of two, and the other one being owned by the person that either made it or the person who it's represented by, is almost the same thing in my eyes. But either way, yeah, the artist not knowing is weird. And the fact that she hasn't showed proof of that is also weird. Buyers auctioning to pay money for one PC or two PCs. And this is for like all the items, in fact, right? So is the buyer basically going to have to pay double, and then one of the items will then go to Doki, and then they would get the other one? Or is Doki going to pay out of pocket for a duplicate product that would just mirror what the buyer bought? So that was also very confusing. Then finally, going to PC Part Picker to estimate the build cost for a PC will cause huge issues down the line.
First of all, it wouldn't matter because it would just do that. For the cost of two PCs to be built, finally going to PC Part Picker to estimate the build cost of PC will cause a huge issue down the line. That is only a quote for PC parts with no addition of labor costs. Third is the management issue. Well, they said that the PC is valued at... Okay, so when someone says the computer is valued at that, that means that it will not include anything else. That means that the PC is valued at this.
Fine. As
That's what that means. The PC. The is singular. The Have you ever heard the in plural? And then if it's followed by a singular word, the PC, it's not the PCs. It's not the PCs are valued at $35 total, or these PCs, or the PCs are valued at $3,500 a piece. It's the PC is valued at, like, there's so much clear and plain English that says the PC is valued at $3,500, and it specifically says on that website, on the Tiltify, here is a similar computer that this artist made. So you know what to kind of expect. But they didn't say that that's exactly what they were getting, because that's not exactly what you're going to get. Third issue is management. In the Tiltify auction, it was listed the buyer could choose their own specs. Yes. In the Tiltify thing, it said they had the choice to choose some of their own specs if they won. Which means the PC could be valued up to $3,500. So if they found it for $3,500 and they could find the computer for $3,500, then they could buy it for $3,500. Or she could wire, like if it was from different places, like if they wanted used parts or something that ended up being $3,500 on a really, 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 really good computer or something, then she could just wire them, $3,500, and they could build it themselves, type thing. And she could pay for shipping or whatever, like she said she would. But yeah.
Get quoted for the PC parts with no addition of labor costs. And the third issue is management. In the Tiltify auction, it was listed the buyer could choose their own specs. You can see right here. It says, this piece is a custom-built Doki themed PC. Since the PC has not been built yet, you are able to have some control over the creative process and specs.
Some control
Of the PC. The PC is valued at $3,500 USD, and the parts in the PC will fall in line with the general PC of that pricing.
We'll find in line with the general PC of that pricing. And then it gives you an example of a previous build of that artist, which is a previous
of the artist with roughly the same cost.
Why are you blocking that out? It's just a fucking previous build. That's just so stupid. Dokibird PC charity. There. There. There you go. Well, they have it dedicated on their website. Da-na-na-na. So you also know that their case... Their case was $350. This one. So what additions did they add to it? Gaming setup. Jesus. It's got the whole thing. The whole thing-ma-ding. So you can make your own. Damn. Services. Private commissions. Inquiry. Consultation. Conceptualization. Creation. Delivery. Why do you have no... It's weird that you have no prices on your website. I guess. DIY kit, DIY tail. You can make your kit all kawaii. Daisuki desu. Hey, I have a cinnamon roll right over there and right over there. I got 2 cinnamon rolls. I'm all about it. Either way. Currently working on a YouTube video for this build, and it's going to be animated and cover all the customization involved. Video's timeline is currently set at about 2 hours, and I've posted a little preview.
And it's currently sat at 2 hours, 22 minutes and 43 seconds long. And I've literally been editing this as I go along, so like most of this footage is already cut. So it's straight up just going to be a really long video. This isn't even all the footage. Like, I only got to the GPU and the PSU with cutting. I've still got to catch up on like all the rest of it, like the actual decorating part. There is this really long section just here, which is like a Discord call with me and my friend who were 3D modeling. I've still got to cut and speed up like that entire part because I just haven't touched it yet. Portable speaker so I can show you one of my favorite parts. This part I'm like showing you how I like did the face, which is really funny because I didn't even end up using that face. It transitions into a speed paint I sped up by like 8,000% or whatever, and I decided
Interesting. That Vocaloid.
Oh, and
yes.
is, if we look at the folder and we go on like properties, we can see this.
Love it.
It's like 200 gigs worth of footage. It's a lot. Like, just to be clear, the YouTube video isn't sponsored. That's not a thing that I had to do. Like, the PC build, yeah, that is sponsored. Like, I was paid to make this fella. But the YouTube video, this is purely a labor of love, and I love making my life whilst PC building difficult by recording 200 gigs worth of footage as I go along. I'm making this content because I'm making something that I want to see in the world and that I want to see exist. Like, I want to see all of the technical stuff. I want to see
all the cinnamon roll stuff.
A lot of tech videos and PC building videos are targeted towards a male demographic, and that really annoys me. It really gets on my nerves because when I built my first PC, oh my god, my ADHD brain could not pay attention to any of it. It was so boring. I just, like, sure, it was good content, don't get me wrong, but I just couldn't love.
Cringe. Lame. Can't even respect art. Do you know that girls make art made for men? Quote unquote. Alright, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. BRB. And we'll finish this. Draw them up real quick. I want to find that Dokibird talks about being a twin for auction. It's gonna be the same thing. This is the video referenced.
Specs. You can see right here.
Oh, that drama YouTuber Cat N's chat has been slandering VTubers for years now. Just look up how many videos she has out there. Yeah, she used to be really pro art. And then she went really like anti VTuber, it seems. She went into like a drama YouTube because it makes a lot of money, which is pretty sweet. I love drama usually, unless it involves me. But I feel like if I got into like drama YouTubing and drama creation, then it would get to me. That would suck. It would get annoying. Be like, oh. Like her video about the lowly VTuber group. Okay. And the VTuber Alara. Yeah, okay. Doki is just the latest victim in her anti-VTuber crusades, unfortunately. Every dragoon knows Doki loves artists and would never try to scam anyone. It's pretty obvious that a PC builder was trying to scam her. Made right with the charity auction bidder after months of attempting to try to get it done fell through. Pretty pissed at it. I know a lot of you are too. Please don't go into other committee and attack anyone. Doki wouldn't want that. Date, here's a short title summary. News VTuber. What was it, 11 days ago? Jeez. After watching Ked's video, here's my key takeaways. No contract was ever established, created, agreed upon, or signed, which is stupid. Artist, PC builder, allegedly did work despite no contract, admitting to bill for it when it was asked for proof, provision, anything. Kat attempts to create a narrative that managers and Doki tried to guilt trip the builder into building for free. It's entirely untrue. How do you know this? It's also reduced rate, which was offered with the builder at the start of the communication. Kat attempts to create a narrative that the communication was poor managers Doki, despite it being general questions around costs, and attempts to find amicable middle ground. I mean, you should have established a cost before it even started production. After you said, oh yeah, we have art, or you can use your own art if you want. And then once they give you like template art, basically, you say, oh yeah, I really like that. Can you make like finalized art and then show it to me, and then we'll give you the okay to make sure it's good, because you know that was just a mock-up. And then they do a finalized mock-up, and then you're supposed to okay that, and then it goes into production. So once you finalize everything, then it goes into production. So once you finalize everything, you pay for it. But also you usually pay artists 50% up front at least, and then 50% when you're done. Kit constantly misrepresents what's being said in messages and twists them into negative light. Despite the issues Doki had with managers, she continued to do her best to reach out personally. Tried to be proactive without resolving the situation. TLDR, Doki used statement by addressing management, PC, charity auction. Explained during the auction's conclusion, she was dealing with severe personal crisis involving management takeover of her brand, forced relocation under police supervision. She apologized for delays, noting her PC builder escalating costs from 6K to 14K without justification, ignored requests, proof for work. Falsely accused her for pocketing charity funds. Claims refuted by confirming all bids went directly to the charity via Tiltify. Ultimately, she resolved by paying the winner 7.5K for a non-themed PC after Amazon canceled her parts order. Yeah, Amazon probably didn't have the parts, including her dog's recent surgery and her commitment to improve her business practices. Okay. Why does this keep happening to her? I always hate shit happening to good people, man. Someone explain what happened? Made her involved with a police escort? I know, that's what I'm saying. She had a falling out with her parents, who would try to take full control over every aspect of her career. I don't really want to say more than that, since she talked about it on a member's stream. What the fuck? What is this girl finally going to catch a break? Usually you don't get police escorted out of your house just by, like, not letting your parents take full advantage of your career. Usually. I mean, call me crazy. PC builders is competing with NZXT for a horrible ripoff with those prices. Yeah, this is crazy.
Was, and then they linked it. If the client, the buyer, has the ability to choose their own parts, that's going to raise the cost of the PC. Or lower it, depending on what they want, but I feel like very few people would choose to get, like, shittier parts in the build. Out the gate, this is already...
The prices change based, and it's also based on the tariffs and availability of the parts. Why are you even talking about something that you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about? Plus, some people have no idea how to build a computer. And so it's like, okay, I don't actually need this power of a power supply. I would rather have a better, or I'd rather have more RAM, or I actually need this kind, like I need 2 Intel Arc processors instead of a NVIDIA one, because number one, they're cheaper, they're more readily available, and I'm doing more AI work than anything else. I want to do AI and more crypto farming and stuff like that. The fact that she doesn't even consider that to be in the realm of possibilities just shows that she has no idea what she's talking about, and she's just going in with bad intentions, and she knows this ahead of time. She's one of those mean girls. She's turned it. I used to really like her content. She used to go over like art and how she hated AI art and AI artwork and how to find artists, how to pick out ones that weren't like AI artwork and stuff like that. And she really like helped me like weed out a lot of AI artists and a lot of scams and stuff. Like she legitimately did. But now it's like she's turned into like some sloppy, shitty researcher that is just extremely biased. And I don't understand how the fuck it got to this.
Poorly handled by management. And this is an issue because no upfront budget was provided to the artist. So here we have, this is now March 4th, 2024. Manager 1 messages the artist again because, again, remember, the artist was out of town, and the manager says, "Good morning. I want to send a small update. I'll message the winner today to confirm their shipping details and all that good stuff. I'm happy to be the go-between for you both, but if you and the winner are comfortable, I can get you both connected on Discord to streamline things for you guys as far as figuring out specs and stuff. Just let me know, and I'll make it happen." Secondly,
Yeah, all three of you should be in a Discord meeting and be like, "Hey, this is going to be the Discord meeting between the winner and the management team, so we can, all be in the same call, make sure everything gets done, on time, and everybody's on the same page, blah, blah, blah. And, so we know it's done. We know things are getting, it's like you should all be in a group chat already. If you're doing this over Discord, that's ridiculous.
Regarding the payment for the PC, I know it's probably up in the air at the moment, so we can stay in contact and figure that out as the project progresses or as we have a more clear idea of projected costs. I did base the market value off your previous builds, and we would like to stay around that general cost for the parts themselves, but would like to give the buyer some wiggle room as far as, potentially going for a cheaper CPU, cooler option to allow more money to go towards storage and RAM if that's something they'd like. But we won't know until we speak to the buyer.
Because the ones that they showed said
tied up my
zero
brain cell from last
storage.
weekend, so let me catch up with your message. And that was like 3 days later. So the fourth issue revolves around the mysterious brand activation, also from Heights, and involving Doki being brought up by the manager. It was confusing the artist as they weren't sure whether this activation was referring to the charity auction PC or something else entirely. The artist says, "I just got off a call with the Height UK community manager who mentioned that Height are actively working with Doki on a thing. Would that be the other activation you spoke about briefly? Trying to gain some clarity so I'm not getting my wires muddled with different things going on." And the manager responds, "Hello, just got a chance to read over everything.
Yeah, what
to
the
answer your last
fuck?
question, yes, and I believe it will be its own separate thing. However, Height understands this PC was a 1-to-1 being built for the charity auction and don't mind the Y70 case being used. But at this time, they will have no involvement in our end on the production of the PC.
Wait. Hold on. They said it was going to be a 1-of-1 being built directly for the auction, so there's not going to be 2 made. Yeah, see, this is more of an indication that shows that they never said that there's going to be 2 made. At least as of December 3rd, 2024. I don't see any indication of a second one being made. And she didn't show it in the VOD when she specifically said in that same VOD. And then when we went to that VOD and looked for the text in the timestamps for like same, similar, twin, like the word she was using, like all those synonyms, we couldn't find anything. And so it like doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that she would include one VOD or one clip from that VOD, but then the other clip that's super important for a lot of her argument to really make sense and hit home is non-existent. Because this also saying it was a 1-of-1 indicates that it was supposed to be a 1-of-1 and not 2.
Already sent an email to the winner to get some clarification on their end, but I'll reach out again in case they missed it. And of course, I made it clear to the winner that you are not going to be involved with any tech support.
Although, to be fair, if there's just going to be, like, if it's just a wrap, like if it's just a design, and then the company themselves are going to be putting it on the case, then that's different. Although it looked like she was putting on, like she put on the cinnamon roll, like plastic things. So she'll probably be putting on the bows like she had on the concept art. So she might be doing the paint and the rest of the decorations as well. So yeah, you might be right. they would have to tell her to do too. Yeah.
issues they have with the PC. And I've let them know that any issues they may experience would have to be
Because I was going to say, if they were doing a rap or something, then yeah, they could just tell the artist it's doing a 1 of 1 and then have the company that has the case make 2 and then send 1 to Doki and then 1 to the winner. And it wouldn't matter to the artist because who the fuck cares?
fixed through a third party or directly through the manufacturer. So yeah, this got a little confusing because then there was some third party sponsorship thing also involving the same company that was maybe gonna sponsor the build that later ended up not sponsoring the build. So now we get into communication issues. After the sponsor, the little confusing because then there was some third party sponsorship through a third party, any tech support or potential issues they have with the PC. And I've let them miss on the production of the PC. I've already sent an email to the winner to since this PC was a 1-to-1 being built for the charity auction and don't mind the Y70 case being used. But at this time, they will have no involvement in our end on the production of the PC. I've already sent an email to the winner to get some clarification on their end, but I'll reach out again in case they missed it. And of course, I made it clear to the winner that you are not going to be involved with any tech support or potential issues they have with the PC. And I've let them know that any issues they may experience would have to be fixed through a third party or directly through the manufacturer. So yeah.
And don't mind it being the Y70 case being used at this time. They have no involvement on our end with the production of this PC case. Okay, so height. Is this like a new case or something? Or an old case? What is a new case? Then what the fuck? I don't get it. What's the point? Or what's the problem? Okay, so however, Height understands this PC was a 101 being built for charity auction and doesn't mind the Y70 case being used. But at this time, they will have no involvement in our end with the production of the 1 of 1 PC. Okay. Well, they just they just make cases though. They don't build PCs, do they? I guess they do the stuff that goes on the thing as far as the customization goes. Because they wanted the touch one eventually. Yeah, the Y7 Touch Infinite. They're like, oh, the Y70s aren't in stock. And so they were getting this company involved, the Height company involved, to try to get them in contact directly with the artist so that they could get the artwork, I assume, from them. So that they could put it on the case and do the customization on the case. And then that person could get the case back and do all the little extra additions and shit. That would be my guess. That's my guess. But yeah, they don't make they don't actually build PCs. So, I mean, it makes sense that they wouldn't be involved. They're like, yeah, you don't need to contact them anymore because they're not involved with this. So don't bother them. It's like, okay, cool. It's like, we have what we want from you. We have the art. Blah, blah, blah. I mean, that makes sense.
This got a little confusing though that in a
Right?
made it clear to the winner that you are not going to be involved with any tech support or potential issues they have with the PC. And I've let them know that any issues they make.
Yeah. It's confusing the artist. They weren't sure whether the activation was shared auction for PC or something else entirely. Wait, no. Well, height is just the case. That's like saying Intel, like if you were trying to get a processor from Intel to build your computer, but you couldn't get the processor, so you got Intel involved with the artist / PC builder, and you were trying to get that part, and you finally got that part. The manager contacts the artist and says, hey, yeah, don't contact Intel anymore. Like, we got the part. You don't have to worry about it. Don't contact, It's a weird way for them to put it, but yeah. Communication between the artist and management about some personal issues the artist is going through, explaining might be slower due to response and get work done. There's discussions. Okay, so it's actively working with Doki on a thing. Oh yeah, they don't want height to get confused either. So yeah. They don't want height to get confused with a different artist and then a height charge them. It also makes sense. Okay, I mean, I don't understand what's wrong with any of this. There's two different projects going on at the same time. Doki has managers. They're going to have management do the management between the two different projects because there was already a mistake that happened that was identified right here. So they're like, okay, don't come in contact with them. I'll contact them for you. I mean, that. And also explained that it's for a different project. We have something else going on with this company. I'm going to contact them for you because it's a separate project. So if it's a separate project, it's a separate project. I don't understand. Okay, I mean, all of this makes sense so far.
Experience would have to be fixed through a third party or directly through the manufacturer. So yeah, this got a little confusing because then there was some third party sponsorship thing also involving the same company that was maybe going to sponsor the build that later ended up not.
Okay, Height's just a case company. They don't build computers. They just have the case. They just make cases and they customize it.
Sponsoring the build.
They're not. Do you do any fucking research before you come up here and just look absolutely fucking... Hold on. No, it doesn't look like it. And then you leave out information on the research that you actually do to hide up the fact that you're...
So now we get into communication issues. After this, there were communication between the artist and the management about some personal issues the artist was going through, and them explaining they might be slower to respond and get work done. There's discussions of potentially having the PC done by June through August 2024, but the artist doesn't confirm that as of a certain deadline. No deadline was provided by management to complete the build. And
which was said in the tweet that there was no set due date. But I mean, come on. If I say, yeah, there's no due date, it's for a charity, it doesn't need to be done by charity. There's no real due date, so no rush. So if I say that to you, does that mean, oh yeah, I know there's no rush, I can take like 3 years, it'll be fine? It's like, no, it just means, the charity is in like a couple weeks. I understand it's going to take longer than that. Just don't push it off completely.
And the Tiltify also estimates 3 to 4 months being the turnover time, potentially longer. So towards the end of March 21st, the artist responds, hey, management, one.
Oh, they didn't quote it. Wait, they did on Tiltify? The anticipated date for completing the PC and sending it out for delivery is roughly 3 to 4 months. Okay, so you have 2 more months. I'd say that's plenty of time. But you should definitely have signed a contract.
Thank you so much for your patience with my replies. I have been recovering from addiction lately, which has been a huge struggle, and I feel that my response time has definitely taken a hit. So I want to mention it briefly to provide some additional context and transparency, and also to hold myself accountable. I wasn't 100% sure whether it was relevant or not, but since it's affecting my professional conduct.
Oh, Dokibird has been addicted to some shit.
I felt it was best for you to be informed moving forward. I hope you can understand. Heart. And then the artist says, that's fantastic. Thank you so much. It clears up worries surrounding my side of things, responding to, the artist not being on the hook for PC issues. Let me take a read through the update from the buyer. And OMG, the opening line, that's hilarious. We're all out here apologizing for late replies. Okay, I've given it a read. Let me do some cooking on hardware for this build, and I'll get back to you with a possible list of suggestions. It might take some time while figuring out what works best for his needs. I noticed he said he's not going to be in the US from June to late August. If this PC is completed during this time, would you be happy to have the completed build shipped to your address, then handle shipping to the buyer when they're back in their country? I may need to relocate apartments during the period they're not in the US, so I would prefer that. Then the manager responds, that's okay, I've been pretty sick as well, so I've also been away and not here much. I hope things get better for you. I know how hard it is to quit from my own experiences. If it comes down to it, I'm more than happy to handle the shipment of the PC. The manager says, sounds good, there's no rush to take your time and take care of yourself. Then April 17th, the manager bumps it, hey there, the winner of the auction has requested to establish contact with you to discuss details of the PC himself and to check with you on any updates you may have for him. I did let him know that you were working on getting those parts figured out, but he still requested to make contact. I can send over your Twitter if you're comfortable.
That makes
sense.
And
then over a month later, the manager bumps it again. Hi again, I want to give you a heads up. I've chosen to part ways with Dokibird, and everything regarding the auction items will be handed off to my replacement once I leave on the 31st of this month. If it's all right with you, I'd love to include your socials in the onboarding document I'm passing along. They will handle everything moving forward, including any updates necessary for Doki and any communication with the auction winner. Please let me know if that's all right. I'll include your Discord and email for my replacement. So on June 2nd, the auction winner. Please let me know if they will handle it first. I've chosen to be comfortable. And then over a month, I'm getting those parts figured out, but he still requested to make contact. I can send over your Twitter if you're comfortable. And then over a month later, the manager bumps it again. Hi again, I want to give you a heads up. I've
established contact you to discuss. Okay, so contacted Dokibird, I assume. Right? Yes?
chosen to quit manage to the late August. If this PC is completed during this time, would you be happy to have the completed bill shipped to your address, then handle shipping to the buyer when they're back in their country?
Thank you for some patience. My replies have been recovering from addiction lately. Huge struggle, blah, blah, blah. It's fantastic. Thank you so much. course, made it clear to the winner that you're not going to be involved with tech support. Potential issues that they have with the PC. Okay, so manager 1 is saying that to Dokibird, I think. It's fantastic. Thanks so much. Cheers. You have no worries surrounding this side of things. Let me take a read through the update from the buyer. OMG, the opening outline is hilarious. Thank you for the reprise. Okay, I've given it a read. Let me do some cooking on hardware for this build. I'll get back to you. The list. Notice he said he's not going to be in the USA from June to late August. If the PC is completed during this time, would you be happy to have the completed build shipped to your address to handle shipping to the buyer? He's back in the country. May need to relocate apartments during that period. They're not in the USA. Okay. That's okay. I've been pretty sick as well. I've also been away here much. I hope getting things better for you. Gotta love it. Show the support. You know how hard it is to quit from my own experience. Why does that look like a cut? This is a cut. There's 2 cuts. There's a cut here, and there's a cut here. But why are you trying to make it look like there is no cut? Because there is a cut here. Huh. Okay, anyway. So thank you for your patience on my replies. Recover from nicotine addiction. Okay, so she blocks out nicotine here for nicotine addiction to imply there's some type of crazy addiction, but doesn't block out nicotine addiction here. So she's making it look like that the reply here is this reply, or a reply to this. So the reply is, I've been recovering from a nicotine addiction lately, which has been a huge struggle. And I feel that my response time is definitely taking a hit. Blah, blah, blah. And then this person was like, that's okay. I've been pretty sick as well. I've also been away. I hope things get better for you. I know how to quit from my own experiences, heart. So they're making it seem like the management was also a druggie. But I noticed that he said he wasn't going to be in the USA from June till August. Can I, have it shipped to you? Because I may be relocated. And then he put, that's okay. I've been sick or something. But comes down to it, we're all happy to handle shipment of the PC.
I may need to relocate apartments during the period they're not in the US, so I would prefer that. Then the manager responds, that's okay. I've been pretty sick as well, so I've also been away and not here much.
It's not what he responds to. You are such a distant... And look how she...
Get better for you, so I would prefer that.
Look how she gets rid of the cuts. Look how she gets rid of the cuts by scrolling down perfectly.
Then the manager responds.
Look at that. Look at that. Scrolls down perfectly just to get rid of the
That's
cuts.
Okay. I've been pretty sick as well, so I've also been away and not here much. I hope things get better for you.
She knows.
I know how hard it is to quit from my own experiences. If it comes down to it, we're more than happy to handle the shipment of the PC. The manager says, sounds good, there's no rush to take your time and take care of yourself. Then, April 17th, the manager bumps it, hey there, the winner of the auction has requested to establish contact with you to discuss details of the PC himself and to check with you on any updates you may have for him. I did let him know that you were working on getting those parts figured out, but he still requested to make contact. I can send over your Twitter if you're comfortable. And then, over a month later, the manager bumps it again. Hi again, I want to give you a heads up. I've chosen to part ways with Doki merch, and everything regarding the auction items will be handed off to my replacement once I leave on the 31st of this month. If it's all right with you, I'd love to include your socials in the onboarding document I'm passing along. They will handle everything moving forward, including any updates necessary for Doki and any communication with the auction winner. Please let me know if that's all right. I'll include your Discord and email for my replacement.
Didn't reply to your manager for a month? She didn't reply to her manager for a month? First of all, you're a really shitty manager. I don't know if she was still recovering or if she was streaming at that time, or if that was like the period where she was gone or something. But yeah. If you're trying to figure something out and you're contacting the person that you're managing once a month, or once over a month, that is unacceptable as a manager. Like, you should be contacting them twice a day. And if they're streaming, you should be in their stream. And you should be like, hey, check your Discord messages. Like, you should not be letting them go. You should, like, that's not just a thing.
Management then reaches out to the artist through email, writing, hello, this is Ribby, which is a temporary pseudonym. I'm the replacement assistant for the previous manager number 1. I am following up on the custom PC charity item with regards to its current status. To my knowledge, in the turnover documentation I was given, the item has not been fulfilled, and the previous assistant had issues getting updates from you in a timely manner. It has been a few months since the charity auction ended, and we're trying to wrap up our commitments regarding this project. If you're still open to finishing the commission or have been working on it and have an estimated delivery date, please give us an update within 2 to 3 business days. Otherwise, we may have to go with a plan B and either reimburse the bidder or find a different custom PC builder. If you can't fulfill the item, we understand. Life gets difficult. Just let us know and we'll get out of your hair. Sincerely, Ribby. The artist responded June 18th asking for more information, but confirming they still wish to fulfill the project if the option was available. So here it's all redacted, but you can see the artist says they ran into untreated health complications and that they weren't able to work during the...
Why did you redact the... Okay. Okay, why did you redact the fucking domain? The domain name. dokicanread@gmail.com? That Dokibird doesn't have her own domain? Really? Ah. Security risk. She doesn't own her own domain. Do they have like a contact us? Email. Okay, contact. Yeah, support at Dokibird. dokicanread@gmail.com. Okay. So that is their email address. Why do they not have a domain that they actually are using? But also, why are you like blurring out domains? And CCMGMT means nothing. You can unblur MGMT and then leave the domain. Just leave the domain. Because MGMT could be at fucknuggets.com and it would be the same. Like, it doesn't matter. This doesn't tell us anything. We just know it's sent to a website that has MGMT or an email that has MGMT in it, and it could have gotten rejected. It could be MGMT at YHURHSURRT.com.
Apologize for the delays and inconvenience they may have caused. They kind of cover some details here, like some issues basically about the PC build, because the buyer of the PC build wants a PC capable of machine learning and wants to pay for additional parts, and that extra things were requested, so there were some issues with the parts, etc. And then an issue with the PC case design, because when the artist made the design, they did not know that that specific LCD panel in the touch case was, or like that case specifically was not available, so they would need to kind of like work around that. And the artist says, since I wrapped up a project with MSI, I can give you a more accurate time frame for the project's completion. I estimate it would take a minimum of 6 weeks and roughly 12 weeks at maximum. And that I understand if you would choose to go with plan B, which is like the full refund, or a different PC builder at this stage, especially you did say you would like me to reply in 2 to 3 days. I can only offer my apologies for the major dropping of the ball. So TLDR, I still wish to fulfill this project if that's an option, and I'd be able to commence work as soon as we work out an agreed rate and scope. So yeah, basically the artist offered a couple options. It was like either one, they would complete the build, they apologize for being late. Option 2, the buyer would be refunded, and option 3, a different builder would be used. January 2025, Dokibird agreed. So TLDR,
Wait. June 18th. Is that before? No, that's after. Huh.
and I'd be able to commence work as soon as we work out an agreed rate and
Interesting. Much prefer to use the pre-existing specialist from my cinnamon roll build, since it's what based Dokibird specs on. The design of the custom Dokibird case I got But worried when I first made the design, I didn't know that Hyatt had discontinued the LCD panel in the Y20 Touch due to inability to meet demand. I intended for the screen to have a looping video of Doki's VTuber model. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. And that's why they were even talking with... Yeah, that's why they were talking with Height to begin with, was because it was a one-of-one. That's why they even had that group VM with it. Okay, that makes sense. That all makes sense. Because they weren't making it because they couldn't keep up with the demand. Okay. Instead of getting a VC involved, they were like, we can't meet the demand, sorry. Cheers. Understand you chose to go play
Or like
B
that
at the
case-
different PC builder at this stage. Oh,
It's
yeah.
not available, so they would need to kind of like work around that. And the artist says, since I wrapped up a project with MSI, I can give you a more accurate time frame for the project's completion. I estimate it would take a minimum of 6 weeks and roughly 12 weeks at maximum. And that I understand if you would choose to go with
June is 12 weeks. It's 3 months. Yeah.
Plan B, which is like the full refund,
Okay.
or a different PC builder at this stage. Especially, you did say you would like me to reply in 2 to 3 days. I can only
that's
offer my
9.
apologies for the major dropping of the ball. So TLDR, I still wish to fulfill this project if that's an option, and I'd be able to commence work as soon as we work out an agreed.
I mean, it sounds like the artist is accepting all the blame here. Yeah, it sounds like the artist is accepting like all the blame. Because they didn't reply in a month. No, Dokibird didn't reply in a month. But they weren't giving them the price, or they weren't doing anything.
Rate and scope. So yeah, basically the artist offered a couple options. It was like either 1, they would complete the build, they apologize for being late. Option 2, the buyer would be refunded. And option 3, a different builder would be used. January 2025, Dokibird personally reached out to the artist in Twitter DMs and through their personal website to put the artist, the charity winner, and a member of Doki's staff, which will be the 3rd iteration of the management team, who will be in green, into a group chat together. At this point, it's been 9 months since the buyer had bid on the PC. So Doki had DM'd, the winner of the charity auction has been unhappy with the wait, and I was pulled in to fix the issue.
March 2nd, 2024. So it ended. Yeah, so 9 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
You as had management team who will site to put the artist, the charity winner, and a member of Doki's staff, which will be the 3rd iteration of
Yep.
the management team, who will be in green, into
9
a group
months
chat
after it
together.
closed.
At this point, it's been 9 months since the buyer had bid on the PC. So Doki had DM'd, the winner of the charity auction has been unhappy
How they should have had the PC. They said after 3 months, 4 months.
with the wait, and I was pulled in to fix the issue as it has grown bigger than it should be. And the artist says, hey Doki, I haven't had any messages about the charity PC since last summer, so I honestly wasn't sure what was going on. Doki says, what's your Discord? Is it okay if I add you and the charity winner and one of my staff to fix the issue? And the artist says, yes, although I need to
Since
go over a few
summer?
details with your staff before jumping into a Discord group chat with your team and the auction winner. They give their Discord, let me know if your staff's Discord name so I can keep an eye out for them. And then Doki gave the name. and
Since
the artist
summer?
says, hi Doki, we really need your personal involvement in the group chat. That message was then sent like way later, like 2 weeks later. So
What
here is another message, your name, so I can keep an eye out for them. And then Doki gave the name, and the artist says, hi Doki, we really need your personal involvement in the group chat. That message was then sent like way later, like 2 weeks later. So here is another message. This is Doki themselves messaging the artist. But Doki says, hi, I've sent a DM about this on Twitter, but I've been told by my staff that you have been MIA regarding the charity
Okay, when was this sent though? January 11th.
PC. But name, I said I wasn't sure it would be. And the art
That was the same day that she did this.
It says, "Hey Doki, I haven't had any messages about the charity PC since last summer, so I honestly wasn't sure what was
Yeah, that was the same day that that was the day after she sent the DM on Twitter, and she didn't hear anything back yet.
going on." Doki says, "What's your Discord? Is it okay if I add you and the charity winner and what I'm with your team and the auction winner?" They give their Discord. "Let me know if Doki, we message." This is Doki themselves messaging the artist. But Doki says, "Hi, I've sent a DM about this on Twitter, but I've been told by my staff that you have been MIA regarding the charity PC. I want to know what's going on and why was this happening.
Oh,
the winner of the charity auction
shit.
has been unhappy with the wait, and I was pulled in to fix the issue as it has grown bigger than it should be." At this point, the artist was confused as since they had not received a response back from the email. So they assumed the management was going with plan B, reimbursing the winner or finding another custom PC builder. The artist was reluctant to join a group chat with the charity winner, as at this point, the artists themselves still had no idea how much they're getting paid for the project.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to, as the artist, I wouldn't want to go in with the project winner either. I'd be like, fuck that. You figure it out. I was like, what are you paying me? But yeah, the manager dropped the ball hard. Hard.
Or any other questions answered. They requested to speak privately with a new management and staff member first to sort out payment, budget, and other details as to not appear unprofessional in front of the client. Because, mind you, at this point, a budget was still not decided yet. No official budget was ever given at this point. The original management 1 was like, "Oh, please keep it within this previous build, 3,500 USD," but they got the number completely wrong because remember, they pulled the number, assumed it was in USD when the number was actually in British pounds. So that estimate number was already incorrect as it is, and no official budget was ever given. So this is going to get a little confusing because so many people are redacted out of this, but this is the first contact with current management. So
British pounds or euros? I'm thinking she means euros and not pounds. This is the euro symbol, right? I'm not crazy. Okay, so specs, benchmark, GPU. Damn. If only it told me how much they said it was. PC part picker. It's gonna miss all that. It's like this plus that. Just because it doesn't know. $2 USD. Oh, it is British pounds. Plus 455. So it would be cheaper. So it would be even cheaper than $3,500 if you're talking about British pounds. So what the fuck are we talking about here? What are we even talking about here? What are we even talking about here? So be like, okay, it's $3,500. Be like, but you actually only get $2,500 to spend on it. And it's like, you can literally click on the link and look at the specs. It shows you the specs, and it also shows you the price of the specs. in whatever country you're in. Like, I don't understand your point. You're actually just fucking, you're a brainlet. You're not a functioning human being in society. You're just a wretched old human
The person that's messaging
that wants to be angry for no reason.
is manager number 3. Now, Pink, remember, is the artist, and this
And you're
teal
not
over
even
here
good at
is
it.
The first manager, the manager number 1.
You're like, you're including clearly cut up images. You're like leaving out what you said was in a VOD that wasn't in a VOD. And you said it was really important and it helps support a story. And you can't show us that part of the story because it's not in the VOD that you said it was in. And it's like, what do you have? Do you have anything on? Is this important yet? Do you have anything?
Manager 3 says, "Hi, artist. I am Redacted, part of Dokibird staff team. I've been working with Doki since August, and before that, you had contact with Manager 1, most likely regarding the charity auction. I am unsure how exactly this came to be and why Doki has to pay this out of her own pocket, and the item isn't donated, but this has been before my time. Regardless, this is the item. They link the Tiltify. The PC case has a fair market value of 3,500 USD at the time, a year ago. From what I understand is that the person that asked for the PC also has some additional requests that they were willing to pay for themselves. At the moment, I feel we need to find a solution to what you can deliver for that amount currently, referring to, I guess, 3,500 USD, what the auction winner is happy with, and what we can do to remedy the situation. 1-year-old specs can be an issue. I personally think we need to look at the charity item and update it and what it would currently cost you to fulfill. Then we should get in direct DM contact with the bidder of the auction and verify the specs and tell him this is what we can do for the price. If they seem to want additional specs, then we should, Doki bidder or Doki staff, talk about that and what the cost is and who should pay for it."
Yeah, at least the manager's calling out the ridiculousness of the shit specs that whoever's building the computer is putting in the computer, because they have literally no fucking idea what they're doing. They have absolutely no fucking idea what they're doing. They're actually stupid.
So regarding the underlying
When
statement
it comes
I
to
am
that.
unsure why Doki has to pay for this out of her own pocket and the item isn't donated. So there was an option for artists that Doki was working with for the auction to donate their
Very
work and
talented
have
when
that
it comes
donated
to
work
case
auctioned off to charity.
design.
But again, like I showed you in the beginning of stream in the VOD, Doki had previously stated she would cover the pieces and pay for it if the artists don't want to donate. And there was never an expectation artist
Oh,
would
yeah.
donate, because remember, I will be paying you for your service. So manager 3 starts getting a little weird about this, like, you should have donated it thing, which again, in my opinion, is not fair whatsoever, you know? And I think because it's for charity, this does devolve a little bit because there starts to be some sort of guilt tripping of being like, well, for the good of charity, you should have donated it, da-da-da. This might be a little bit of a hot take. Charity is good and all, and I respect giving to charity, but you shouldn't try to guilt trip other people whose labor you're using for charity donations unless they like fully consented to it, right? Being like, oh, this is something to be donated for charity. Do you have something
wait,
you want to
what?
donate? I have been part of charity auctions where I donated time and labor and stuff. I knew it was a donation going straight into it.
Yeah,
but if
you
tell
have
people,
to-
hey, I'm doing a charity.
Yeah,
and I'm
you
gonna
have
pay
to
for the
do
labor,"
it.
Then you need to fulfill that because that is what you stated. So later
Yeah.
than doing a 180, being like, you should have donated it, is so unfair to the people involved because
Wait,
they paid you
what did
for your
they
service.
say?
So, and there was never an expectation artist.
Personally, I think that we need to look at the charity item and update what would it currently cost to fulfill. Then should get in direct contact or DM contact. Well, the thing is that we didn't have the whole graphic card situation that we had a year ago. That we have now. So everything is like a lot more expensive. Verify the specs. Tell them additional specs. Dokibird. I guess they were expecting the case to be cheaper.
I will be paying you
Yeah.
for your service. So manager 3 starts getting a little weird about this, like, you should have donated it thing. Which again,
Part of Dokibird's team. The fact that you didn't say how much it was going to cost, and you didn't, like, I don't even think they said it was for charity to begin with. They might have said it, But even then, did they ever say they were doing this for charity? They might have. But it's the business owner's job to set an expectation of money and get a contract going.
And in my opinion, it's
That's
not
just
fair whatsoever.
fucking
you know?
stupid.
And I think because it's for charity, this does devolve a little bit because there starts to be
But
some
yeah,
sort of guilt-tripping of
pressuring-
being like, well, for the good
pressuring
of
people to
charity, you
do
should have
charity
donated it,
is
da-da-da. This might be a little
ridiculous.
bit of a hot take. Charity is good and all, and I respect giving to charity, but you shouldn't try to guilt trip other people whose labor you're using for charity donations unless they like fully consented to it, right? Being like, oh, this is something to be donated for charity. Do you have something you want to donate? I have been part of charity auctions where I donated time and labor and stuff. I knew it was a donation going straight into it. But if you tell people, hey, I'm doing a charity and I'm going to pay for the labor, then you need to fulfill that because that is what you stated. So later than doing a one...
Yeah, it's like the charity streams. There was a couple Twitch charity streams that happened a few years ago, and there was only a couple people who like refused to go unless they got paid. There's a few people that just refused to go because they didn't want to go, because they don't like flying and stuff, like Charlie and Asman. But there's a few people that said they just wouldn't go unless they got paid. And then and I'm like, that's crazy.
80 being like, you should have donated it is so unfair to the people involved. Plus, again, donating is a privilege. It's a great privilege. And if you do have the ability to donate to charities, I truly recommend it. Charities need your money, right? They operate pro bono, but not over the expense of like paying your own rent.
No, they do
putting food on
not.
your own table. You know, like they say, you got to put your own oxygen mask on before you go and help others. And it's great if you have excess to donate to charity, but guilting other people to try to donate stuff to charity, I just don't like that personally. So the second continuation of that screenshot I showed you, the artist says, to help clarify around the charity auction, Doki originally put out a tweet calling for creators and artists for a paid opportunity, which I applied for with my portfolio. Here's a tweet I responded to, where you can see it says, I will be paying you for my service. Legit conversations begin. Because the PC build was listed as 3,500 USD in the auction, which was not run by the artist, but an assumption manager one made, as in the number, the staff member assumed the build would still cost 3,500 USD. The artist provided a PDF including the cost of parts, additional things the bidder wanted, and their hourly wage. They priced their build service at the National London Living Wage, undercharging their standard rates. This is due to lack of transparency with the budget and how the artist felt pressured in being responsible to...
Yes, these would be paid. Originally listed as 3,500 USD, I think. Sorry if this is the wrong number. I'm backtracking the auction and limited info provided. Cool. Here's the PDF drafted. Summaries all the relevant info. Oh, this is after the fact. Where does it show the information that they gave to? So if that's what they were expecting, then the case would have been essentially the same as the cinnamon roll case, which was $900, not $14,000.
sort this PC mess out. The artist says, to make sure I have this right, the services are being paid for like Doki originally said. And manager 3 says, yes, they would be paid, originally listed as 3,500 USD, I think. Sorry if it's the wrong number. I'm backtracking the auction from the limited info I was provided. So the artist provides the PDF and states, since the build at auction was based off one of my previous PC builds, I used components that are equal to this cost and calculated the services in addition to that, including my work, customization materials, etc. If you agree on these details, I can go straight to the auction winner and discuss.
Oh, if you agree on these details, that is fucking shady. Oh shit, you just got fucking scammed by an artist. You got scammed by an artist. Damn. You got fucking scammed. Because she's built that cinnamon roll PC like 100,000 times. But like maybe the first time she built it, it took her forever. So it's like, damn. Yeah, you just got finessed. Your manager got finessed. Components that were equal to the cost. Calculated the services in addition to that. Example given, my work, customization and materials, etc. If we agree on these details, I could get started. You got fucking finessed. You got fucking finessed. Because she sells those things in bulk, but she's not going to sell anything that's one of one in bulk, so it's going to cost more naturally. But that means that she can charge more for it as well. You got fucking finessed. You got finessed to shit. You got finessed by another garbage trash artist. Trashy artists, not surprised. I hope you get replaced by AI because you're all garbage.
Questions and we can go over them. And manager 3 says, oh, but when I calculate the total price of the PDF, it's not around the 3.5k USD, but more around 7.2k USD, and they might even ask for upgrades, which would be more than what the auction bid for. Are you sure it's the same specs? If so, I'll run it by Doki and staff and see what would be the best choice to continue. And here is where we run into the next problem of this auction, guys. I think the people hosting the auction, I guess management number 1, I think it didn't occur to them. And this is where we go into the original problem of them going to the artist's PC part picker and pulling the list of parts. They didn't consider the labor cost of building the PC, which is something that needs to be paid for. So that 3,500 USD number, remember, it's already wrong because it's not in the right currency. But secondly, that number only counts for parts. It doesn't count for the...
Okay, first of all, it translates for you automatically. But second of all, even if it's in the wrong currency, it's still more in America. And you get computer parts cheaper in America than you do over there. So also, it doesn't matter. So not only is the number larger, you get it for cheaper. You're double stupid.
Labor of building the PC, which again is labor that should be paid for, right? But that's like the equivalent of like, I don't know, going to a mechanic and then, I don't know, you give him like a part of your car. Sorry, I suck at mechanic and car stuff, but...
Yeah, and you have them change the air filter. It's not going to cost fucking $14,000. But if you have somebody put together a car from the ground up, yeah, it's going to cost a bit, but that's because they need a shit ton of specialized tools. If you have someone put together a computer from the ground up, that doesn't take very long, especially for somebody who's done it so many times. It does not take that long. There's a lot of screws, and that's about fucking it. If you're having them install Windows, maybe, but that's just because you have to install Windows. But there was no storage that was included in that build, so you're not even installing Windows. Yet you're not even doing that. So, yeah. Even screwing in the video card doesn't make sense because the M.2 drives are underneath the video card. So in order for them to even get a working computer, they have to get their own storage drive. And they would have to install that. And then they would install their video card. So they would really, the person would really only have to mount the cooler Or they would screw in the motherboard and then mount the cooler and the fans. And that would be it. And then do like the custom cabling, I guess, or like cable management. They would do some cable management. That's kind of annoying. But
like, you know, I actually broke the side mirror
with
off
a
of
case
my car.
that's
So that's like
big.
going to the mechanic and just handing them the mirror, being like, "Can you put this back on?" And then they're like, "Oh, it's gonna cost you like $200." And I'm like, "Why can't you do it for free? I gave you the part for that fell off my car." And they're like, "Well, yeah, but I need the time and expertise to put it back on, so you need to pay." You know, that is where the issue comes in. The artist emphasized with the bidder, who spent 6.6 thousand USD and hadn't received a PC, and began trying to sort the problem out. The artist even started to look for alternative ways to make the build more affordable by contacting their personal brand connections. Again, this is like extra stuff the artist is doing on top of it. Like flexing your personal relationships to try to like pull strings and get things done is not an expectation that would happen in scenarios like this. Like this is like going above and beyond. Some people might read this and be like, well, like the artist should have done that to make it as cheap as possible for Doki. It takes a lot to ask your relationships for stuff because you kind of like use up the amount of asks you get. Does that make sense? Like,
No, you should be doing that. If you're given a budget of $3,500 for certain parts, you want to use all the connections you have to sell those parts or to get those parts as cheap as possible so that you can get as much money back as possible. Because you say, yeah, that was $3,500. And then you saved like $200 or $300 because of your connections. And the thing is that you keep going back to the same person over and over and over again, or the same people over and over and over again. So you're still getting them money. Yeah, you're giving them less money every single time, or less money compared to other people on every purchase. But since you're going to them so frequently, you're essentially buying in bulk. So that's why you're getting stuff for cheaper. But getting it for cheaper is nice because you can still sell it at the same price and get more profit. So using your local contacts is what you want to do. That's like exactly what you want to do. So you can pocket the money. Because that's how business works. You lower your cost and you raise your price as much as possible.
trying to speak on it from like an influencer perspective anyways. I'm not a PC builder. I've built 2 PCs in my life. You can kind of only ask your personal relationships for so many things before they're going to get tired of you. So like you kind of use up one of your like free asks, essentially, like pull strings for a charity of auction that kind of is falling apart, essentially. Because yeah, some people might be like, oh, why couldn't you just do this from the start? Like you only get to ask so many times. So now January 17th, 2025, the artist says, the original hardware cost of my Cinna PC has always been 3,500 British pounds, but I believe it's been mistakenly put down as 3,500 USD in the auction, which is why the pricing is misaligned. The specs are accurate and as close
Wait, no, it's different. Yeah. British sterling. So never mind. Yeah, it would be 1,200 more. It would be 1,200 more. I'm an idiot. I did that in reverse. Damn. Damn, son. That shit went. Boo.
as they can be. There's the exception that
All
the
right.
chassis in the Doki PC design isn't the same as the one used for the Cinna PC, but we didn't confirm a price breakdown specifically for the Doki PC in advance before the auction went ahead. There is an option to lower the specs to save on component cost, although it might be difficult because it wouldn't align with the specs advertised to the auction winner. Because by the way, I want to remind you, the PC was auctioned as you could pick your own specs. The artist continues, the winner has said that they're happy.
It was not. I mean, it was kind of like you can pick your own specs, but most. I mean, yeah, kind of. It's like you can work with management to adjust some of the specs. It was like, that's what they said, essentially. It's like, if you don't like a certain brand, you could get a different brand, I'm sure. It was probably like that.
Pay for upgrades, so that wouldn't be an issue, and I would handle that with them. So try not to worry that much about that side of it. You shouldn't be having to also pay for components to be upgraded. Besides, the Cinna PC is already Gen 5, so there's not been a huge amount in terms of upgrades yet anyways, aside from the 50 series GPUs, which haven't even released yet. Would you like me to go to the winner and speak with them about the specs they do want first, so that we have
Yeah,
a
'cause they released in
Because of so,
January
talk about
at the
let them know to
time.
expect a request from me. And then the artist says, hey manager, I hope I'm not spamming you with messages here, but I've got an update that might also help us with this somewhat. I heard back from a contact this morning and may be able to get support on the PC chassis, which would help reduce the cost. One of the major things about the PC case was that they were only available in the US.
PC
So ordering it to the
chassis.
UK was going to incur a hefty chunk
Yeah.
of taxes and international shipping. Plus, it's one
Yeah, see? Getting anything in the UK fucking sucks.
of the more expensive cases on the market in the first place. The case alone
Yeah.
was going to be 843 USD in my original calculation. If I managed to get support with it because the case has become available to UK distributors, then that could offset the cost entirely. Manager's like, why does it cost so much? Why couldn't you donate it? Da 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 da, right? So the artist got confirmation that they were going to get support with the
Well-
case to help alleviate the pressure of the cost. The manager says, oh, so this is about the cost, right?
No. Okay, first of all, the cost of the case is the company that was sponsoring the build. And they backed out.
About labor costs. So
I hate people. I fucking hate people. I hate people.
just to be sure, that would be 3,400 USD for labor costs, which, when you calculate it for the UK national living wage. And the artist says you might want to round up to the value the hardware was listed, 3,500 if the buyer wants to replace parts. The $82 can go towards the hardware they choose. So my recommendation would be 3,500 USD plus 2,398 pounds. That way they're getting the full value as advertised. If that makes sense, it's up to the team though. The manager says, I will get you in direct contact with Doki and the charity auction bidder to sort these out.
Dude, fucking 3K British pounds? Could you imagine paying $4,000 for a computer case? Fuck that.
Would the pricing be final, so no more additional costs, correct? Like no more shipping and tax costs. And the artist says, okay, can you please do that to sort this out ASAP? It was agreed with manager one that your team would handle the shipment of the unit. Hence, any packaging shipping tax isn't included in the estimate I gave you. And it should be written in the PDF I sent. So manager 3 says, so it doesn't make any financial sense at that point. Basically, the item, work, shipping, tax together costs more than the offer the bidder put on the item. I will ask Doki what she wishes to do, since this is very badly arranged by ourselves before my time. But a refund to the bidder is what I'm primarily going to advertise because this makes very little sense to me. And to be fair, this is fair, right? It's fair to be frustrated
Yeah.
that, oh, I hosted a charity to auction off the
It
item
does.
and then the item is going to cost more than what the auction is. But this is a whole issue with how the charity was set up in the first place. It should have never happened like this. There should have never been a scenario where in the charity, the item costs more than what the bid for the item was.
Yeah, but it was because, yes, it was that. So it was the manager's issue, number one. And number two, it was also the fact that the case company that was supposed to provide the case doesn't have those cases. So it's like, what are we supposed to do? And then it was going to be $1,000 more just to get the case. And then, or $800 and then international shipping and all that other bullshit.
And whatever management one was doing was setting up the auction because they never confirmed the price of the PC. They started the bid for the PC at 3,500, remember, US dollars, and that was not including labor cost. That was only the cost of PC parts. And they picked a random PC build and based it off that using the wrong currency. So the artist says, may I add my assistant to the group chat also? Their name is redacted. The manager 3 says, sure, we can discuss the options and choices, etc., as Doki should be able to make a decision on what the best solution should be. And the artist says, okay, I've added them. Do you mind if I ask what Doki's schedule looks like? We're all in different time zones, and I need to be able to assign time to this while balancing my other clients.
Yeah,
It would be a huge help
seriously.
if you and Doki could block out a chunk of time so we can really hammer out the details. I'm dedicated to trying to work this out together. Now we get the group chat with everybody in it,
Hammer
which
it.
is the most confusing part of this document because everybody's redacted. This group chat is between the artist assistant, who I'll abbreviate to AA, Doki, the bidder or slash buyer, and management number 3. So I've labeled everyone. The yellow is the buyer. I've labeled it with like B or buyer. The pink is the artist. The orange is the artist assistant. Green is management number 3. I'll have it like labeled on the screenshots as well. So the conversation opens with the buyer, aka the bidder, clarifying their timeline. Censored is what likely could be manager number 1. So the buyer, January 19th, 2025, says, hello, I'll post my timeline here. Contact initiated soon after the auction by redacted, which is most likely manager 1, the manager that screwed up the auction. 2, I said I wanted to increase the budget of the build's hardware and I would be willing to pay the additional price. 3, there was no communication for a while. After some prodding, I was notified the artist had medical conditions and they were gone, and the team was looking for somebody to fill in as a new artist. Manager 1 also offered to send the postcard early, which I did not take the offer. So basically, Doki was offering free, I believe, signed postcards in all of the winners' packages, which I did not. And there was the pink is the artist, the orange is the artist assistant, green is management number 3. I'll have it like labeled
Who is
on the
B?
screenshots as well. So the conversation
is-
opens with the buyer, aka the bidder, clarifying their timeline.
Oh, okay.
Censored is what likely could be manager number 1. So
Oh, they thought the artist was out and not Doki. The Doki was out, I thought.
the buyer, January 19th, 2025, says, hello, I'll post my timeline here. Contact initiated soon after the auction by redacted, which is most likely manager 1, the manager that screwed up the auction. 2, I said I wanted to increase the budget of the build's hardware and I would be willing to pay the additional price. 3, there was no communication for a while. After some prodding, I was notified the artist had medical conditions and they were gone, and the team was looking for somebody to fill in as a new artist. Manager 1 also offered to send the postcard early, which I did not take the offer. So basically, Doki was offering free, I believe, signed postcards in all of the winners' packages. Manager 1 disappeared and subsequently was replaced by Ribby. Remember Ribby's manager 2, using the same email after several months. The replacement was not notified nor communicated to me about the auction until I sent follow-ups.
Yeah.
5, Ribby apologized and said, quote, the budget was allocated, end quote. 6, no real additional information of relevance was exchanged after that point, and Ribby went Mia as well. In the VTuber space, it's known there's a lot of crappy managers. I've covered many of them on my YouTube channel, okay? But the thing is, your
Most
managers are an
managers are
extension of you.
shitty.
So is it your manager's fault they absolutely dropped the ball on the auction? Yes. But again,
Yeah.
you as the VTuber should have kind of looked over everything before you hit the go live button with the auction. Maybe you naively put your full heart's trust in this management and trusting they would.
No. Assistant, yes. Management, no. Assistant, yes. Management, no. Assistant, yes. Management, no. If they were your assistant, you would definitely make sure that they were on the ball with their shit. If they are your manager, no. They need to make sure that they are on top of your shit because they need to make sure that you are on top of your shit. And the only way that you are on top of your shit is if you don't have to worry about all the other shit. And so they have to manage everything else. They need to make sure that everything else is managed for you. That's what they need to be doing. They are managers, not assistants. Some people have assistances. A lot of them can just be like basically like entourages or parts of the entourage will do different things. Or a lot of the cameramen will also be assistances. But yeah.
would handle everything correctly. Between the changes of hands, so much was lost. Essentially, if you're a VTuber with management, right, you kind of act like the boss of your own little company. And if somebody gets fired, like manager 1, and then manager 2 gets brought on, in corporate, there
Did
is
manager
a
1
middle
get
person
fired?
that serves as the handoff between person number 1 and person number 2 that gets hired to fulfill the role. So it looks to me that in whatever is happening with the Dokibird company situation, there was no middleman to make the handoff between manager 1 and manager 2 go smoothly. Being like, hey, manager 1, can you make a list of all the projects we have hanging, and then all the things we need to do, and then what manager 2 needs to do? Like,
How do you know there was no handoff? I thought they said in an email, literally, that there would be a handoff. And how do you know there's not, like, they don't have a ticketing system or a note system or like an internal wiki thing that they deal with? Like, how do you know they don't have any of that?
to fill this in, etc. And again, I would say that as the VTuber, the head of the brand, you should have line of sight into what's happening in your company, in the management that's going on.
Yes.
If you have no line of sight, I would argue
You should definitely have sight into it, but you shouldn't have to look at it every single day. Looking at it, sure, but you shouldn't have to look at it every single day. You shouldn't have to manage your managers. Your manager should be managing you.
that's mismanagement of your part, because it's your responsibility to make sure things aren't screwing up down below, you know? Again, if the managers are doing little things one-off, etc., the manager dropped the ball, sure. The way a company works, the higher up is the one that gives the okay, that signs off on the project. With companies, even with like a little social media manager that makes a tweet, typically there is a senior social media manager, a senior social producer that looks at the post before it goes live and okays the post to go live. So regardless of whether the person below you screwed up or not, sucks, right? But
That's a lie.
you as the person above them, as the big boss, should have looked at everything over, made sure it was okay before it went live. So management, one, screwed it up really badly. Partially Doki's fault for having no idea, because how did you not? But maybe because Doki has no experience with PC builds, they just didn't realize, or because of miscommunication, they thought that the budget was okay when it wasn't.
A lot of companies will only have like one person like dedicated to Twitter.
Lied to them and was like, yeah, the artist said 3,500 was okay.
Each Twitter page.
Okay. So that could be possible. But what I can't
maybe
fault Doki for, and you'll see this later in the document because we just touched upon it, is how the rest of it was handled. Because again, the auction screwed up. The auction for the PC bombed. Like, it was a mess of a situation. Now we have a steaming pile of poop and somebody needs to clean it up, and nobody wants to fix it. Literally, nobody wants to deal with it. And that is the problem. Who screwed it up and who effed up the auction, in my opinion, is the least of the worries of the situation. Because what we have now is a buyer, a fan of Doki's, who bid $6.6 thousand. So this buyer is out of the money with no PC in hand. That is the big issue here. So who's going to fix this? At this point, the buyer has now been waiting for 10 months. The artist then apologizes for the buyer's wait and summarizes their health concerns. They then ask about questions they've had about the project. So this is on January 19th, 2025. The artist says,
yeah, that's ridiculous.
With details about the project to Doki and team, but to move forward with the project, I need estimated project cost to be confirmed by Doki. To chat about the hardware the buyer would like upgraded, to confirm and discuss shipping details. I can send the hardware list I put together if needed. The components I pre-selected are black. But buyer, what is your preference when it comes to component colorways? This appears to be the first mention of there being a request for 2 PCs, not one, to the artist. The artist never had an agreement with Doki or their management for even one PC, the first one they thought, the only one they thought they were building, let alone this second PC that was floating around as an idea. So buyer, saying, good to hear that your health is back on track, and the buyer says, my understanding in the beginning was it was supposed to be Doki would get one of each item herself, but I believe not long after she got a PC, and this probably fell off her radar of things she needed. So I'm not sure if there's a requirement to pair up builds to reduce the workload. So Doki then joins in, apologizing and moving the convo forward. So Doki says, hi, sorry for the late reply to all of this. I'll be reading through the replies. I'll be handling it personally instead of my staff since they're all busy, and it was my fault the PC stuff got delayed, since I didn't realize the miscommunication got this bad until I was dragged back in and notified about it a few weeks ago. I really apologize again for the delays on this auction. If there's something you need from me and I don't reply back in time within 48 hours, just ping me again, because my messages get super swamped every day. Since I don't think I'll be needing another PC, we can allocate the funds to getting.
You should be going through your DMs every day.
Like us to have similar PCs to
you should be able to go through all your DMs and your emails twice a day easily, and all your comments on your YouTube videos. There's no way you can't do that.
chair, I also don't mind as a special feature. Please feel free to let me know. So this is also weird and confusing. Again, Doki had mentioned on stream that she wanted a duplicate of every item so that she could match with the buyer. That's a cute idea. And that wasn't made clear from the Tiltify. The starting bid for the Tiltify was set at $3,500. It was listed as for one PC. $3,500 for one PC.
Yeah.
Here is a PC part picker of
Yeah.
what the artist had made, of a previous build the artist made, so you can get an idea of what you're going to get. Pulling a PC part picker of a previous build without consulting the artist first, not a good idea. The buyer states there's no need for matching PCs. Then list the desired specs. The artist expressed not being comfortable doing enterprise level builds, and the buyer understands, going back and forth on parts and how the build would look like. A chicken versus egg situation happens where management 3 asks for the part list to determine a quote, whereas the buyer and the artist want to know what the budget is before choosing parts. Below is a screen grab of a convo between management 1 and the artist about payment that happened early 2024 when this project began. So this is what management 1 said. Secondly, regarding the payment for the PC, I know that's probably up in the air at the moment, so we can stay in contact and figure that out as the project progresses, or as we have a more clear idea of projected cost. I did base the market value off your previous builds, and we would like to stay around that general cost for the parts themselves. By the way, do you see this?
Yeah, for
We would
the
like to stay around
parts
that general
themselves.
cost for the parts themselves. So manager
Yeah.
1 is telling the artist, we would like to stay around that cost for the parts, the cost of the previous build, the 3,500 USD. So up until this point, the artist 1 thinks there's only one PC, but 2,
That had a case with it, though.
the artist is under the assumption, very, very fairly, because this is exactly what they were told, that the 3,500 USD, which was a wrong number because it should be in British pounds, would be for parts. So the artist up to this point is assuming.
In the
labels and
case
conditions,
that was in
whereas
that build, it was
Doki
like
and I guess
$800.
the other management 3 is under the assumption the 3,500 USD, the wrong number, is for everything. Parts, PC build, shipping, which Doki said they would pay for everything, was going to be in that 3,500 number. For more context, the buyer had the intention of upgrading the build to their desired specs and was willing to pay
Yeah.
out of pocket for the difference between the allotted budget and their desired build. The buyer says, I see. I was working
Sick.
with the mindset of Doki providing her budget, and with that amount, I know how much I may or may not need to add to the pot. For example, if the total was 4K and I'm only willing to contribute 2K, the total would be 6K. Or if the total was then 5K for the budget, I would add 2K and the total would be 7,000, which would give an additional 1,000 for me to choose parts I want. Thus, having an idea of how much I have to work with
Damn.
will undoubtedly affect my choices. So the artist says, I like to emphasize this point as I've been working with the same mindset, replying to the buyer about what the buyer just said. We're both waiting on a budget estimate from Doki as we can't move forward without at least a ballpark. The artist then expresses needing to hear from Doki to continue moving the project forward. And the artist says,
Yeah.
at this point, I'm finding it hard to continue dedicating time to the project without Doki's personal involvement. She's the only one who can make key decisions on behalf of her business, and her input is critical to moving things along. I keep sensing that this project might not make financial sense, and I'm generally concerned about the risk of not being compensated for the hours I've already put in. Since we don't have any form of contract yet, I haven't been able to establish standard creative industry practices, such as a kill fee. So far, I've already put in significant time with concept art, drafting up proposals, communications,
Yeah,
but without a
what
clear
the
budget, I've
hell?
been shooting in the dark and undercharging my services in the process, in an attempt to make this work with undefined parameters. I really hope that you can understand I can't put in any more hours or change the cost breakdown I've already given until I actually know what the
That's
upper limit financial
crazy.
constraints are and what the Doki team is doing to make this work. I want to feel like we're all aligned in giving our best effort to deliver a lovely product to a client who has been waiting for a year. And the buyer says, sad face, with that in mind, to keep the chat on topic, I'll refrain from doing what I said earlier so messages don't get pushed up. Refrain from narrowing down the list of parts. By the way, again, do I really need to indicate and show you guys just how much management is dropping the ball? Because why is it the artist and buyer being the proactive ones here, being like, how can we get this to work? What's the budget? Like, we really need the budget to know what we can work on. Here's what I need from you. Please give me what I need. The management's just like yapping in the back, I guess. And Doki replied a day later. So Doki says, hello everyone, sorry again for the late reply. For the budget, it will be six.
Sorry again for the late reply. Why are you sorry again? I would be like, hey, I don't know how much you charge for your custom builds. How long does it normally take you to do something of this nature? Or how long would it take? And then how long or how much would it cost to do it twice? Blah, blah, blah. And it's like, because you should know, just be like, how much. Artists know how much they're worth. Or they should know. They should know how much they're worth.
To 7K. I'm willing to squeeze an extra 300 to 400 USD if the parts go over due to the long wait. So the maximum I'm willing to go will be 7.4K, depending on if the parts do go over budget a little bit. So the buyer responds, thank you for getting back to us. However, I believe there's still many points that need to be agreed upon before we may continue any further, specifically between Doki and Doki staff and the artist. If the price of raw parts of the build were originally slated to be around 3.5K, how much was originally
Damn.
additionally to be set aside for the artist's work? their labor. Does the new budget upward of 7.4K include the cost of labor or not? If so, what percentage of it is supposed to be? Given how things have gone so far, is whatever previous estimate made for the artist's work still the same? And how does the new proposed base budget by Doki play with new estimates? Finally, it would be best if discussions on topics such as shipping, compensation, and some concrete estimates be made.
They do have to do a lot of 3D modeling
probably using
and
3.5
printing
to
and
4K
stuff
of
like
base parts
that.
as an estimate. Before work progresses any further, she mentioned wanting to adhere to industry practices, which I believe is a good idea. Without any formality, it makes it too easy for discussions, work to proceed before getting canceled and wasting even more of everyone's time. There were obviously additional administrative issues that I have not brought up and are out of my wheelhouse. As Doki previously stated, she will be handling this personally. She should raise such issues. I believe I should not be bringing this up. You know, this is the saddest part. The fact that the buyer is the one advocating for the artist to be paid fairly for their labor, when management number 3 was trying to get the artist to donate the PC for free. 3 cats in a trench coat would have done a better job than this management, honestly. I can totally see how this was well-meaning, but like the way it was set up was doomed to fail, and then the handling of it afterwards was atrocious. So management 3 brings up the total auction amount for the PC being $6,600 and suggesting a refund. So management writes, but keep in mind, the auction offer was $6,600 and Doki is already willing to up that amount. If it goes much further above that upped amount, then honestly, I suggest a refund at that point, because from a management perspective, this already doesn't make much sense to me. But she feels very bad about the long wait and how things have been handled in the past by previous management. The buyer pushes back on this notion and suggests a build estimate. The buyer says, the auction was for charity. That number should not be considered the actual amount for the build. It could have been raised to 20K if we had additional dedicated bidders. Additionally, as it is charity, it is against the spirit to use that as the budget cost. I believe there should be an actual fixed price for this build that should have existed regardless of the charity auction bid. This is why I asked the question regarding the original and current budget. So the original build estimate was $3,500 for
How
parts,
can
plus
you
the artist's labor estimated at
possibly-
auction time plus administrative fees. So the current build estimate is 3.5K for parts that are subject to change, plus the artist's labor estimated at auction time, plus the artist's labor
Yeah,
post-auction,
the amount of
plus
time that it
administrative
would
fees and
take,
hassle fees,
it wouldn't
plus
take
Doki's
like
new
any time
contributions.
to
The question is
do.
then who is paying for it and how much is the artist's labor estimated at auction
It
time?
wouldn't
If
take
this
any
value
time to
was
do the
always
3D
approximately
rigging
$3.5 then
and
Doki's
stuff
new
the second
contribution
time
might as well be
around.
zero, and I will be responsible for any additional fees incurred. This
So
is why
yeah,
I
there
wanted
wouldn't be like
clarification to
anything a
all and
second
more of the
time.
questions above. It is possible that the 7K figure which Doki has to
I would do a
contribute,
lot
the
less
real
the
cost of the
second
build
time
has
anyway.
not changed, therefore leading
A
to
lot
immediate
less.
misconception
A
that there were
lot
additional
less.
funds diverted to this now that Doki is not obtaining a PC from Redacted. Where again, it's confusing because there's so many moving parts, because there was the talk of the second PC. So in the previous estimate, the artist
Yeah, what
provided
the
to management,
hell?
They undercharged their labor at minimum wage.
There
because they
was
felt
going to be
pressured
a
to come in
second
at the
PC.
unspoken
Now there's not
budget
going to be any
3,500. Again, the
PC.
3,500
They're just
USD
going to
quote
give
is based
a
only off PC
60.
parts and
They're
never
just going to
account for
give
labor
the
costs.
builder
Remember, that was
6,600 for no
literally what
reason.
management one said. Quote, I did base the market value off your previous builds, and we would like to stay around that general cost for the parts themselves. End quote. Referring to 3,500 USD. The buyer advocates for the artist to be
Yeah.
paid fairly for labor. So this is just me with a little tinfoil hat, okay? But to me, it smells like manager 3 kind of wanted to like try to beat down the artist and buyer enough times so that they could get the artist to like say they were gonna do the build for free, to like give in essentially, or to do the build for not charging for labor, so they could only have to pay
Not
3,500
charge
for
for
parts
labor,
USD, and then
just-
he get away with it. That's what it kind of feels to me like what manager
No,
3 is
that's
trying to do.
not
You'll
what
see
it
later
feels
because the
like.
language gets a little manipulative in my opinion, but that's
Oh.
what tinfoil hat theory. Okay, I'm not claiming that's what that actually is. But it's
Okay,
happening. My
that's not what it sounds
my
like.
mustache over here. So the artist says, my rate at the
That's
time of auction
not
would
what
have
it
been
sounds like at
32 pounds
all.
per hour. I've lightly tweaked the cost breakdowns these past weeks to match with market fluctuations for components, but being fully honest and open here, I am undercharging my fees at 13.85 pounds per hour, which is the UK London living wage. I thought that by undercharging, it could alleviate the financial pressure that seemed to be getting in the way with the budget, and I wanted to make sure the
Damn.
project got honored because it's for charity. The minimum base rate I should be charging is 32 pounds per hour. And then the artist responds to Doki getting a PC. The artist is like, wait, Doki was obtaining a PC from me? I'm out of the loop because I'm confused about an extra PC that keeps being mentioned. From my understanding of going through this, the only time Doki had mentioned getting like a second PC or like a duplicate was on stream. It wasn't mentioned in the tweets that Doki put
I didn't
out
even
that
see her
artist
say it on
applied to
stream.
be one of the people chosen to make stuff for the charity. And it was never mentioned in DMs to the artist. The artist had no idea. So again, how the hell did the artist find out over 10 months later that there was supposed to be a second PC? Management 3 explains how the charity auction was set up with a formula.
Maybe they
that
were just
makes
going to ask
absolutely
them
no sense for how
afterwards.
these functions
When
typically
did? But
go.
you
It'll
said
be shown
that.
later as well.
You said that everyone was going to get the same item. Where does it say everyone is going to get the same item so that everyone is going to be a twin of her? Where does it say that? Or is it her just saying that she needs a PC and then you're warping it into, oh yeah, I'm going to ask the person that built the other person, the CPU, I'm going to ask them to build the same one and then we can be twins and blah, blah, blah. And extrapolating. Because that kind of sounds like what you're doing.
But typically for charity auctions, all items auctioned off are donated by generous donors. People bid on the item, and the total sum of what is bid on is donated to charity. For example, 5 people donate PCs. The host will then auction the PCs. They'll raise, I don't know, 100K, and thus all 100K minus processing fees will go to the charity. The host doesn't pay for PCs because it was explicitly noted they were a donation with the sole purpose of raising the money.
Yeah,
for charity. This is the fault
exactly.
of the first management team that set this auction up. Most of the cases with charity auctions, again, people donate the item. Any amount donated, even if $1, that is profit. Not profit in your pocket, but profit for the charity.
Yeah. That is true. If there is a donation charity, most of it is donated. But they had that sponsor. They had that case sponsor. That was like $800. It was like an $800 case or whatever. And I think they were the initial sponsor, but it seemed like they backed out. I think Doki was essentially going to pay for the artist or like pay for the artist to do all the stuff to the case. And that was it. And then the company was just going to sponsor that and the stuff that was inside it. That's what it seems like. But I don't know where those people went because they just disappeared off the face of the planet.
To go to the charity as a donation. The issue comes up is if you're buying an item to then donate and the item wasn't paid for yet, okay? That is why this screwed up so badly.
Yeah, the
Because
fact
they're
that they didn't
donating
have
a
the
custom
item
commissioned
firsthand
from an
is
artist
so
that was
stupid.
not completed yet, but they never figured out how much it was supposed to cost. So when they set the original number, so it kind of makes sense to be like, well, whatever the product is, we're going to
You
buy
can
it. We're going to set the
guesstimate
base
it,
cost. So the base
but
cost will
yeah.
cost the product, and then anything extra will go to charity. But you fail to consider hidden fees, operating costs, whatever, and especially when it comes to custom-built PCs. A product that is really expensive to build. It's fair for it to cost the way it does, right? You pay for labor, the expertise, right? Any little screw up, the PC doesn't work, high risk, high reward. Those things are always going to cost more. But I think nobody in this process, including Doki, realized how expensive a custom PC is. The price was way astronomically way too low. It should have been.
She has no idea what she's talking about. It was not astronomically too low. It is so difficult to like just break your computer now with stuff. Like they've made it so easy to put together computers now. It is literally like square and square hole, circle and circle hole, triangle and triangle hole. Oh, there's no more things to plug in? Okay. Power. Oh, hey, it works. That's what that's what it is at this point. That's how easy computers are now. And you don't have to worry about the whole static electricity that much anymore. Don't take my word on that. But like they're so static electricity resistant at this point that you really don't have to worry about it that much at all. Like at all.
Minimum bid 7.5K, like straight up minimum bid. And I feel like anybody with like custom PC experience, which I don't even have any really, would look at the 3.5K number and be like, how am I getting this for this much? Because that's not adding up. It's way too low. But again, not the buyer's responsibility.
I can easily get that for that much. It's the custom parts. The doing the 3D modeling and everything, and then having to do the 3D printing of those custom parts. It's getting that side of stuff done. That's the part that is going to cost everything.
So manager 3 says, hey buyer, I understand what you're saying, but you seem to be missing a few parts. Regularly in charity auctions, there is an existing item or service donated, and people bid on this, raising the maximum amount for a good cause. Previous management
Oh
and Doki set
no.
this auction up totally differently. Basically, Dokibird is paying for a lot of these items fully herself. Might as well donate the money directly at that point, in my view. Why this was set up this way baffles me until this day, and that's why you can sense my need to stay within and around the offered amount, hence my remark.
No. Why would you say that? Why would you say that in public? Manager number 3. Manager number 3, you're fucking stupid. It's like, it's a smarter idea, but it's not as fun and it's not as content creation-y. But also, if you're donating an item to charity, you can now use that as a tax write-off. So she can now use that as a tax write-off. So when people were saying, oh, you're just doing it as a tax write-off, and she's like, oh, none of the money is going to me, I can't do anything with a tax write-off. She can do it as a tax write-off because she's buying the items and donating it to charity for the charity auction. So she is literally using it as a tax write-off. Literally. She is literally using it as a tax. Like, there is... on a scale of 1 or 0 to 100% chance, there is a 100% chance that she is putting this on her taxes. 100% chance.
Which
on my
this
mama.
Makes no sense. Quote,
on my mama.
One, that should never happen in a charity setup. But 2, Dokibird never spent a single cent at this point on this PC, from my understanding. I read through like the entire group chat messages between all of these people. A cent never left Doki's pocket at this point, for this PC specifically. Maybe for other stuff, not about the PC. I understand the artist POV, and I don't know how the original quote came to be without it being fully completed and transparent before the then Doki team communicated it during the auction.
Yeah, because it seemed like there was a sponsor, and then the sponsor backed out because they had to find the case.
I thought the money from the buyer went to charity, and Doki is funding the PC as a prize. The auction money did go to the charity. That's how Tiltify works. So the way Tiltify works, you donate straight to Tiltify, it goes out of Tiltify into the charity. Doki doesn't touch the money, from my understanding. Tiltify takes a 5% processing fee. That's it. Okay, so Doki is gonna pay for the PC, or that was the intention. It makes more sense. I personally just think, operationally speaking,
Tiltify takes 5%? 5% processing fee? Holy shit. 5%? Holy fuck.
for a charity, messy. Like it's very messy, because then you end up with stuff like this. So it's a price match thing. Like the money goes to the charity and Doki pays for the item. That means she'll have to price match an entire auction, which is wild. Well, she'll only have to pay for the products and everything else goes to the charity. That makes more sense as to why Doki was like, I want a matching PC, because she was just gonna probably pay for it herself. That's probably why, out of her own pocket. So the buyer wasn't gonna pay for it. Okay, so that clears that up. I literally read through this like 4 times and this is so confusing. We're gonna operate on the assumption that Doki is paying out of pocket for the PC and price matching essentially the auction. So manager 3 says, buyer, I understand what you're saying, but you seem to be missing a few parts. Regularly in charity auctions, there is an existing item or service donated, and people bid on this, raising the maximum amount for a good cause. Previous management and Doki set this auction up totally differently. Basically, Dokibird is paying for a lot of these items fully herself. Might as well donate the money directly at that point in my view. Why this was set up this way baffles me until this day. That's why you can sense my need to stay within or around the offered amount, hence my remark. I understand the artist POV, and I don't know how the original quote came to be without it being fully transparent before the then Doki team communicated it during the auction. Hence, we got an odd situation that we need clarity on. We need a fixed pricing, what it would cost fully, so we can decide further if everything fits correctly. Dokibird is willing to pay an additional amount as shown above, since it's for charity, and you've been waiting for a year on your item, and we feel really horrid about that. However, until this day, we still don't know what the PC would cost exactly, with all the factors and additional requests regarding specs. To keep it simple in layman terms, currently we don't know if the artist's custom PC would cost 5K or 10K to make, and I will need to know this first so we can decide what to do. The artist and the artist assistant, can you provide a fixed price rating with what you would normally charge and include those elements? We don't want you to go underprice yourself, and I'm sorry on my end if it came across as that. All I want to know is the full and completed pricing so we can make a decision instead of talking about it in different ways. Personally, while I do understand this could be management 3's...
Okay, why hasn't the artist given them a statement and said, this is what I charge? This was how much it will cost you. This is how long it will take me. They said they like changed how much per hour they're going to charge, but it's like, why aren't they just saying, hey, I've worked on it for this long. Here's what I've done. Because I think they showed it eventually.
way of making all aspects of the auction transparent, it feels a bit guilt trippy. Regardless of charity or not, the artist was contacted for their services under the guise it would be paid for. The artist then provides a spreadsheet with updated pricing. Here is a
Feels a
spreadsheet,
bit
and
guilt
two
trippy.
options were provided: option 1, option 2. Where in option 1 they price themselves at their fair rates of £32 per hour at the time of auction, and option 2 they price themselves at London's minimum wage, or whatever the UK London living wage is. So you can see the total estimated cost in USD for option 1 is $11,000. For option 2 is $8,800 with a really, really low labor price.
Sheesh. Sheesh. That's a $3,000 discount. A $2,000 $2,000 $300 discount. That's a lot of money for like less than a day of work. Like way less than a day of work.
So Dokibird responds 2 days later, clearing up their side, writing,
It would take like no time at all. It would take like literally no time.
I just finished reading through everything. I didn't give input on what Manager 3 has mentioned earlier, and it was his own opinion in case anyone was wondering that it was my idea. But it was his own, and he wanted to fix things as soon as possible since I wasn't online or was busy to reply in time. I was originally going to get a copy of each auction item, so each person was going to make 2, which should have been communicated to you from my previous management. So I wasn't sure why you weren't informed as other creators were. And I have received the other auction items. But since I already have a custom PC, I'd rather just use the funding to make the PC that the buyer deserves. And
Okay, were the other creators made aware? Because that would... I mean, this kind of just dispels everything. Like, what if every creator was made aware except for this one person? Then it's like, okay, it's hard to... Yeah, like, I'm not micromanaging. Like, yeah, I'm getting one of everything from everybody, from the 50 different items or whatever. But I'm only actually getting 49.
instead of making 2. Regarding the pricing, originally what I told from my previous management, the creator gave us the base price of what it should cost, and we put that as the original opening bid, and was what it should cost to commission the items and what I needed to pay. At one point, I had to also pay what the bid ended for a few times, while for the majority of others, it was the original base cost. And the huge miscommunication error is one of the reasons why they don't work for me anymore, since the auction was set up all over the place. That's why we put 3K original as the starting bid, as that was what I was informed would be the cost, as the original bid is what the item should cost, and the ending bid item should never be less than what I actually paid for, which is the case for majority of the items in the auctions, as I paid for the original starting cost bid. I'm unsure how they messed up the communication, since the original person who communicated with people does not work for me anymore. Again, here Doki mentions a few points that had led to the massive miscommunication this build has now become. Firstly, the idea Doki was going to get an identical copy
She
of
just
each
straight
item
up
auctioned to
said,
win with the winners.
yeah,
This was
that
never mentioned to the
manager
artist,
sucked.
So up until the previous time it was mentioned, for almost an entire...
So it sounds like maybe the manager didn't tell anybody it was for 2 items. So now she has to pay for a second item. And she's going to lose a shit ton to charity. And then she's going to get a bunch of items that she didn't necessarily want.
Here, the artist was under the assumption they were making 1 PC, not 2. Secondly, being the quote arbitrarily pulled from a previous build the artist did and using the wrong currency, pricing the build at 3,500 USD. Not only is that number incorrect because of the currency and not including labor costs, that number only accounts for the parts of 1 PC, not 2. So the artist responds, in their Excel sheet they provided 2 options, with option 2 pricing their hourly rates back at minimum wage. And then the artist says, hey guys, thanks for your patience while I've been tied up with self-assessment stuff. Doki, after taking some time to process, I can't accommodate my pricing to the rate in option 2, and I really apologize for offering that and any confusion or inconvenience. While I am sympathetic to the challenges you face with previous management, I feel that I've been placed in a position to undercharge to align with your staff's current expectations. This has put me at a disadvantage, as the rate I initially proposed in option 2 doesn't reflect ethical standards for creative work. I appreciate your staff's apology for miscommunication, as instead I can shift my focus towards providing the best of my professional services. Making sure that I'm paid a fair rate in line with creative industries is tantamount to delivering
what I'm worth.
The buyer on this. Going forward, I like
Give
to ensure I
me
feel comfortable and confident in my
what
professional skills.
I'm
my standard work contract and a
worth. Bitch, give me what I'm worth. This is what I'm worth. I was like, listen, I'll be sympathetic and empathetic and all that shit and I'll put a priority on it. How about that? I'll do that on the house. But you're paying me exactly what I'm worth. And this is what I'm worth. I'm not going to some fucking minimum living wage bullshit for you. You're paying me what I'm worth.
Forma invoice, which reflects ethical pricing and cost
That's
estimates
some
to be best of my
bullshit.
ability. I should also let you know that I have a window
Ethical
of availability
pricing.
to complete this work, as I have other bookings scheduled for Q2, and my rate is due to increase in the new financial year. I estimate that the project will take around a month to complete, so ideally, if we can get everything agreed, signed, and started by the end of week,
Around a
it will help
month?
make sure we can get
Have
the
they
project
not
done
been
in a
working
timely
on it
manner and
at
still have wiggle
all?
room in case of unforeseen delays.
At
Instead of lowering my
all?
rate for the invoice, I'm discounting the additional fees, admin, extra hours, etc.
I
that would
swear
have
they've
typically been
done
charged for. This
something.
means that even if the additional fees increase, they will remain discounted without being detrimental to my standard rate. And you won't need to worry about the cost of my fees ticking up before we get to the project officially underway. I've also cut a clause regarding revisions out of the contract, so the buyer can freely request revisions in line with the
Oh,
original scope
hey.
if he chooses. Is there an email address I can send the documents to, and would you be able to provide me with your business address info, Doki? If you'd like
Hey,
to discuss the
cutting
report or have
out-
more questions, please feel free
Cutting
to let me
out a
know. I don't know
revisions
if the
clause,
initial
that's
challenges we've had
pretty
so far
good.
behind us and
Because that's what I was saying. I was like, oh,
Instead,
maybe
they
they're
discounted
charging a
the
shit
fees
ton
to try and
for
keep the project within the
revisions.
scope of the newly expressed budget of
But
7.4K.
no.
Doki, while on vacation, responds. They go back and forth with the artist about the pricing of the build. Doki writes, I'm on my vacation right now, but is there a way to find a middle ground regarding this? As the initial bidding was your option number 2. Even if it was in euros, which I was okay with accommodating, but now the price increased dramatically. I've had multiple crazy
Euros.
builders that were in consideration when approaching me for the custom as a charity item, so it feels a bit out of a bigger mess to deal with, as I'm paying out of my own pocket for the final build that would cost more than what I was told initially, and a lot more than what the item was won for. I've actually been trying to fix this during my first vacation in years, so I apologize if I worded things wrong, since I'm typing on my phone while out. If I misunderstand from what I read, option 2 was proposed as a way to help out charity and for a good cause in the initial plannings for the auction. I'm hoping we can negotiate something that fits both, as it was a charity item for a good cause, and this has been an item that suffered the most issues. The opening bid should have been what the original base price was, with upgrades later if the bidding goes higher, so I hope to find a middle ground. If we don't, I understand, and if you feel uncomfortable and wish to take service
That sounds shady. This sounds like super pushy. It's like, from what you said, it was supposed to be for charity, remember?
elsewhere and focus your other projects, then I also understand and I would look for other builders for the buyer, since I would try my best to give them the PC they've been waiting for. This to me is really gross. I'm gonna be straight blunt. I want to be empathetic. I get it. You're a busy creator. You're on your first vacation in years, so you want to relax, which is chill and all. Again, this wouldn't be an issue if this was sorted like a way longer. You know, like if you responded faster before your vacation, then this wouldn't have been an issue over your vacation. But this to me reads very manipulative, because I'm on my vacation and it's the first one I've done in like years. That's not the buyer or the artist problem. You know, the buyer and the artist spent so long trying to get you guys to respond, trying to move this forward, and you guys keep like spinning things back. And then two, I want to break this down. Regarding this as the initial bidding was your option number 2. The initial bidding was not option number 2, meaning the artist undercuts their wages and charges minimum wage. That wasn't the initial bidding. The initial bidding was only for PC parts and never accounted for labor. So that's wrong. And then 3, even if it was in euros, which I was okay with accommodating. This to me also reads manipulative, because what do you mean? You have to be okay with accommodating this because you plus your team fucked this up. You didn't directly fuck it up, but your management one was the one that screwed up and got the
Euros
currency
are
incorrect.
different than
so because your team
pounds,
screwed it up,
right?
your team now has to
Or
absorb the
are
cost
they
of
the
error.
same?
It's not I did you a favor.
Am I
for accommodating
stupid?
this. No, you had to do it because your team screwed it up. But now the pricing increases dramatically.
Or
Yes,
are
the
they
price
the
will increase
same?
dramatically if you didn't account for labor costs in the original price, which was again your team's error. Did Doki know about this? No. Also, it's in pounds, it's not in euros, but that's like a whole side issue. Anyways,
Okay.
5, I don't like how
I was
the
like,
price-
wait a
I've had multiple
second.
builders that were in consideration for the PC custom build as a charity item, so it feels like a bigger mess than I'm paying on my own pocket. Sure, you have multiple builders that were in consideration, whatever. You chose this builder, so now you gotta rock with it because you chose this builder. You know what? It feels weird to be like, well, there are other people willing to do it for cheaper. That's how I read it
Yeah.
as, and I don't like that at all, because
Yeah.
I don't like it when people put freelancers and artists in a bidding war to see who can bid themselves down for the cheapest possible service. That to me feels very exploitative. It feels very manipulative to do that. 'Cause that's what it reads to me like,
Exploitative.
oh, other people are willing to do it cheaper, so why couldn't you? Like, that's the
Exploitative.
undertone.
Yes,
And then
but
6,
it was
all
for
this, like,
charity, so
you know,
people
option 2,
weren't
so
doing
the
it for
artists
that.
undercutting their prices a lot.
And
Supposedly
but
we did
yeah,
about
the
charity for a
option
good cause in
2,
initial
the
planning for the auction. I'm
charity,
hoping
I
you'll
think
negotiate
good
something that fits both.
cause
It was
is
a charity
option.
item for a good cause. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
for charity. It's
the
not the
fact
artist's
that-
charity, nor did the artist agree to donate something for charity. The artist agreed
Yeah,
in the understanding
exactly,
that they were going to
exactly.
be fairly
The
compensated
fact
for
that
their
she
service,
keeps bringing
and whatever
that
charity
up,
stuff was happening was on your end.
I'd
You
be
know,
like,
they
yeah, I
just
don't
couldn't agree
care.
to make the PC.
I'd
That's
be
what they
like,
felt.
yeah, well
And
then you
trying to
donate,
guilt-trip the
you
artist to, like,
donated
charge
to
their rate
charity.
so much for
You're
charity
Dokibird.
is, to
Doesn't
me,
everybody
icky,
know
because
you?
that to me reads really entitled. I know charity is great. Donating
Like,
charity is
can't
amazing.
you
can't donate,
aff-
please donate.
can't you
Charities need your
afford
money, but
that?
trying to
Like,
guilt free
how many people follow Dokibird? She's almost 1 million subs. Like, come the fuck on. Come on. Get out of here. You're getting like... Yeah, get it. Come on. Come on, Doki.
Freelancers and artists into like undercharging themselves hella for a charity you wanted to do, gave them
For-
the impression they were going to be paid fairly for.
For
It sucks that you can't pay rent this month,
$300.
but it's okay because it's for charity. By the way, don't message me on vacation. That's what it reads as. And like, look, I want to be empathetic
For
because maybe they're
$300.
frustrated, so the wording is bad and it comes off funky. But the way I read this
No
reads to
way.
me very manipulative. It's just weird. To be blunt, I don't know how much
You can
money Doki
afford that.
has,
You can
but
make
can't you just
that.
suck it up and take the L and shell the money out and just be like, just let me know how much it costs. I'll pay it. We can
You
deal with this
don't
and then we'll
know.
move on. Maybe
You don't know how
maybe
much
it is too
money she
expensive and
has.
it's way too out of
She
Doki's
has
budget, which in that case I would say
plenty
that
of
you,
money.
you reasonably should have known
Outside
how
of
much
her
a PC
budget,
build of this
she
scale
has
would
almost
cost,
a
but just
million.
take it,
She has
man.
almost
All
a
these
million
screw-ups with
fucking
charity, you know,
subs.
the price being too high, the
There's
currency
no
being wrong,
shot.
the labor costs being higher than you
There's no
expected,
shot.
da-da-da-da-da,
And
you
she
being on vacation.
fucking
How is this
streams
the
on
fault of
YouTube.
the buyer
She's
and the
easily,
artist? That is
easily
between you and your
close to a
team. You and your team need
millionaire.
to sort this out. So the artist says, just to
She's
clarify,
a
option number
huge
2,
VTuber, and she got so much support after she got fucked over by Niji Sanji, I think.
Donating the PC. And then to make the PC plus work plus shipping fit into the minimum amount the auction was originally listed for, which is $3,500 USD. So I felt under pressure to try and fit within the confines of that, which is why I undercharged so much. And then in reply to the buyer being like, the auction was for charity, the number shouldn't be considered, the artist says, I also think that the buyer made a really good point. So then Doki says, yes, but the charity auction was set up where the base price should be the amount of how much the labor and item will cost. That's the information he was not aware of. And what the previous management was supposed to tell all creators, which is what majority of the creators were made aware. But some select fews weren't, which includes this item. And the artist says this is where your previous staff made the error, which is facts. And Doki says that's why a lot of items were different pricing and wasn't just $1 to start off, as all creators were supposed to inform me of what the base price was and why the item started off as $3,000 for the starting bid. As I was informed, that was the base price to set the auction item as. This was the only item where the commissioner piece is higher than what the item auction ended as. So that's why I wish to find a middle ground if possible, but if not and you feel uncomfortable, I understand. I just feel uncomfortable. The most that the charity received is less than what the item is going to be, as that was not something that should have happened and one of the reasons why the previous management in charge was let go for mishandling it. I do have to add, does this mean Doki's a shit person? No, this is a one-off situation that was horribly handled. This is just a really bad situation that happened with Doki. Being a good person doesn't mean every single action you've done is good. You know, you can have fuck-ups here and there, but overall you try to trend toward positive. You know what I mean? And a net's higher. But this just is a situation that she massively mishandled. Probably because you could be a good person and a good creator and really bad at managerial aspects of things. Which is what
get rid of your manager.
Here. Again, this isn't like her as a person,
So
personality.
the
but
fact that she
it's
got rid
just
of her
she's
manager
managing this
was
bad,
good.
like really badly. To me, this just reads weird again because like
Well,
basically.
yeah, that's
they
why
keep going
she
back and
has a
forth,
manager.
because Doki keeps going
It's
on and on about
because she needs a manager to take care of this shit because she doesn't know how to take care of this shit because it is done very, very, very poorly. Which is why she has a manager to manage it. But the manager was very bad at it, so she fired him.
how much the previous management fucked up, which is like, yeah, we're aware of that, but we're trying to work towards a solution to fix the problem. But it kind of reads to me like Doki is trying to like get the artist to lower their prices. If you read between the lines, right? Because here it's like the base price should be how much the labor and item will cost. And like the manager should have told people, but they didn't, which includes this item, which is again the previous staff's problem. Management really fucked up. We know that. And so here Doki's explaining more about how the fuck up happened, why the fuck up happened, where, like who, what, when, where, why of how the fuck up happened. But who cares? Because whatever got us to this point does not matter. Okay, what should be discussed, which is what Doki is not really discussing here, which is again just shows that their managerial skills may not be the best here. We just need to discuss how to move forward, not how this happened. We already know how this happened. And the artist says the charity receiving less than what the item is going for is going to be regrettable, and I share your feelings. If the price hadn't been valued the way that it was, we could have perhaps avoided the outcome. It makes me sad that's not the case because it would have been for a good cause that we both.
Oh, they used the double dash.
I'm not upping the cost for the sake of it.
Shit.
I have to work from a standard rate to be able to make ends meet,
you
and
know
I'm
it's
hopeful you
real.
understand. If it would help, I can share the past invoice from the bill this PC is based from. It's about 2 years old, and I was paid both in hardware and 7.1 thousand British pounds to make the build. The hardware itself amounted to 3.5 thousand British pounds, so the total build came out to 10.6 thousand British pounds. Of course, I do want to figure this out together, and it would mean a lot if we're able to do that in a way that values my work also. And Doki adds, I would like to find a middle ground, as I really cannot, in what I believe or in faith, to have the item be just extremely more than what the charity received. If we could find a middle ground for this, maybe donate some of the money to charity itself as well, where it's around that, but a portion of that goes to charity. This again, it just reads so out of touch to me. Like, I get that Doki is really gung-ho about charity and all that stuff. Like, that's great. Good for you. I love that for you, right? We need people very, very involved and who advocate for charity. How is this the artist's fault? How is is this the artist's responsibility that your team screwed up? What do you mean? You need to find a middle ground and donate some money to charity? You know what this reads? I don't care
That's
how
so
good your cause is,
scummy.
okay?
I
This
hate
reads to
that.
me as, can you do the work for free? Because, again,
I
that's what it
hate
is.
that.
Being painted over as, it's for a good cause, it's for charity. Again, donating money to charity doesn't keep the lights on in the artist's house. Donating money to charity does not keep food on the artist's table. You can't guilt trip the artist to try to make the artist donate something to charity. When
Yeah.
this entire situation was built upon...
Do I get
the idea that the
exposure
artist was
for
going
it
to be
too?
compensated fairly
Are
for
you
the
gonna
service
pay
of
me
the
an
bill.
exposure?
It just reads to me like you don't want to pay. Like I said, what happened, right? What happened is there's a big hot steaming pile of crap because
Yeah, you're
people
gonna
dropped the
pay me
ball.
an
Who dropped the ball doesn't
exposure?
matter. Now there's a big stinking pile of poop that somebody needs to clean up, and the responsibility to clean it is Doki, and Doki doesn't want to do it. I get morally it could feel weird to pay more than what the charity got.
Yeah,
That
it's
is an
'cause Doki
inevitable
needs
situation
management
that
team.
could happen based on how this charity was set up. Is it Doki's fault it ended up like this? Partially. She should have known because she should have double checked the charity before it went live. But overall, manager one screwed up. Regardless, though, now we have a bidder.
Yeah,
who is
manager
out
one
6.6K
fucked up
USD for a
everybody.
PC, and an artist who has been communicating for months on end trying to sort this out, and nothing has
He
happened.
still
And
doesn't
the
have his
artist is
PC? No
and still
shot.
No talks of payment because it's all I hear is how.
What
can
do you
I not
mean
pay
no
the artist?
talks
That's what it
payment?
sounds
They
like
just
right
send
now. The artist
this.
then sends an updated invoice where 3,800 British pounds is discounted.
They've
off the
been
cost,
talking about
making the
payments
total
for a
bill price
while.
8,622. So you can
They
see that
said,
right
"Can
here.
we
And
find
then
a middle
artist says,
ground?"
that amount of my services already rendered. That's gone to charity. And then Doki says, like I said earlier, this is almost 5,000 more than what the charity ended with, which is what made me uncomfortable, as I really believe the charity amount should be closer. I was open if it was $1,000 more, but this is what makes me uncomfortable. Okay, also, privilege take. Maybe I am also coming off privilege. If your die-hard hill you're dying on is that the charity received less money than the product, then you pay for both to fix the situation. Like, in the best case scenario, this is the way to right all the wrongs
Well,
that
yeah.
happened. Is it your fault it happened? Mostly no. But now it's happened. We have a bunch of people being strung along this
It's
long. If
yeah,
this is the
it
hill you're
sucks.
dying on,
It's
if the
not
PC bill
your
is
fault, but it's your
$8,600 and the buyer donated
responsibility.
$6,600. Again,
Which
wrong currencies,
fucking
right? So we're roughly
sucks.
estimating. You donate $4,000 to charity to make up the difference that the charity didn't get, and you pay for the PC. That is the best scenario. I don't know how much you have to say it, like how many times you need to write it out. It's not going to change it. Doki and Manager 3 over and over again says, oh, this is like way more than what the charity ended with. Doesn't matter. It happened. It's now happened. The charity is over.
And
the charity receives
now that
6,600
it's
USD, and the
actually-
PC build is gonna cost
now
at
that
least
the
10,000
story's
USD. Those are
leaked,
two facts. So now how are we going to fix it?
you
This is not
can
the writing
make
to a
money
solution.
out of
The artist
this.
assistant says, out of curiosity, how much of the 6,600 USD
And you
of
could
the
be
buyer's
like,
money did the
this is
charity
why
receive?
I
Doki
need
says,
a
all of it.
manager.
It goes directly to the charity, and I don't receive any money as it
because
transfers
I'm
directly to the
really
organization.
bad
And the
at it.
artist's assistant says, sorry if it was an odd question, was just trying to make sure I'm following correctly. And Doki says, since it's done via Tiltify. So yeah, makes sense. Doki feels, quote, uncomfortable that the charity received less than what the item is going to be, end quote. This is confusing as the auction was hosted on Tiltify, a platform where donors will donate money directly to Tiltify. Tiltify holds the money for 14 days before releasing it to the chosen charity. All of the money raised has already been transferred to the select charity. Alternatively, Doki could be suggesting they're uncomfortable with the buyer having paid lower than the face value of the PC build, with them donating 6.6K USD and the build value at around 11K USD, making it a 5K difference. Just suck it up, man. I'm gonna give a personal anecdote, okay? There was one time I filmed
Yeah.
a video about a VTuber. The video was edited by my editor. It was on my YouTube channel as unlisted. Then the VTuber had made a post writing, I feel really
Yeah,
uncomfortable
you
with
kinda
people
just
making
gotta go
videos
with it.
about my situation. News YouTuber specifically, which includes
just
me.
gonna have
And
to
I
go
saw that
with
and I
it.
was like, oh shit, okay, not gonna post the video. I never told my editor to not post the video. I had the video unlisted. It was not scheduled. Then
Gonna have
my
to
editor,
roll with
because I
it.
upload once a day, noticed that
Hey,
I did
what
not have
up?
the video scheduled for the day. So my editor uploaded the video without me knowing. I was asleep because we're in different time zones. My editor's
Trying to
here,
get a
I'm in the US.
collab.
My editor uploaded the
Nice
video. He didn't know
discourse.
that there was a tweet that
Hello,
the
human.
VTuber expressed.
I don't
They
know
didn't want to
why-
talk about it. The VTuber was
I don't know why
upset because they were
my
upset about the way it was
multi-chat
titled,
wasn't
whatever.
showing
And then, so
kick.
the editor changed the title.
Sorry,
and the VTuber was
kick.
even more upset. Also for clarity, English
Wasn't
is not my
trying
editor's
to
first
ignore
language,
kick
so
chat.
it
I love
came
my
off
kick
weird,
chat.
probably because it's not his first language. I woke up at like 4 p.m. because I wake up really late, and I saw all of this going down. All of this was happening over
Propose
the
a
course of 6
collab.
hours, and I had no idea because I was asleep. I've now talked to my editor. He will not upload videos. I will only be the one that uploads the videos. He will not post videos without me knowing. It's honest mistake. Happens. You know, I saw something, I didn't communicate it to my editor. I was like, I'm not gonna post it. But regardless, it happened. The video was live now, and the
Look
VTuber
at
was
that
upset.
guy.
So I was like,
Hello.
oh shoot, this is really bad. I took the
What's
video
up,
immediately,
Carl?
and
Sorry
I sent
about
the VTuber
that.
money as an apology for the screw up. I did not make.
I don't know how
because
long
I was literally
ago
asleep,
that
but
was.
regardless, the damage was done. It happened, and the editor is an extension of me because it was on my channel. So to fix it, I paid the VTuber. I am so sorry. I made like no money off the video because it wasn't live for very long, but I gave them like what I felt would be fair for like the compensation for it, etc. And we called it a day. Even if you didn't fuck up, if it's a fuck up of your team or an extension of you, it falls on you, and you have to clean up the mess. Okay? Did you
Yeah,
do there?
that
No,
you do.
but then now it's in your house. You got to clean it. Like I'm the face of the brand, even though I didn't do it. The damage was done. as a reflection on my brand. That's just what you got to do. Like, it is what it is. Of course, I never
True.
publicly talked about it because it's not
That is true.
relevant. I'm not trying to virtue signal. I just did it all behind the closed doors and call it a day. But the reason I'm bringing it up is because
Yeah, she's doing
you
it to
gotta fix
virtue
your
signal.
problems even if you weren't the one that caused it, if it is part of your team. So Doki says, no, I understand regarding that. The 5K is just after your amount was deducted. All 250,000 that was raised went directly to the org via Tiltify, and I touched none of the money. And I spent my own personal money on all the items that were sent to the winners. I just personally feel that the charity shouldn't receive significantly less than what the auction item cost, and that's why I hope we can find a middle ground. If anything, maybe we can have a portion of that money donated
Significantly
directly to the charity
less?
and not just deducted from the cost. And the artist says
What do
it's
you
not
mean
just deducted from the total cost you
significantly
paid.
less?
And Doki says even then the charity still receives significantly less from the auction item and cost, and that's what made me uncomfortable with it being a 15K PC. Doki then suggests a portion of the money, likely referring to the cost of the build, be donated to the charity. This feels unfair. While the sentiment of wanting charity to receive a fair amount is notable and a suggestion at a compromise, it's not Doki's money to give. This would be implying that the artist should undercharge themselves even more just to accommodate the miscommunicated budget. Management 3 begins pushing back on the quotes. Management 3 says, artist and assistant, we have received a few different quotes by now, and all quotes have big differences in pricing and keep going up. When we started, you asked for a budget. We said around 7K, and now we're getting a quote for 15K USD, excluding shipping and taxes. Could you show me where you and old management agreed on the designer standard fee and what has been delivered on that? Where does this number come from? Perhaps it's me being lost, but usually quotes are provided. You agree on a quote and things get made and paid in set agreed times.
Yeah,
based
I
on
don't
quote or by missing
know
some-
how
Management and
they
artists go back and
never
forth on the
did a
quotes. The reason
quote.
for the quotes changing is due to
It's
the artists feeling pressured by
crazy.
management, both previous and current, to lower their prices to accommodate their budget that wasn't fully communicated. Management then tries to alleviate blame from themselves, and the artist assistant steps up. So Management 3 says there's been multiple things gone wrong, not only mismanagement on our end, just to be clear. This is again weird. Just own that you fucked up. Trying to like point fingers at the
No.
artist for having a medical issue, which caused them to not be able to respond. Sorry, you have health issues. Your fault. Suck it up. Like what? And regardless, the artist apologized. Right? The assistant says, "I'm sorry.
It
this has not
was
been sitting well with me today,
you
and I
were
have to speak up.
recovering
I feel
from
this is a horrible point for
nicotine
remark to make
addiction.
Manager 3,
Come
and
on.
is wildly inappropriate and unprofessional. Doki
Is
and the artists
that-
have stepped up to own and apologize multiple times for
How
missteps on
mu-
both
come
sides,
on.
and these things happen.
Nicotine addiction? Does that even count? Can you really just not reply to any email? You have an artist assistant. You have an assistant now. And you're going to say that you can't? You're actually going to sit there and just say that you can't? Like, there's just no replies. You have an assistant. And you're recovering from a nicotine addiction. You smoke too many cigarettes. All the cigars. The Swisher Sweets. Whatever the fuck. Like, what the hell? There's no way it decommissions you for a month to the point where you can't operate your computer. Or talk to your assistant. Or give your assistant a month off. You should be able to at least tell your assistant something like, hey, I'm going to be out for a month, or I'm out, can check my messages, blah, blah, blah. Make sure people are updated with stuff, blah, blah, yeah, like something. Like, you have a fucking assistant. Right? You and your assistant can't just go unreachable for a month for no reason.
Heard, understood, and sympathized with in order to draw a line under it and to see if there is a solution to be made with the regrettable circumstances we now have. Given explanations as to why certain things have
That's
happened the way they
ridiculous.
did does not equate to making excuses for it or trying to absolve blame. I think that's simple enough to understand. I really feel like the negotiations that Doki and
Nope.
the artists were engaging
Don't
in
understand
have
at all.
undercut now, and we've reached a point where all discussions should be left to them with very minimal interruptions. At Doki, I'm sorry if my short question about the charity money was rude and out of hand. I was curious if the auction was done as, quote, all proceeds get donated, end quote, or if it was 100% of profits, since that would have made a huge difference in how much money you'd be shortfalling for this item. I should have elaborated. Perhaps attention can return to the negotiations if either feel there are further points of clarity needed. Why does all of the outside parties, the buyer, the artist, and the artist assistant, have to step in and keep this on track and professional when Manager 3 is being weird and gaslighting about all this stuff? So the artist then requests compensation for
Yeah,
their time.
I don't
They're
know
like,
what
good
the
morning,
fuck.
everyone. This isn't a message I like to be sending, but at this point, I feel I have no choice. After all this hard work without payment, I feel my efforts and work have been consistently undervalued and am formally requesting to be paid for the work I have already completed. I don't feel comfortable proceeding with this build further further until I am, at a minimum, compensated for the time and effort I've already put into this project. Please find attached below the estimated invoice for my services if you wish to proceed with the build. The estimated total required for this project will be 8,600 British pounds. The amount required prior to completing this work totals to 3,800 pounds, taking 3,800 pounds off the invoice attached. To break down these costs for you, the build estimate itself totals 3,100 pounds, comprised of the following, and they attached a little spreadsheet. The artist says, if you prefer to cancel the collaboration and proceed to work on this build with another PC builder, a flat fee licensing agreement will be required. The cost will come to 25% of the invoice total before any deductions at 3,000 British pounds. This is to protect my original concept and ensure I am compensated fairly as the copyright owner, as I'm sure you can understand.
Oh, damn, they're going to get copyright?
Alternatively, if you wish to cancel entirely, the amount...
Oh, I'd be like, no, you don't get the copyright.
Payable will be 3,840 British pounds for services already
That's
rendered,
crazy.
and
She gets the
6,600
copyright for it all,
plus being
too.
refunded to the buyer. Again, this is not a message I want to send, but I truly feel like I have exhausted all other options.
Damn,
I
she
do not
put
feel
her
like I've been
dick on the
successfully
table.
communicated
God
within what I
damn,
expect
let's
from a major
go.
project such as this. I'm happy
Let's
to discuss this further and
go.
clarify any items. However, I believe I should be paid for the work I have currently completed for free. I cannot continue further until the contract is signed and returned, and the services rendered so far are paid in full. Additionally, I want to clarify something regarding the financial aspect of this auction. While I understand this was a charity project, I recently looked into tax implications of charitable donations in Canada. Typically, Canada offers tax relief on charitable donations. However, since the Brain and Behavior Research Foundation is a U.S. nonprofit, it only qualifies for deductions if the donor has U.S. income. If a significant portion of your Twitch revenue, sponsorships, or other earnings are from U.S. sources, this means you may already be recouping some or all of the donation costs through the tax relief. Canadian tax laws allows donations to U.S. charities to be deducted up to the amount of U.S. source income earned that tax year, which means the financial burden of fulfilling this project may not be as high as it seems. Given this, I hope financial constraints are not the reason for further delays in settling this matter fairly. At this stage, this is no longer a charity discussion. It's about ensuring that work I have completed is fairly compensated and that the auction's obligations are honored at everyone. Yeah, so the overall charity, out of Doki's mouth, raised 250,000 USD. A lot of deductions. Doki writes, hello, I have not taken any tax deductibles from this charity as the money is not mine. I would like to clarify that. And yeah, okay, so this one is a little bit of a tricky scenario because...
That's not... Has nothing to do. It's the money that you use. It's the money that you use for the charity. It's the money that you use on the item that you donate to charity. If the money is worth a certain amount, or if the item is worth a certain amount, that's how you wash money. That's how super rich thieves wash $200,000. They'll sell some bottle of wine and somebody will buy it for $200,000, and then they'll just do auctions for stupid shit.
Like the way Tiltify works is Doki does stuff and then other people send money through a platform for Tiltify, so the artist doesn't touch the money. You get a tax deduction from my understanding, and I'm not familiar with Canadian tax laws, but in the US, if you donate directly to charity, not if other people donate through something you did. But Doki writes, all the money paid is via my own personal account towards the artist, not related at any business. I am not making any profit through this or doing it for tax reasons, which is concerning you think that. By the way, I want to add, Doki I think reads this as a negative, as like something like accusatory. I think Doki thinks it's like a slight on her as a person, like a personal attack. Oh, you think I'm gonna
People do that though. People accuse other people of doing it. They're like, "Oh my God, you're just doing this for a tax write-off," and it's like, who cares? If they're doing it for a tax write-off, they're doing it for a tax write-off, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they're doing it for a tax write-off. They're still doing it. It's still going to charity. There's still money going to charity. Who cares if they're doing it for a tax write-off or not? Literally, who the fuck cares? Who megalol cares? Who the fuck cares? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense that anyone would care. But it's when people say that, oh, I'm not doing it for charity, but in reality, they are doing a lot of it for charity, or they get it for charity. And I know that in Canada, there is no, if you own a charity, you don't actually have to give Like if you're saying, hey, I'm giving everything, like if you have your own charity and it's for cancer research and people donate to you, you don't actually have to give any of that money to cancer research. You could just pocket it all. And like how nonprofits aren't, it's not even that it's necessarily people are working for free. It's that there's just no profit going to it. So it's not like getting bigger. But a lot of times it's, stuff will go to advertisement material and more staff and stuff like that.
Profit from this or whatever. No. I mean, I think the artist is trying to do is just reassure you that maybe you're stressed about it costing a lot, and that it just seems like the artist is trying to reassure you, hey, it's not going to be as much as you think because there's going to be a write-off about it. So, like, you do save some money. That's the way I read it as. I don't read it as like a personal attack on Doki's moral character, but maybe I read it wrong. Doki says, please understand that my staff and I are trying to work with you, and when you disappeared for 6 months due to medical reasons, your communication with us was lost and mixed up during our swap of management. I have never done any tax deductibles via charity events, as all the donations are given directly via my fan.
Why? Why would you not? That doesn't make any sense. Why would you not do a tax deduction for your charity stuff? It's so stupid. So stupid. It's not like you get 100% of your tax shit for free. It's like saying when you pay your taxes, it goes to everything, right? But when you do charity, it's like, okay, I want to give my money specifically to cancer research. And then at the end of the year, they give you some of your money back because instead of taxes going to everything, your tax money went more to cancer research instead. So it's like they shifted your money that you gave for taxes over to cancer research instead. It's like something stupid like that, basically. Like, think of it like that. So you're not like necessarily getting the money back per se, because you're also not getting all of it back. But that's basically what you're doing. You're not avoiding paying taxes. You're essentially just saying what you want your tax money to go to primarily. And then they have a processing fee on the back end that's like 50%.
And it never felt right with using it as tax purposes, as I've never done so ever in my life. And it really saddens me that it was assumed so.
She's a fucking liar. She's a fucking liar. She has an accountant. I can almost guarantee it. If she has an assistant, she has like 2 managers. I guarantee you she has an accountant. I guarantee you she has an accountant. And that means I guarantee you that the accountant has done the write-off. She may not have done it. She may not have intended to do it. But I guarantee you the accountant has done it. If it's been there, I guarantee you the accountant has done it. Oh my God. It's a legal loophole, tax evasion, which is a separate conversation. Oh my God. These people are so stupid.
I feel like if that was the image you see of me, then I shall remove myself from this conversation. As a deeply person that I really do want to fix this, and I took time out of my vacation to assist in a matter that my staff told me not to get involved in. Since the communication has gone towards this, my staff would now negotiate with you regarding compensation, and I shall remove myself from the convo. My staff and accountant can vouch I have never used charity as a tax deductible, despite them thinking I'm an idiot for doing so, but charity is what I fully believe in. I want to add also, again, I'm going to be blunt. I don't care if it was your vacation. Like, it sucks that you had to work on your vacation. You wouldn't have had to work on your vacation if this was solved earlier. You know what I mean? Like, it taking this long is partially your fault, and it running into your vacation is also partially your fault. Like, it sucks that the artist got sick, right? It happens. But the artist was like reaching out in December about being like, how can we move this forward? And this dragged on till the end of January. Because You guys are like a brick wall, Doki and Plus Management number 3, where the artist is like, how can we move forward? Here's a proposed rate. Here are the parts. Give me a budget. And they're like, I don't know. Tell me how much it's going to cost, and then I'll tell you budget. And they're like, no, but we need the budget to figure out the parts. And that back and forth, because
What is
Management
the
3,
actual
and
budget?
as an extension, Doki, was unwilling to budge on like anything, was what made the communication take this long, which is why you now have to work on
Nothing.
your vacation. Like, it sucks, but I don't want to be like it's your fault, but it kind of is. As an aside, it's very noble to not want to profit off of charity work in any way. I use the term profit loosely, including tax deductions. While I do see the morality in that decision, charity tax deductions exist to incentivize people to donate, as well as providing a legal loophole for tax evasion, which is a whole separate convo. And in my personal opinion, it is perfectly fine to receive deductions as such.
Okay.
In fact, I'd even argue that receiving tax deductions from your charity auctions should be encouraged, as that extra money saved will allow creators like Doki to continue hosting charity events, as well as have an emergency fund of saved earnings in case a financial discrepancy situation like this arises. That's the thing. I totally get your moral compass. I get your moral high ground of like charity and all this. Like, it seems like Doki really loves charity. I love that for you. Again,
Yeah.
like I said prior, we need more people advocating for charities and donating to charities and hosting events, especially people with platforms. We need that. Your moral high ground of like not wanting to take a tax break is just hurting yourself. Nobody would ever fault you for taking a tax deduction on charity, with the exception of, if I don't know, if you're like Trump or something doing some funky shit to avoid taxes. That's a whole separate issue. But as a creator who hosts charity events, people want.
Okay, if you're avoiding taxes by taking all the tax breaks that you can take, would that not make you intelligent? Because doesn't everyone love their tax returns at the beginning of the year? Everyone's like, oh my God, a tax return. Yeah, a tax return. I got my tax return. What if your tax return was like literally all the taxes that you paid throughout the year? So it was like $15,000 or $20,000 or $50,000. What if it was like a ridiculous amount? Because of the fact that you were able to do all these crazy loopholes. But they weren't necessarily, I mean, I guess they're technically loopholes, but it's just because it's written into the tax law. You just know the tax law really, really well, to the point to where you're able to do certain things with your money that make it to where you're able to essentially pay no taxes. Would you not do that? Or would you do that? I would do that. Personally. Maybe that makes me a bad that probably makes me a bad person. But I would do that. Because I feel like not enough gets done with my taxes. Or I don't, until they start giving me a receipt for what my taxes are actually going to, or until I get something that says specifically like, hey, where do you want your taxes to go to next? Like, oh, fixing this freeway, or adding a lane to this road, or blah, 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 blah. That type of shit. Until I get that, there's pretty much nothing. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything else.
you to host more, and we want you to stress less. So if taking a tax deduction, we'll do both. It's a win-win for everybody. You save more money, so you stress less about finances. Then you get to host more charity events, and we can give more to charity. It's literally a win-win-win all around. My final point still stands, where if you do have this moral ground of you want the charity to get at least the amount the PC is worth, you pay for it out of your pocket, because those are your morals. So why does somebody else have to bend over backwards to accommodate your moral compass? Management 3 then pushes back on the issue of payment. Management 3 says,
Bend
I have
over
removed Manager 1 and
backwards,
Doki from the convo.
Leah.
Please inform me what services were rendered for the 3.4 thousand quote.
Let me
And what
bend
was the
over
formal agreement?
backwards,
We will not be planning on using
Leah.
the design for the winner's PC, so I would like to know what this entails, as it's almost the same price as the auction itself for a non-delivered item and a mock-up or quote. Dokibird is not involved and does not have input in further discussions, as the staff will now be taking over this matter. Which, this is dangerous. I think this is very dangerous for the person who is spearheading all of this, essentially Doki, it's her charity, to be out of the conversation. I get it, I guess her feelings are
Okay.
hurt, but this is gonna go to shit, because there's no line of sight with
Yeah.
Doki. Doki has no line of sight into what was being told to the artist, no line of sight to what was being told to the buyer, etc. And that is how we arrived here. And now that Doki left, Doki will no longer have
True.
line of sight to, once again, what is being talked about the pricing and stuff like that. And when you play telephone, going back and forth with a whole bunch of people like this is how you lose information and
Shit.
miscommunication springs up. So Management 3 says, but there have been zero communications during the project. No quote, no asking for feedback or approval. We'd be willing to discuss some sort of payment, but nothing has been shown or delivered from our POV at the moment. And pricing seemed to go up every time we're talking. So please provide me sufficient evidence of work being finished on your end with the next few hours or so. Because at the moment I have zero to go on, but your word that things have been completed. This is usually not how to do business. Complete things without a quote, asking for a pretty high amount, more than the charity auction fair market value, and then asking for the work that hasn't been communicated on. Then telling implying we are unprofessional and the streamer might be pocketing cash. While the bidder, her fan not yours, is the still in the conversation and then asking to add him back into the convo while we already decided to not continue from the provided quotes. Manager 3 is icky, guys. A few points to add.
Okay,
In the
having
industry,
having
services
the
are paid for
buyer in
regardless of
there
whether they're
was
usable.
never a good
Even if there's
idea.
no
Having a
intention to
buyer
use
in
the
there
model
was
the artist
such a
made,
bad
they should still be
idea.
paid for the design. Secondly, while this wasn't the intention
It
behind
was
Management
such a
3's
bad
words,
idea
pricing
to
not only
bring
includes
up
parts,
to
shipping,
bring
and
up
labor, but
money
communication
when the
hours are
buyer
also
was in
included in
there. It
hourly
was
pricing, as
so
communicating with clients is still labor. Third,
sleazy.
mentioning
I
the
was like,
quote charity auction fair market
ugh.
value end quote, referring to the 3,500 USD is a moot point, as the number has long been debunked as
Why would
untrue.
you
But
even
I want to
do
break this
that?
down into a couple more points here that to me rubs me the wrong way. Beyond Dokibird being now out of the conversation, because the whole issue was Doki had no line of sight into the communication,
Rub
and
it
thus
the wrong
miscommunication
way,
happened. There have been
Leah.
zero communication during the project, no quotes, no asking for feedback or approval. How is that the artist's fault? The artist can't move forward because you guys are the roadblock. And this is straight BS, because there have been communication. There was feedback that was asked. Every single time the artist provided an Excel sheet, a quote, the artist was like, let me know your thoughts. Let me know if you want to discuss this further, etc. What do you mean approval? There is no
There was
approval
only
because you guys
two.
are the roadblock that haven't approved anything yet. This is why nothing has moved forward beyond this. So, debunked. Point number 2. We'd be willing to discuss payment, but nothing has been shown or delivered. You guys received a mock-up last year.
Okay, well, yeah, they got a mock-up, but they didn't get a finalized image of it being like, hey, all right, you good with this? So that's different. But the price should have been discussed beforehand. Especially after the mock-up. Once they approved the mock-up, they should have talked about the price, but the person should have been talking about the price after the mock-up. They should have been like, hey, here's probably how much it's going to cost. Hey, here's how much it's going to cost is okay. I would have done that way before. I would have done that before I did anything else. Like, I don't understand how it even got to that point. That was just really stupid on the artist side of things as well.
Because that's when this happened. This all fell apart. You guys received the mock-up. Has the artist not been talking to you this entire time, providing Excel sheets, providing part listing, providing estimates of costs, whatever, discussing back and forth? You are literally in this group chat with eyeballs. Like, how did you not see this? 3, pricing seems to go up every time we're talking. Yeah, but the labor cost is going up because the artist felt guilt tripped into lowering their prices to minimum wage rates, which, let me remind you, paying minimum wage for the labor cost of building a custom PC, an artisan task that
living
requires
wage.
an extreme high level of skill from the person who is
Living.
building it, and you're going to pay minimum wage for that expert.
Living wage, not minimum wage. Living wage. There's difference. Living wage and minimum wage are two different things.
Expertise that is unheard of in the industry. Unheard of. But regardless, the artists felt pressure to lower their prices, and then they felt like, wait a sec, I'm scamming myself. Let me raise my prices to regular prices. Now you're freaking.
She's just exaggerating it and making it sound way worse than it is.
out because the prices are actually fair. 1. 2, the other part is the artist has to block out time. Like, if another project comes up, I don't know if it did happen, right? But the artist is kind of like in this weird limbo with you guys. So the artist is expecting to be working with the next 6 to 12 weeks. And if a project comes in, they likely might not be able to take it because they're expecting this project to start and for them to finish it. And then this is not how to do business, complete with things about a quote. Not them gaslighting the artist about how this is not how to do business when, again, manager 1 was the one that made the Tiltify, grabbing a random PC part picker list from the artist, using that number with the wrong currency as the estimate price for the build without even getting the approval of the artist to use this number. And then they're the ones not giving the price to the artist. Over and over again, the artist and buyer kept asking for a budget over and over and over again. And you guys are the ones that are not giving the budget until way later, which is why things have been so slow. And then implying we're unprofessional streamer might be pocketing cash. No one said that. The artist never said, Doki is pocketing money. The artist said, oh, if you're worried about finances, you can get a tax deduction on this. So the finances is going to be less of a stress for you. Huh? And by the way, again, tax deductions does not mean you're pocketing cash. I'm going to tell you right now, I take every tax deduction I can. Okay? As an American, tax evasion is illegal, but tax avoidance is every American's duty. And I am a diehard patriot American in that aspect. Not like anything else, honestly.
True. See? All right, I'm on your side again. You and me, Kat.
And avoiding taxes, okay? That is your American duty. That doesn't mean you're ethically wrong. That means you're utilizing the loopholes to your best capabilities as a red-blooded American. Sorry, I'm not using that term because then people are going to think I'm alt-right. I'm not. Fair to ask to add the buyer back.
No, red-blooded American. Americans. People blame the taxes. They just, it's like, there's a really easy way. They say they know how much we owe, and it's like, if you know how much we owe, then why don't you just fucking take it out of our goddamn, like, why don't you just tell us? I don't understand.
Into the conversation so the buyer can know what the hell is happening to the PC he paid for. Because at the end of the day, we still have the bidder without 6.6k USD with no PC. Management and the artist go back and forth again, with the artist standing firm on their rates and management pushing back. The artist provides screenshots of communication between them and management. 1. Again, the screenshot says, Doki is 100% going to pay whatever you charge for the PC. Once you have an idea of the final cost,
whatever you charge for the PC.
That is exactly what manager 1 told the artist. This entire time, the artist is under the assumption any budget is okay. The 3.5k is just for PC parts. Doki's going to pay for it. Only one PC. No deadline. That's what the artist thinks. And another message manager 1 had said, good morning, just want to send a small update. I'll message the winner today to confirm their shipping details and all that good stuff. I'm happy to be the go-between for you both, but if you and the winner are comfortable, I can get you both connected on Discord.
Yeah. My only thing with that would be the time. Since I know it's for charity and everything, I would say that I would try to get it done as soon as possible. And not wait like 6 months to a year or something to try to get it out. I would try to get it out like probably within the next, month or two. Or like try to get it on my next to-do list.
To streamline things for you guys as far as figuring out specs and stuff. Let me know and make it happen. Secondly, regarding payment for the PC, I know it's probably up in the air at the moment, so we can stay in contact and figure that out as the project progresses, or as we have a more clear idea of projected cost. I did base the market value off your previous build, and we would like to stay around the general cost for the parts themselves, but would like to give the buyer some wiggle room as far as, potentially go for cheaper RAM stuff. We already read this, but again, I need to show you this again just to refresh the memory of what was told to the artist by Manager 1. On this screenshot, Manager 3 says Manager 1, quote, had no mandate to claim that, end quote. There is then discussion on who is responsible for fulfilling this order. Management 3 says it's Management 1's responsibility, where the artist states Management 3 contacted the artist with the intention to pick up the project, indicating they were taking responsibility for it. This is so trippy. Manager 3 says, so far, my calculation says he spent 2 to 3 weeks, full days time to create this mockup, and that I think is hard to believe considering Doki just debuted around that time. And mockups usually take 2 to 4 days to complete and aren't a full-time day, 8-hour days. Side note, I do not see any hidden costs that might be attached, and I'm not an artist, hence me asking to clarify this a few times so I can double check this with legal and finance and with other artists in similar spaces on our end. We asked multiple quotes. We are not the same company as the previous C tweet, referring to management, because this was Management 3, and there was like a middle Management 2, and then there was Management 1. Yeah, not him like devaluing the artist's work. By the way, again, like what you look at is not just the finished product, the hours it takes the artists to research the PC, to research the builds, to put things together. A lot of research is extra time. That's still time you should be paid for. Dokibird Production and Stakeholders was its own company and
It
wasn't
seems
owned by
like the
Dokibird.
majority of the
team that
time
worked
went
there was
into
fired for
the
reasons as she got taken
video
advantage of.
on
Hence,
the
she started her
front
own
of
new
the
company.
case.
I understand you're not responsible
And
or
then
involved,
the
but I'm trying to
case
inform you,
with
since it's
the
relevant information
international
in business,
shipping
we're a totally
was
different legal
800.
entity from the
It's
old
an
company. The
$800
old company had
case,
no official agreements
and
with
then
you,
they had
and
to
the
do
new company
the
is looking into
international
this
shipping,
also
and it's
have
a
no
huge
agreements
ass
with you,
case.
let alone take over
And then
things
they
the
have
old
to
company.
ship it
Now, I'm
back
still talking here since I do think some sort
with
of
it all
resolving
built,
should happen, even if we're
and
not
it's gonna
legally
be
obliged or
expensive
obligated,
as fuck
and our conversations
again.
haven't been the best. But I can't help but get the feeling that both sides
So,
feel taken
I
advantage of.
mean,
Correct me if I'm wrong. This is just weird. This to me reads as gaslighting. Why are you explaining all the nitpicky of like previous management being fired? Da, da, da. Again, who cares? That is not the artist's stuff. It's not the artist's job to know this. So all of this information is being presented in the lens of
yeah,
transparency.
the artist doesn't
That's how the
need
management
to
is
know
framing
any
it.
of
Like this is just
that.
to be transparent. Whereas to me, it, again, reads manipulative, as in you're trying to push blame off of your shoulders onto management one. Again, we've already established ages ago management one screwed up. The point that we need to talk about is who's gonna fix this. And it's
Yeah,
Doki
we
and
don't
team's
we don't
responsibility to
care.
fix this.
We don't
But
care
all of this
about
talk,
management one
Doki and
anymore.
her team keep going back and forth like about how we got here, and that, in my opinion, is done as a way to try to remove the responsibility off their shoulders, being like, I don't have to deal with it because the previous.
See, this is a
management hired
shitty
them.
manager
Well,
right
I gotta
here.
put it this way, guys.
I
I
would
hired somebody and to manage my
see.
social media.
This is a person that I would fire. Somebody who just does nothing but push the blame off of themselves all the time. I would just fire that person. I need somebody who would take accountability or fix their shit.
Okay, and they go on Twitter and they start, I don't know, scamming people out of crypto using my Twitter accounts, and I fire them. Yeah, I fired them, but now I have to deal with a whole bunch of people that are down 10K because the previous management did crypto scams on my Twitter account, okay? I am still now responsible to clean up this mess because I hired them, and they were, as a result, my responsibility. And to me, this reads like a whole lot of, I don't want to deal with it. And again, I don't like the saying here of, I get a feeling that both sides feel taken advantage of. So Doki was screwed over by the previous management. We've all
Wait,
agreed on
what the
that.
hell?
Okay. But now I have to, and they, if I hired something like, I don't have to deal with it because the previous management did it and I fired them. Well, gotta put it this way, guys. If I hired somebody and to manage my social media, okay, and they go on Twitter and they start, I don't know, scamming people out of crypto using my Twitter accounts, and I fire them. Yeah, I fired them, but now I have to deal with a whole bunch of people that are down 10K because the previous management did crypto scams on my Twitter account, okay?
It was
I am still now responsible to clean
hypothetical.
up this mess because I hired
Hypothetical.
them, and they were, as a
It's
result, my
hypothetical.
responsibility. And to me, this reads
Got
like
it.
a whole lot of, I
Got
don't wanna
it.
deal
Got
with
it.
And
Got
again,
it.
I
Got
don't
it. Got
like
it.
the saying here
Hypothetical.
of, I get a
Hypothetical.
feeling that both sides
Hypothetical.
feel taken advantage of. So Doki was screwed over by the previous management. We've all agreed on that. They keep talking about it, and I'm gonna crash out because we agreed on this. Like I'm not part of this conversation, right? But they agreed on it like 30 pages ago. They're still bringing it up as a way to like brush off responsibility. But anyways, Doki was screwed over, yes, but what do you mean taken advantage of, right? You hired a management team to run an auction that you didn't double check, so it went live as fucked up as it did. Again, partially your fault, mainly the management's fault. You should have known, but as the big boss up there. But
Yeah, if you've
sometimes
never
things
done it
slip past you.
before,
Review
it
happens.
gets
Accidents
fucked
happen.
up.
Who's gonna fix this problem? The
Stuff
artist
gets
is
fucked
taken
up when you've
advantage of
never
because
done it
they haven't been
before.
paid. It's basically, how can I say I'm not gonna pay you in like 50 different ways? Management 3 and Doki, but mainly Management 3, keeps bringing up how Management 1 fucked up. Again, like you said, Ham, you can't leverage this information against the artist because that's not the artist's fault. Pay the artist. Management 3 says, we understand that charity is Doki's thing and it might not be your thing, and you wish to get paid for services provided, even if there was no agreement, quote, or official signed stuff, which again is all Management 1's fault. But within all reason, the old company had tried to connect multiple
Oh
times
my
and failed early on for reasons
God.
provided out of their control. At that point, things have been put on a halt, not because of Dokibird production. I've seen you take very little accountability on that part when it comes to charging your provided services. With this, I mean, if any customer, which we aren't since there isn't any agreement, waits this long, it's perfectly normal to not be happy with the services and talk about a solution. Further, it took the new company to get back in touch with you, and when things did not go the correct way, more than the fair market value has been asked as services for a mock-up. What would have happened if we didn't get in touch? You can sense we feel taken advantage of for these and some other reasons. This again is so icky.
What?
Management 3 is gross. Writing here, we understand the charity's Doki's thing and it might not be your thing. You're implying the artist is a shitty person and morally corrupt.
What
and not wanting to
the
donate to charity,
hell?
when it's not their responsibility to donate to charity because this was your
What
charity
the
auction.
fuck?
The artist was under the impression they were going to be paid fairly
What
for their
is
services
this
because those words came straight out of Doki's mouth. So what is all this charity
sociopathic-
gaslighting? Like the way I'm gonna
This
crack out
is
feels
some
like I'm taking a shot every single
manipulative
time I hear some charity
shit.
gaslighting. Very sober, but man, again,
Holy
they're saying I see you take no
crap.
accountability on that part regarding how the artist dropped the ball in communication because of their medical stuff. The artist apologized. We saw the
Yeah.
artist actively apologize. I'm so sorry for dropping the ball. It is my bad. I read those words. You saw it. Maybe Manager 3 didn't see it because they weren't hired yet. I don't know. But with all philanthropic
They
actions,
did.
Doki will benefit from this over time. The artist gain will be minimal.
No,
Yeah.
that
The
was
artist is
right
just trying to
when-
pay for their time, man. And then they
Yeah,
add, "We're gonna work
because
with the new company to
that
get back in touch
that
with
was
you."
when
Yeah,
they
because it
quit.
is your job to get back in touch with the artist, huh? The artist.
That was when they quit. Because the new manager started on the 31st or the 1st or something like that. Because the artist got the message on the 27th, I think, saying that they quit and all their stuff is going to be transferred to the new manager.
Artist replied to the email being like, here's the options. Option A, I do the build. Option B, you refund the buyer and find a different builder. I still want to work with you guys. Let me know how to move forward. And then the artist got ghosted. I feel like it's pretty fair for the artist to assume that you guys decided to refund. And again, as the auction host, it's your responsibility to make sure everything follows through. I mean, with any customer, which we aren't since there isn't any agreement. The reason there isn't any agreement is because you guys screwed up. And the artist defending themselves. We are now 11 months out from this happening. The artist says, my services include, but are not limited to, the mock-up design that was created on a rush turnaround. I provided a breakdown of the additional labor and administrative work in the spreadsheet, being as transparent as possible about my rates and costs. The proposals, updated hardware list, cost breakdown calculations, project planning and coordination.
It took a long time to give that information, though.
To build trust, I've also offered to share previous invoices from similar projects to demonstrate my rates are consistent and aligned with industry norms. I'm not a large company, but rather an academically recognized, published small artist specializing in unique boutique PC builds. My charges reflect the scope, complexity, and quality of the work involved. If this weren't the case, the auction winner would not have bid on the item. Additionally, I've consulted a charity manager who works with Tiltify to better understand the situation. From my understanding, the contract between the auction winner and Doki states the winner is to receive a bespoke piece created by me. As per industry standards, the item should be fulfilled by the artist specified in the auction terms unless otherwise stated. While I understand shopping around for quotes, Doki's obligation under the contract is to provide an item created by me as advertised to the customer. The charity in question had no formal relationship with me as the creator. This was an in aid of fundraiser, meaning the funds raised were donated to the charity, but the charity itself had no involvement in managing or fulfilling the auction. Therefore, there should be no discussion of further donation or garnishing my pay, as this falls entirely outside the scope of the charity's involvement. Regarding the separation between Dokibird production and your current entity, while I acknowledge the distinction, the work was initiated under the previous company, and continuity of responsibility is implied through our ongoing discussions and your acknowledgement of the project. We've already addressed the breaches and missteps by both sides regarding my agreement with the previous entity. Despite these challenges, I remain committed to resolving the matter promptly and fairly to ensure the auction winner receives the item they deserve. I'm still open to resolving this amicably and working with you on a fair solution. However, the amount due reflects the work I've completed in good faith and aligns with rates I've charged for similar projects. Edited. The artist, by the way, oh my god. Patience of a saint. They remain professional.
Artist is putting their dick on the table. They're putting their dick on the table.
Lowering their prices.
They are not
minimum wage to make it happen.
God damn.
As a result, they're just getting thrown back in their face and being gaslit. Being like, well, you took a cheaper rate. Why didn't you donate to charity? Saying all this stuff because the artist was like willing to bend over backwards to try to make this happen. And it's just being used as like a gotcha later. This is so icky. The artist says, I've thoroughly considered the situation at hand and unfortunately have to notify you my final quote is the previously stated £8,600. I understand why this is complicating for you all due to managerial changes and the amount of time that's passed. I apologize for wavering on this decision, which may have contributed to miscommunication on the subject. The bottom line here is I'm not going to accept any less than my industry standard rate, and I'm not interested in undercutting other independent artists in the industry. I understand if you want to pursue this commission at a different quoted rate, but my
that's if they get the whole computer.
Unfortunately,
They do have to get the whole computer because it's not even just the case.
Oh, thank you, and again, my apologies for any confusion in our
it's the
time
whole
reaching the result.
computer.
Game Manager 3 says, we wish to continue conversations, but without concrete evidence as requested 3 to 4 times before, I cannot go back to the team and even start the further conversation of possible compensation. We requested several things, and these items have yet to be provided to us. If these items are provided, we might be able to assist you. The team also asked why you did not reestablish communication after losing contact upon your own return, and if you did, why was everything put on a halt? Once again, blaming the artist for something that isn't the artist's fault. If you wish to stop communicating on your end, then I cannot further help look for a possible solution between us. If you wish to pursue any legal matters, then please contact Doki's business email, and hopefully you can find your resolution there with Dokibird Production. Please be advised that Dokibird doesn't work underneath them anymore, but they're still fulfilling previous contractual agreements. So here, Management 3 is trying to brush the problems and like throw it back onto Management 1. It seemed that the final conclusion was Doki's management was going to look for another builder to complete the PC build, having not compensated the original artist in the process. They shopped around, potentially going through a PC company before settling on a buyer or a builder. Sorry. So we have more updates.
That's
now,
fucked.
That, like almost 3 months have passed.
That's actually
April
fucked.
28th. The buyer says, I was given an email for the builder. Finally.
Holy shit.
Never encountered this email before. Googling has netted me nothing. And they said they dropped the email. The artist says, wait, it's about to be May and you've only just got the builder? They made you wait a whole 5 months. I have to laugh at how ridiculous that is. Goodness me, that is really dreadful. I've never heard of this person before. They don't have any other social media than a YouTube channel. They look like they're a small creator, but it's a bit weird if they're a creator and have like no other socials than a throne wish list and an email, which is a Gmail domain. They don't seem to have much of a portfolio for PC builds is something I'm noticing. Like, I'm not sure if it's because the company won't do it. This builder will have to come up with their own design. If even an established company partnered with a famous VTuber can't fulfill her request for as cheap as she wants it to be, and she won't pay me to do it like she was supposed to, big concern about this creator being exploited with how much this should cost. Doki shouldn't be trying to undercut industry prices as one of the most famous VTubers in the world. Big yikes. Yeah, by the way, so the redacted PC company, from my understanding, Doki and their team had went to this PC company being like, oh, we want this build and we want it for this price. And the company said it wasn't possible. And they quoted Doki at around the same price that the artist had quoted Doki for, being like, if this is what you want, this is how much it's going to cost. The literal company had given a very similar quote, which is why Doki's team did not go through the PC company. So the buyer responds,
They were
everything is
just like,
finalized
yeah,
in the sense that
no.
parts are ordered and everything, but it wasn't until the last second they're like, quote, okay, here's the guy that's going to build it, send the shipping label here, end quote. Everything was trucking along real slow. And in reply to the artist not having any socials,
And
the
they
buyer
just
says,
kept the
this appears to be a
computer.
suggestion from the PC company rather than Doki, I think. I'm still doing a one-on-one correspondence with Doki. The group chat with the company never ended up happening. I honestly don't know how much the creator is being paid. That part was never mentioned to me.
Dude,
I
if
suppose
they
it's
just
interesting
keep
how
the
this is coming back to bite them in
computer,
the butt, since from the time when the part
the
was
builder
finalized,
just
which
keeps
fit
the
into her budget, to
computer.
now,
That's
the
gonna
final
be
option
the
to pay for parts has
best.
increased like a
That's
third.
gonna be
Honestly,
the
I think I got an
fucking
email address on the day of
best.
me asking for at least the fourth time about shipping info.
Oh
For example,
my
tips curious label
God.
shipping, because I told them I was leaving the US soon to travel and I wanted it to be set up before I left. Doki
Oh,
suggested that I even
please
wait until
do
I come back.
that.
I'm like, no, we are now almost in May and the auction happened the first week
Send
of
it
March
to a PO
last year. We are
box.
now 14 months out. And then
That's
May 7th,
registered
the
under
buyer has an
somebody
update.
else's
So Doki
address.
ordered stuff from Amazon and didn't realize it got canceled because Amazon thought it was fraud because it was shipped to the builder in the US while Doki lives in Canada. And the builder didn't even know it was supposed to be directly shipped to them. And apparently them pinning the PC company rep twice still didn't get an answer. And the artist says, what? This is such a colossal train wreck. I'm impressed. And the buyer says, it's a stupid game of telephone. Me communicating with Doki, which will communicate with the PC company rep, which communicates with the builder. But at least now it's me communicating with Doki, who communicates with the rep, who communicates with the builder. But there is now a line of communication between the buyer and the builder. And the artist says, I feel so bad for you and the builder. And the buyer says, sad face, I forgot what you said, but you were right. They did shop around for the cheapest they could get, aka free. And the artist says, what do you mean free? And the buyer sends the message from the builder, which reads, I'm sorry if they told you a certain date, but I clearly told them I can't give a date if I don't have the rest of the parts. I can't control anything out of my control. I am at their mercy since they handled ordering and logistics. I am just a builder, a free builder at that. Conclusion. This seems to be a situation that completely got out of hand due to the faulty charity auction
they
setup
got
from the first
somebody for
management, alongside
free.
miscommunication from constant changing management and mismanaged expectations of how this would go down. It also does appear there's misaligned
They
expectations
got
with the artist who's very
somebody
familiar with working
for
with industry and PC
free.
builds, entering into this relationship thinking
That's
it would be a
so
casual relationship
fucked
with the VTuber
up.
and Doki's management and potentially Doki by extension.
So
if
they
it was a
like
professional
bullied
relationship.
somebody
A fair amount
who's just a
miscommunication stems from
fan
the
of
original
Doki
$3,500 quote pulled
that
by
does
management one
it,
from a previous build
and
of
they
the
just
artist,
bullied
which used the
them
wrong
for
currency,
free.
only included PC parts, and didn't account for the fact that build pricing is not interchangeable one-to-one. There also was no mention of Doki wanting a
That's
duplicate of
so
each item.
fucked.
This becomes irrelevant later as Doki ended up getting a custom PC through other means, and this serves as another point of miscommunication. Due to management changing midway, there was also misunderstanding between artist and management too as to whether the build was even continuing at all. Management 1 also made it
Damn.
extremely clear to the
Where
artist
did she
that
get a
Doki would be
custom
completely
PC
paying
for?
the build, but future management would not
She
have
get
the
a
same
Starforge?
understanding, expecting the artist
She's
to
sponsored by
donate the computer.
Starforge?
And finally, there was a misunderstanding about budget and who was paying for what, with the buyer willing to cover the difference of upgrading the expected PC parts to the top of the line
Esmond,
item
sponsor me.
and pricing of the artist's hourly rate.
Starforge.
With expectations of the artist not charging for labor at all, to then minimum wage, to then the artist's standard rate in 2024
that- I need that dick
per hour.
logo.
It seems like a colossal series of missteps,
Whatever it
with
is.
Doki management not wanting to step up as the bigger person to remedy the issue. To this day, the artist has not been compensated for their labor, nor has the bidder received a PC. And it appears there's a new builder who's doing the
still?
build for free. So yeah, the way it reads to me is that overall this charity was started as a good intention charity to raise money, and it has divulged into
Wow.
this crap fest, where through means
that ended
either
in
Doki or Management
March.
3 or both did not want to pay the artist for what the PC build
So
would
at
fully
the
cost,
end of
and they hopped
March-
through as many hoops as possible to avoid that by trying to gaslight the artist into
You
"It's
have to
charity, so you
do
should
the
donate it,"
3D
into, "Oh, charge
stuff,
minimum wage," all of this
and
other stuff,
then-
and then trying to push blame onto Management 1 as a way to try.
Yeah, so you have to do the 3D building, like the 3D mock-ups in like 3ds Max or whatever. And then you have to do the 3D printing. You probably have to sand it, sand each piece. You might have to paint it still, depending on the color, yeah, it just kind of depends if it's like the exact color that you need it. What else? Yeah, you would just need the glue. Outside of that, I think the modeling and the making sure that everything fits on the case, like as long as you have the 3D model of the case there, you can pretty much design whatever you want on it. And since she already has the model of the case, because that's what she's already done the stuff on, or like her other cases on, then it makes it a lot easier. 'Cause not only is she already familiar with it, she did say she was doing a lot of like digital changes with the screen on the front, which I think that's probably where they spent the majority of their time, because they said there was like 2 terabytes or something worth of videos, which is kind of crazy. Or 200 gigabytes, which is still kind of crazy for that quality video. I don't know.
Actually, the winner for the delays and confusion, and I tremendously appreciate the patience and support the winner has shown me. I take responsibility for how things unfold.
Oh.
Doki or Management 3 or both.
There you go. I'll put that in chat. See, give it a like. Give her a sub. She does a lot of artwork type content. She like points out people that are using like AI art instead of regular art. It's kind of funny. She does some good VTube drama content. Psst, guess what time it is? What time is it? Time to pick out new claw caps? I don't even know. What does that mean? Cheers. Cheers, cheers. Chat to pick the color. Wait, pick the color of what? Claw caps. For the panther? What the fuck? I am either extremely high or you are extremely high. You're so high? Okay. I am so high. Fine. Yeah, it's a you thing this time. For the panther. What a chat to pick the color. Fuck. Sometimes it's a me thing. Fuck. I don't know. I don't know. I don't. I actually just don't know. Let's do a warm-up game. Wait, message me. Tell me. Explain. Next color nail caps put on it. Oh, on the cat. Yeah, we getting Bazaar. What colors do we have? Haste. Shield. Guess we'll just give it haste. We'll send 1 minute. Alright. No. Alright, we're gonna die to Fang Gang, right? Oh, this actually does something. I didn't even know that did damage. Oh shit. I use a weapon to the left. Haste it for 2 seconds. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do, Daddy. Yes. Wah! Wah! Ah! 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 Yeah, 15 damage exactly. This magnifying glass is gonna get us far.
As spineless as a jellyfish.
The heck? Spineless as a jellyfish. Alright, poison not really gonna help us too much. Silver tier coconut. It's also not gonna help us too much.
People first, profit 10th. Do you have to leave already?
Alright, that'll help. Let's see. Let's refresh. Let's see what else we got. We could get value. Daily value. It's not necessarily a bad idea. Oh, it's not our only weapon anymore, though. That is true. I didn't think about that. I didn't think about that. Well, show my dick. Should we care? Is the bonus 10 damage every 5 seconds better? We're still gonna get haste for 2 seconds. Fuck it. Bay life.
Happy to make a sale. Sad to say goodbye.
We do this for the people. I'm like, I should get this. Just for extra extra damage. 6 extra damage at the beginning. It's pretty heavy. Maybe I should save my gold skis.
We're out to dethrone.
I think I haste the
not
claws.
To squabble with nobodies.
I thought
You
about
should
it.
know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Fuck.
Like my crew says
Oh,
at the
they
bar,
ran out.
another round.
Yeah, 10 life, baby. Eat my dick hole.
Full sail, my boys.
I may not be the most masterful trainer, but I must be the cheapest.
Um, 10% crit. I do like the crit, but the damage is nice, and I could migrate this over there. But I do like the crit.
It takes real confidence to let a kid train you.
Global crit.
I'm impressed.
How do you hugelings use these things?
Oh, that's interesting.
Okay, now sell me something. Something huge! Not very big though, is it?
Not very big though, is it? It's rude. Rude and churlish.
Midsworth says I have to trade even when I don't care.
I'm only gonna have 20 crit. Powder flask, yeah, let's go, baby. Okay, I think I do that. At least right now. At least right now, I think I do that. Do I have a friend? Don't. How many ammo items are there? Non-weapon items? Sure, I'll take that. It's an extra crit. Oh, we get a thief? Alright. Alright, let's get this cloak. Cloak of Shadows. Give it to me. Let me have it. Give it to me. Give it to me, baby. Give it to me. Give it. I want it. It's mine. I'm outraged. Ah! Hey! I got the cloak. 1 income. It's gonna be kind of ridiculous. Actually, I don't think I can use that. I think I have to use the cloaked shadow and then the turbo silencer. And then I'll just use Vanessa's amulet instead of the star chart. So we'll just have the star chart to level 7. Alright, let's sell something. Get a gold. Whee!
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Why must we do this? Death laughs at us both.
I didn't even really do that. Maybe I did. I don't know if I did.
I have no pride for you to wound.
I'm like, maybe I did. I don't know if I did. I feel like that's kind of busted.
Ride that tide!
I feel like that's kind of busted. But it really wants me to go poison for some reason. Hey, I got a piranha. Piranha rar. Okay. It's either that or I can give my... I can give both of them cooldown reduction. I can do that. That's not bad. Aquatic items,
it's
we
my
can
favorite
get
air
a couple
breather.
things. We can get noodles. We can get fucking nudes, man.
Thank you.
I'm like, should we could go cheap and just go crows. I know, we could go fucking nudes, man. We could go crow's nest and just go really cheap and fucking lame it out.
This belonged to a great sea king. I mean, probably.
You want to just lame it out? Weapons got +10. Cooldown reduced by 15. And it gets haste by 2 when it's used. Or I can give it another 10 crit. You still don't understand this game? Oh. Well, wait till I get to the beginning of a game and I can teach you. I can hold your hand through a game. I'm getting the hang of this one. I like this one better because there's no time limit. That scares me. It makes me pee my pants. That just seems crazy to have that. I should probably just put in 10% more crit, right? I feel like maybe haste is just so much better. Haste and then the cooldown reduction. Maybe. Let's go for the hover bike hooligan. Let's see if we can do it.
Hey, just let me go, yeah?
Just let me go, yeah? So right now, I have this crow's nest where my weapons have 20% crit. And if I have exactly one weapon, it has lifesteal. And I have exactly one weapon, which is my katana. So it has lifesteal. And it attacks every 1.7 seconds. So I guess you could say my dick is pretty big. It's basically what that means. Crit chance, shield. No, I have no shields. Max health, damage. Alright. Crit chance, damage, shield, no! Stop with the shields! Damage, yes. Great bronze item.
Refurbished junk.
That's a tough question. Now the question is, do we do crow's nest or the silencer? Because the silencer gives our weapon to the left, being our katana, 10 damage. And if we upgrade it, it'll give it 20 damage. And it'll also decrease its cooldown. I don't know if it's by 20% or 25%. I don't remember. But I don't think the enchantment will change. So I think it'll still just put the haste on it for 2 seconds. So it's pretty much on perma haste, since the cooldown is already 1.7 seconds. I'm thinking about crow's nest, but I'm also thinking about the cloak. Because the cloak will stack more damage.
Our items have lived. They have stories.
Yeah, and the cloak's harder to get.
Go ahead.
In
Underestimate
shops.
me. It makes this more fun. I may be young for a captain, but
Go
I
ahead,
see my share of
underestimate
storms.
me. Go ahead, undress me.
Bring her about! I've got
Easy
another salvo.
clapper. Easy clapper. Didn't even have to try.
This is how you win a war!
Great
That's a fine
bronze.
piece. But it can be better.
Crow's Nest is going to be the most expensive. It'll also give me... Is it 10% more crit? I think this will give me 5 damage. Which is 10 damage. At the start. So I don't care too much about this. I would care more about the crit.
Feel the difference?
I think let's go for the
That's
crit.
masculine craft.
Let's go for the crit. Oh, it goes up to 40% crit. Oh, that's nice. I didn't know that. I wanted that. Now it's at 62% crit. Cool. Docks to earn. I don't think that has anything to do with the... It does, yes. So we get 5 gold and 1 XP, which is delicious. Mandala effect. Don't need that. Small items. We could get either of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can only have 5 items because 5 items for our 10 crit chance. So if we get another item, it has to be either like a medium-sized item that replaces one of the small items, I guess, or another one of the medium items. Or it has to be like an upgrade or some type of replacement. It's got to be big. It's got to be good.
Neither wealthy nor wise, huh?
Neither wealthy nor wise. Did that motherfucker just call me broke? The brawler's got that passive, right? Good passive. I think we can kill the prince. Maybe. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't even know what the prince does. Is he the prince of cringe? But I think the brawler does...
Buddy.
I think the brawler has the passive. Maybe he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Never mind. I thought he had a skill that I needed. He doesn't.
You're tougher than you look.
Tougher than I look. I took a hit on that. I got goggles. We're getting googly moogly. Okay.
We take pride in our restorations.
Do you want 10% more crit or more damage? Let's do more damage cooldown. So at least we start out a little bit higher. Let's aid the caravan. Ooh, get 1 income? Don't worry if
Rally
I
men,
do.
blades
Don't
to the
worry
wind.
if I do. Yes.
I sense something blocking the power.
Yes.
Let's get rid of it.
You have at least 7 items? We can't do that. First time you use an item each fight. Haste 1 burn item? I don't have any burn items. You poison. Your weapons gain 5 damage for the fight. I poisoned at the beginning of the fight, I think, on accident. And you crit, your weapons gain 5 damage for the fight. Alright, well.
We make progress.
We're upping our crit.
I'm proud of you.
We have 62% crit.
You
So maybe I should have
I'm a
upped that
legend
crit.
on Pelago. Go ahead, underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
God damn it. Up to that crit.
You've got talent.
Let's go,
You should
baby.
Put it toward noble
Let's go, baby.
use.
Let's go, baby. We got it. Who got it? We got it. That's right. Easy clap. Never didn't have it. Should we get some chocolate bars? It was a little close. Maybe we should get some chocolate bars. Sell those for health. Alright.
I would spar with you, but this leg. Oof.
I feel like selling weapons is a bad idea just because. I guess unless I'm trying to replace the katanas.
You'll be back, refuses.
Trash Town. I mean, I don't really need to reduce the cooldown, so let's just go Trash Town.
Trash Town. A completely
Oh
real
no,
place.
they
Now
one-shot
pay
me,
your
right?
taxes. Ah!
So I don't have shields
Typical smear
or something.
campaign.
Oh, maybe not. Typical smear campaign. I feel you. I'm the only mayor in town. Get out of here. Your shield items have +1 shield. Oh boy. A shield passive. Just what I was looking for. Upgrade a bronze item.
You say old. I say thoroughly our
Let's
items have
go.
depth. They have stories.
Alright.
Let's take the tyrant's whole kingdom!
Let's get a silver item and get into a crow's nest. That's what we're gonna do. Alright, we didn't do it. We tried. We did try.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobodies.
I'm not super confident in my in this, because I'm very susceptible to getting nuked. I feel. Okay. I mean, as long as I crit, right? If I can crit, I should win. I should win. Hypothetically.
If you have to ask the price. You can't afford it.
I can't afford it if I have to ask the price. Maybe you have to have good shit in order for me to want it.
Ugh. Window shoppers.
Ugh, shitty stores.
The bazaar's a crazy place.
Sells
right?
items. Okay. That doesn't... sells items. So vague. So vague.
That's okay. It was nice to see you.
It was nice to see you. The Infernal kill me? I don't know if he one-shots. I don't know what he actually does. Okay, he dies. Okay, cheers to him dying. When you burn, items gain +1 crit. Alright, I need to get the burn enchant on this katana. Alright, let's get some chocolate bars.
Full sail, my boys!
I don't trust.
Well,
Grade silver or lower. Could get the crow's nest. That's up 20%. Or we could do the cloak, which does 2 more damage per swing.
temper, sharpen.
This saves more gold overall. It's brings it up to 92% crit, which is pretty nice. Small and medium. Okay, come on.
Don't care.
Come on.
Try
Horrible small and medium
or something.
items.
My fight
Maybe
isn't
good
with you.
small and medium items?
You insist.
That would be
I will leave you
ideal.
alive to learn the lesson.
Yeah, idealistically. Alright. Still alive somehow. Still alive. Oh!
In the heat of the crucible.
Still alive. I think the crits from this passive, like when you crit, your weapons give 5 more damage. I think that might have got us through that fight. Chocolate! Chocolate! This is so unhealthy. I'm gonna be the most annoying piece of shit to deal with. I don't even know if the silencer is considered an ammo item or not. I have no idea.
Just trying to look out for you, mate.
You think I can get the Corsair? Fuck it.
At least you're no cloud top slime.
I'm not high, you're high. Come on. Oh. They got full life?
Write a tune for my
Where'd they get full HP from? Where did they get full HP from? Okay, that's some bullshit. Okay, I didn't know. I didn't know that that was some bullshit. For the record, I beat that bitch, alright? For the record. For the record, on the record.
Sometimes I sell stuff.
I beat it.
You're busy.
I did it. I did it. It was Dio. You can't say otherwise. Steals apparel from any hero. It's not really gonna help me. Yeah, I could sell that for a couple gold. It's kind of nice.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with
Yeah, we're out to
nobodies.
deep throat a
I
king.
would fight you, but only so that I can study you.
Oh yeah. Let's do it.
Just behind the veil,
Ooh.
my family waits for me.
We definitely missed a few crits there. We're not quite. We're not quite there. We're 10. We're 10 before. Richard Richardson.
I do not teach. I help you discover for yourself.
I don't think it works. First time you haste each fight, freeze an item for 4 seconds. First time you use a large no, I don't have that. Use an item, your items gain +3 crit chance for the rest of the fight. Your items have 100% less crit rate, Jesus. When your weapons gains haste, if it already has haste, it gains +10 damage. Holy shit.
I have seen such talent
That's
once
crazy.
before, and
This
it
thing
grew
gets
into
haste
a
so much.
terror.
Chocolate. Haste, slow, and cooldown. Sorry for a mood to ask. What do you think I missed something? Where's magic, or why just started not playing magic anymore? There's plenty of land destruction in right now. Love to see some deck ears. I got in a big fight with Watsy. That's all. Haste, slow, and cooldown. Or should I go for life? This is also haste.
You don't have time not to buy this.
Like, it definitely has a lot of hit options, but it didn't get anything for us.
Hello? You don't want the whirly thing? Or the clanger?
Burninator bot. I don't know if that's gonna kill us. The infernal fridge. Yeah, this getting extra damage when I get haste is insane. Because this gives it haste.
Not even a battle? Maybe a skirmish.
Every time it attacks, and then this gives it haste every time it attacks. So now I want to give this more haste. Sells small items. Okay, we could get amulets. Could gumballs though.
I would never
What's
debase my
amulet?
wares by haggling.
Let's look for our small items. All right, we didn't get upgrades.
I understand. Classes.
Forever sadness. Upgrade a bronze item? Oh, we do have a bronze item. I'm like, what the fuck am I gonna do with that? I'm like, oh, we still have our main item is a bronze item. We got 5
I
damage
may be
from
young
it.
for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
I mean,
Go
5
ahead,
damage is 5 damage.
underestimate
And that's what it
Makes
starts
this
at.
more fun.
So it's not the worst, I guess. Woo!
You fall like a boulder.
Oh!
I flow like the wind.
Oh! It looked like I got him. It looked like I got him.
Now this is how you win a war.
Motherfucker. What am I supposed to do with that? The hell am I supposed to do with that? Alright, JJ.
A friend. I mean, a customer.
Come on. Give me something I can actually use. None of that I can use.
Maybe you're not cut out for business.
No, you're not. Sells weapons. Okay,
Any
sure.
good
Come on,
fights
give me
lately?
give me an
Yeah,
upgrade,
decent.
a weapon upgrade. Come on. Son of a bitch.
I hope you live long enough to reconsider.
I feel like I can kill this. But I also don't want to find out at the same time. You know what I mean? Because if I lose, that's a lot of XP. I think I can take it, but... Easy clap.
It's over already. We barely got
Yep.
our flags up.
It's over already. I need to put haste on this katana. This is really good because I can upgrade this. Upgrade my crow's nest, maybe. The iceberg, though. But the iceberg, chat. I would lose my life gain. It's so sad. I mean, yeah, I would lose. I would lose too much.
Business. I won't play this game with you.
Gumballs.
The
Small items. Okay, come on. Give me a silencer. Give me a silencer. This would actually go fucking hard right here. I'm not gonna lie.
If you want something big and ugly, go see Pole.
I might pick it up. I might pick it up the next time I see it. If it's a gold one, I'll probably pick it up. I'll probably pick it up.
Go ahead. Underestimate me.
Yeah.
It makes this more fun.
Yeah, if it's gold, I'll probably pick it up. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck me.
Next time, boys. Less blunder, more plunder.
Yes, more plunder. Let's go.
Rally, men! Blades to the wind!
Heal effects. Oh, I could get lifesteal and heal on my katana for double heal. Double heal, what does it mean? Oh my god. Does that work? Oh, it does get rid of the lifesteal. Oh wait, no it doesn't. It still has lifesteal. Oh, it's because I had the other shark in there. That's hilarious.
Step toward good taste.
Oh shit, let's go grenade. Finally, silencer upgrade.
Diamonds come in small boxes.
Thanks for letting me know. Due to fire the wizards, what the fuck? Diet curious. Yeah, this game is super interesting. I actually really like this game. It's an auto battler, but it's very card oriented as well. It's like, it's very deck buildy-esque. I like it a lot so far.
I'm finished with
I just started like
but
last
I can
week
help you
and I
finish
kind of have a
your vote.
problem.
Stillness.
It's not
I
good.
prefer action.
I was gonna pick it up, but I just golded this and enchanted it. It was double lifesteal, so now I don't need it. Void Colossus. Let's see if I don't know if it's gonna double. I don't know if it's gonna double life me. $46, $266. It looks like it double lifes me. Yeah. Oh, it crit for 616. No, it just says 308.
Waste of gunpowder.
Does lifesteal and then that work? I don't know if that works together. Oh.
Fights sooner, champion.
Give me a diamond iceberg, baby. Oh shit.
Fight make more sweat.
No.
Angry.
I got frozen to death. I got fucked. Well, that's embarrassing. It's an interesting card to get as well.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
It is an interesting card to get. Because then I get life gain and shield whenever I do it, whenever I attack with it.
If you think you've hurt my feelings, I assure you I have none.
Yeah, we just have to get that crit up. So you get the crit to 100. Yeah, the health on this didn't change anything. Unfortunately. Alright. Wait, what is this? If I have another vehicle or large item, reduce cooldown. Oh shit. Yo, and I can give this life gain too? Look at this. 2.3 seconds. And it's a 78.99 life gain. It gets me shield. Yo. Let's low-key fire. Okay. That might be better than our katana. Teaches weapon skill. Haste and charge skill. Let's do haste and charge skill.
But it's the other way around.
Oh. I'm gonna do this just so I can get bonus health and bonus HP. Or yeah, bonus shield and yeah, bonus life gain and bonus shield. Oh my god, chocolate! Chocolate!
The Grand Society of Master Merchants welcomes you.
Yes!
Happy to explore.
100% crit, baby.
I mean, help you.
100% crit. Now, when one of these gets to diamond, I can essentially start getting rid of them. Or like when this gets to diamond, well, I can't really get rid of it, I guess. I'd have to find another item. Free loot item. Free aquatic item. It's aquatic? No. Damn it. Small and medium?
Here is
Okay.
huge. It's terrifying.
Now that shows up. Now it shows up. Doesn't help me now. This is only 10% crit and 10 CDR. This gives the haste, which is also damage, so I can get rid of that.
I guess.
I can get the shovel just to get additional income. Because at the start of each day, I get a small item I don't ever use.
On behalf of the Grand Society of blah blah blah, bye!
Property Baron. I think he one-shots me. Unless maybe I have shield. Maybe. Maybe. Opium. Fuck, why does he heal so much? There we go. Like, I'm critting for 100. I have 100% crit. Better not get a passive. I'm like, this guy doesn't even really give me shit. Yeah, it's just something to Mandala. Mandala! I really need 2 things. Dare to risk some coin? Yeah, because I don't need any weapons.
Risk. Will you take it?
Gain 2 to 4 XP. I can get max HP, but I think let's get some XP.
My boy.
XP is always good. Oh, yeah, 4. We got 4 XP. Hell yeah. Get gold gunpowder ammo. Gold tier item. And 2 gold and gold loot. Upgrade your leftmost silver. Ooh. Upgrade my cloak. Hell yeah. Hell yes.
Now this will inspire the crew.
Hell yes.
My fight is.
Let's go, baby.
You, but if you
Let's go, baby.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobodies.
Squabble up, baby. Squabble up. Oh.
Bravery
Holy
without
shit.
strength is a sword without a blade.
They actually... Wait, did I have my fish? Did I actually have a fish in my inventory? Or did that just show up afterwards? If I actually had that fish in my... like on my battlefield, I'd be kind of pissed. Okay, we don't need any weapons. I don't think there's any weapon
Few
that we can
warriors
get
need
that
to
can
return.
really be better
Buy
than what
my
we
weapons,
have.
and you might.
Yeah, like eels maybe. But
I respect new food.
we would need
Bare hands are not
diamond
enough.
eels. Dude, Mandala! It's a lighthouse now. I dubbed thee Sir Lighthouse. I need a crow's nest. Can Lord Arkin give me a crow's nest?
I have 50 worlds to rule. I haven't time for this. I will remember you.
I'm like, I don't know who's winning. I see a lot of stuff hitting me. Ooh, a diamond thing. Just it by 20% for the fight. Dude, this Gatling gun goes hard though.
Ride that tide!
Upgrade an item. Like, I feel like I should do a cloak because it's the most difficult thing to find. But I feel like the silencer will provide the most help. You know what I mean?
You had a chance at Damascus steel. Now you have no chance at all.
So I think I have to go for the cloak.
My work
Just 'cause
is for
it's
the
so hard to
glory of
find.
Damascus. So, tell story.
I have a diamond thing. Small items, okay.
My wares by haggling.
These are not small items we need. These are not the small items we need either.
If you want cheap junk, go see Curio.
I don't need cheap junk. Sells medium and large. Okay. I mean, we do need a crow's nest.
Really small things?
Kind of.
Did you see it, Quicksilver?
Sure, we can
I
upgrade
made a
that.
sail.
Just because it exists. I don't. Yeah, we do have 2 slots open. Okay, we don't have anything there. We don't have anything there.
If you knew my
We
true
don't have
purpose,
anything there.
you would
It's fine.
stand aside.
Everything is fine. Nothing is wrong. Everything is fine. How things should be.
I am seeking gold in a world of lead.
Maybe not. Maybe that's not how they should be.
Your future shines like an ocean of coins.
Well, any random enchantment on the burn effect on here? Do a burn equal to the damage? That would be funny. Unless it's only 10%. Ah, it's only 10%.
This is why I wear red, so the crew won't see me.
Yeah. So non-weapon items. All right. So those three that we're looking for. Hey, we can upgrade that. We get better. We get better piranhas now. That's all we need. Better piranhas. $30. We can do a wanted poster instead of Vanessa's amulet. It'll provide the same amount of crit.
Need to throw some things overboard.
I'm so
Yeah.
glad we could share this experience today.
Yeah, so it still has 100% crit. And it will give us 2 XP if we kill somebody. Yeah. Alright. I have bad ideas. Who doesn't love a good old-fashioned bad idea? Whoever said bad ideas were bad ideas. So smart. Okay, I need a silencer.
You can't afford it.
That's a scope, not a silencer, you dick fuck.
Ugh, window shoppers.
No, you're just not listening to me. You don't listen. I think I'm pretty much stuck on that. Alright, the Void Colossus kills us, I think? I don't know. I don't know what these things do. I should figure that out. I just got scared into fighting anything. That's number 3.
See that plank? Walk it.
You sell this, transform your leftmost small item.
Now this is how you win a war.
Crit, burn. Oh. We do crit a lot. We are going to be burning as well, but we will crit 100%. Diamond is probably best, though.
At last, here you are.
Right, most shield items, 50 more shield. 16% crit. Yes. First time you burn each fight, freeze. When you freeze, reload weapon. Leftmost weapon deals 50 damage. Yes.
Orin was right. You are a quick study.
I am a quick study. It's true. They told me that.
By sharing my power, I make you a more interesting enemy.
I don't know what that does for me.
Do you even
I don't
know
know
what
what
you're looking at?
I don't know what he does. No, I don't know what I'm looking at actually. But you can rub it and be a dick if you want. You sell this, transform your leftmost small item. Haha. Assault weapons. I don't need any. Get poison. Let's just get a temporary boost. 25 damage. That'll get us fire and flame.
I may be young for a captain.
Fire and the flame will carry on. And we'll get some shield. Alright. I'm like, you better be critting every time. I was watching it. I was like, this is critting 100% of the time, right? I was trying to verify.
Haha! We could use you in the fight on Pelago.
Oh shit, that was a 10? That was a 10er? Oh shit, we got a 10er up in this. We got a 10er with a fucking fiery submarine? I don't know how that happened. That wanted poster came in clutch at the end. Did nothing. Again, if you want to learn how to play, you could jump in Discord. I'm gonna grab some water really quick. BRB. Barb chat. I'll put more water in my humidifier. I should do that later. Oh, brave face! Oh, brave face! Oh, brave face! Oh, brave face! Oh, it doesn't help more brain face. Oh, I needed water though. I'm getting a little bit too high. All right, hold on. Broke the seal earlier. It's a bad idea. Pew, 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 pew. Like the 93 97s. That 10 win though. Oh, give me that XP, the delicious XP. Oh, didn't get me to the next level. New specials available. Oh, they're trying to sell me some shit. Hey up, kitty. I just got a fucking 10 win because I am the best at this game. The best that ever walked. Cheers. But yeah, I don't know if you wanted to hop in Discord and I could teach you, or if you even wanted to learn. I think the way it was taught to me was incorrect. Let me put it that way. I don't think, I mean, I'm not an expert, obviously, and they're more talented than me. I think the stuff you need to know as a beginner, I don't think they knew, like, what to say or like do as a beginner. Yeah, like, I'm mildly interested, just mildly. Well, the first thing you do is you click on the Bazaar and you buy all the shit that's in there because it's just skins. I'm just kidding. You use my referral code and then you just buy all the skins. That's the first thing you do. And then the second thing you do is you buy more skins. And then the next day you buy more skins and use the exclusive code to buy more skins. And then you send it to your friends to have them use the code to get more skins. Because that makes you feel even more special that you gave them. And then you come into my chat and tell them that you gave it to your friend and they used your code. And then I say, wow, thanks. I really appreciate that. And then you feel really special for me saying thanks. I appreciate that directly to you. It's kind of like a pyramid scheme, but just say thanks. Kind of shitty at these games. Whatever, you like beat my ass at the auto battlers. Like at fucking what's it called? At Battlegrounds. You're like beating my ass at that. It's easier than this? Yes and no. I would say it's easier than this, but you're not on a time limit at all. So you can sit there for like 30 minutes to make a decision if you want. So there's no time limit. And you can just like log out in the middle of your like set group of games. Like in the middle. And be like, all right, and then come back and resume. So that's one thing I do like about it. That's one thing I really liked about it. I think that's what drew me closer to this, is because I was able to like get a better read on everything of what was going on and not have to be super rushed. And I could still like read chat while reading the individual cards. And yeah, stuff like that. But yeah. So the first thing you do is you click on play. And they'll start you with Vanessa. So you just click ready. And everything is split up into hours and days. So over here on the left, you have time and day. And it says currently hour 0 on day 1. And there's 6 hours in every day. All right. There is a NPC fight, I believe, on the 3rd hour of every day, and a PvP fight on the 1st hour of every day. Or the 2nd hour and the 3rd. They pose each other. Whatever it is, they pose each other. It's either the 1st or the 2nd. Something like that. But if you lose to a player character, which is actually just like a ghost character. So kind of think of it like a roguelike. You know how when you're playing a roguelike, how you can see your like other people's shadows if you're doing speedrunning stuff, or your previous shadows when you're doing speedrunning stuff to see how well you've done. It's like you're playing against someone else's shadow, basically. So that's essentially what that is. But if you die to somebody in PvP, and it has to be a person, not an NPC, because you don't lose any damage dying to an NPC, only a player. So you can only lose life once per day. Alright? And you have 20 life, which is called prestige. So losing fights against players results in prestige loss equal to the day. If your prestige hits 0, your run ends. So if it's day 1 and you lose, you're down to prestige 19. And if it's day 2, it's, it just keeps going and going and going and going. All right. So it punishes you a little bit less for losing earlier on. However, winning PvP battles gets you more experience, And experience is king in this game. So anyway, there's like an extra battle of sorts. There'll be like options on the screen that you'll see that some will be just like extra battle. Like, oh, these bandits found you. You can fight them. So anytime you're able to find extra
Sails
experience,
down, anchors up. Just waiting for your command.
you want to do those so that you can get bonus experience because you want the extra levels. Now, the experience is down here. You collect 8 experience to gain a level, and it's always 8 to go up a level. And it is resembled by these like blue blue gem looking things is how they're represented. Here it will also show your victories up at the top. It'll show gain 10 victories. That's when it ends. So you either get 10 victories or you run out of prestige. That's essentially what it is. Now, the first thing you do is you start out with one option. Now, the smart option is to go with +2 income and +12 gold. Now, income is the amount of gold you gain at the start of each day. And remember, there's 6 hours in every day. And after we pressed that one start button, like going to this Vanessa's quarters, it went to hour 1. So right when we click on one of these, it's going to go to the next hour. All right? So every single action that happens, it goes to the next hour. That's how like fast time is. So getting 2 income is the smartest thing to do technically. Enchanted items are they're always going to be the one squared item. There's 3 sizes of items. There's 3 slotted items, 2 slotted items, and 1 slotted items. And the enchanted item is always a bronze small item that just has an extra bonus effect onto it. That's sometimes good, but usually not all that great. Gold tier skill. You also get 6 gold with it, which is fine. You can also usually do something with the enchantment at the early stages, which makes things nice and easy. The gold tier skill is nice if you can build around it early, but you don't get any gold from it, so it does kind of suck if you have to go to a store. I like going mid-gang because mid-gang is degenerate. But I've been liking gold tier skill lately. But we'll go mid-gang, because mid-gang's probably smarter. Adjacent ammo items have 25% crit chance. Is double the crit chance bonus? That's pretty good. I think we do this, and I think we just shoot shit. Alright, JJ, give me a gun.
I mean, a customer.
It's not a fucking gun. JJ, that's not a gun. JJ, that's not a gun.
Now, if that doesn't work out for you, come back for a refund.
Okay, I got it.
Do you have to leave
I
already?
got a gun here. I got a gun here. Okay. We get a gun here. Alright. We got some guns. We got some guns. We got some things. So Jason items have one. Alright. Good. Each aquatic item. We don't have aquatic items. We don't need that. We don't need that trash. Oh, should we go Fang Gang? No, let's just go over. Let's get the more gold. I haven't been explaining everything. Sorry. I will be explaining everything now. Right there we just shot on their chest.
Was that even a battle?
That was
Maybe
an
a
NPC
skirmish.
though, so it doesn't matter. Fang Gang! Okay, so these are just 3 random NPC things. The one on the right is essentially always a free item or a free thing of sorts. Like, almost always. So when you have no gold, a lot of the times you just go for that. The middle one, the same thing. A lot of times it's just a free thing, but usually it has an event tied to it, or it can have an event tied to it. It sells ammo items. We can upgrade like any of this.
G'day.
G'day. Hello, puppet.
Dunes. Tell him Dusty Cole sent you.
I'll tell them that, I'll tell your sister that too, okay, mate? Why not take ship? I sold ship. The ship is beneficial mainly for one weapon. It gives lifesteal if you have one weapon. And since I have 2 weapons, I have a bolas and a revolver. I got rid of it. And you can tell if there's a weapon because there's red number on top of it. Sometimes there is a purple number on top of it. So if it's a purple number, it means it's damage but lifesteal. If there's a green number, that's poison. There's, I think, another different shade of red that's fire. It's like cracked red. It's like an orangey red.
Welcome in, hon. What can I get you?
Welcome in, hon. I'll take a star chart.
Just toss that on my back, and I'll trot it to your door. My fight isn't with you.
Alright, so this is the first
Go ahead.
player versus player
Underestimate
fight we
me.
have.
It makes this more fun.
You could tell because the person's name is Scuttlebutts or whatever it is. Oh, come on, baby. No, they crit the heal?
I paint my ship red, but I don't use.
They have a flaming... They have a fiery seaweed.
Rally men, blades
Cringe,
to the wind.
bruv. Cringe, bruv.
If you're not ready for my training, I'm not sure where else to send you.
I hate you so much. Okay, we're just gonna give everything more crit, I think. Or do we do 20 more damage? If I do 20 more damage, I kind of want the revolver on that side. You know what I mean? That wouldn't be bad though. It would make the bolus faster, but I could also make this faster if I'm giving it 20 more damage. I mean, it already has... No. What am I doing? Stop being stupid. Oh wait, I can't do that. I do have to do it this way.
It takes real confidence to let a kid train you.
Trash! I was trying to get this because this has adjacent items have 10% crit chance and 10% cooldown. So it would only affect one on either side. I was trying to get the crit chance on this up higher. But I need the powdered flask to reload this. So that you see the little 3 things below the picture? That's how much ammo it has, how many times it can shoot before it can't shoot anymore, unless it gets reloaded. And the revolver is, when you crit, you reload twice. So this just needs a lot of crit, which it will have now. So it just won't run out of ammo.
I'm finished with fighting, but I can help you finish a fight.
In theory. In the land of Hopi-Mon.
Use it well. Make me proud.
Could start using this katana. What day is it? It's day 2. It's day 2. Can I start using this katana? Or not the katana, the lang. It's when you win a fight with it, it gains 40 damage. That's why you want it early, because you can win against people early. You just got a 10-win pig game? Nice. Congrats. I heard that was easy mode. No, I'm just kidding. Kidding. Iceberg gamer? Dude, hell yeah. I love Iceberg. Iceberg's so sick. No. Like that. And then that, like that. I wouldn't get the crit. Well, that's annoying. Oh, why all the healing? Healing is cheat. Healing is cheat. Yeah. See?
It's
No
over
healing.
already. We barely got our flags up.
Oh.
Just
okay, so this guy sells a bunch of items that you basically just buy and then sell back to him, because when you sell them, your items gain like benefits from it. So it's just really nice to have overall. Hmm. 55% chance to crit and a 3.6% cooldown. Do I want that? I think I kind of want it on.
That's been sitting there 20 years, waiting for you. Trash is
Weapons gain
tragedy.
4, weapons gain 1. Oh, can't afford it. That's right. Has the bonus from the left-handed thing, the 20 damage bonus. So it's actually just 60. That goes to both my weapons. That goes to both my weapons. This goes to just one. I'm gonna put that there. Just because it fires more frequently.
Hooey! Now that's a bargain.
Leftmost item gets 4 damage. Don't have anything left to sell to refresh the shop. Ooh, bronze upgrade. Uh-oh. was like, something's not right here. Alright. Yeah. Let's get the star chart. I'll try to get this closer to 100% crit. Getting this up to more ammo is not a bad idea.
You
But
should know.
I think
I'm
the cooldown
on Pelago. I may be young
cooldown
for
on
a
the
captain,
pistol is
but I've
nice.
seen my share of storms.
And now we just wait for the cooldowns to go and wait for it to do everything that it does. And the numbers do things.
Defeat
And
does not
from here, I don't
defeat
know what it
me.
is. Also, I know is that their health bar doesn't exist anymore, and mine does. And it said victory, so I won. But for the most part, I have no idea what it does. Yeah, I just see numbers and attacks and crazy shit happening. I'm like, ah! Just gotta encourage the crazy shit. That's all. Alright, 65%. Don't want a Mandela. We can visit JJ. Ooh, cannonball.
So, how about this weather? We're
Nice. Like I don't really want those boots, even though they have fur. I can Orange Julius. It's kind of late for it.
happy to make a sale. Sad to say goodbye.
So Orange Julius is whenever you gain gold, increase the damage bonus of the item by the gold amount. And so every 11 seconds right now, my weapons will gain 10 damage for the fight. So if I like buy this Zoracid and then sell it for 1 gold, now every 11 seconds I'll get 11 damage instead of just 10. So it's like a nice little trick that you can use. Alright, my leftmost shield item has 30. Alright, Pog. Just what I wanted for my shield item. Oh wait, I don't have a shield item. That's right. Forgot about that.
Your dice aren't even custom.
Upgrade Julius reduces its cooldown. It will constantly be scaling. Yeah. I should put it next to my star chart. I don't know what I was doing. Well, I'm a little high. Not gonna lie.
Oh, I
But I'm
get
not a
it.
rapper.
Fake Newbat, huh?
We got a pickle! Alright, let's put it next to that because it has cooldown reduction by 15. So now, instead of it being an 11-second cooldown, it's a 9.4 second cooldown. It's much better.
Don't worry, mate. I'll look out for you.
Don't worry, mate. Thanks, mate. Thanks, bruv. Always looking out for me, brother.
Old saying round here, an empty gun is an empty wallet.
I don't have anything. Fuck. Fuck, baby. Fuck. It's Friday, baby. Fuck. Woo! I guess we're getting 300 shield.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist, we're out to dethrone.
I try to
you,
always
not to
get
squabble with nobody.
if there's like a free place I can go to, because like I can't afford an item or something, then I try to get a free item that will that I can just get rid of, just sell, and it does that.
Bring her about! I've got
Oh,
another
take that,
salvo
fuckers.
with me.
Kill them. Take that. Give me something useful. Upgrade bronzer.
That guy is. The
Let's
fire
go.
suffers.
Oh yeah, we went to Sephora. Upgraded this bronzer. Alright.
Gold is loud and gorgeous.
Silver tier items.
Silver is demure.
I mean, we're not hasting or... I mean, we're kind of slowing, I guess. Burnt deal damage when we haste. We're not really hasting. Cringe. Ammo items have 20% crit chance. And when your items run out of ammo. It's actually a really nice item. Only... I could afford it.
Nothing to
I'm like, if only I had something to sell for it. Shit.
Somehow I'll survive.
Alright, well, mandala effect. That. Alright, we got gold shoe blade. Alright.
You young punks are soft.
We'll just go for the extra
I'll show you how
gold.
it's done.
We'll just go for the extra gold. I still don't know who to choose there, so I can't help you with that one. This is one thing that's never been explained to me. I think there's something on the website that I'm supposed to look at that I've just never looked at still.
All those newfangled items! Yeah, I would have whooped you without those.
When you heal your shield items, gain one shield. Wonderful. I don't heal or shield. This does not help me. I can't afford any mediums because silver mediums start at 8. You can typically tell what things cost by doubling whatever the sell price is, which is this tag down here. So if this sells for 2 and you wanted to buy it in the shop, it's going to cost 4. And since this Mattel sells medium items, it's going to sell 2 slotted items only. And since I don't have 8 gold in my bank, going to Mattel won't do anything for me. Sells items, buys your bronze tier items at plus 1 gold. Just sells items in general. It's just like, yeah, I sell items. That's all you need to know. Don't worry about it. It's like, I kind of do want to worry about it. Now, when you put it that way, I kind of do want to worry about it, if you know what I mean. This could go a little crazy. If I took out the shoe blades and added in Seabiscuit.
Ooh, that one's on sale. Buy 200, get one free.
This is not gonna go well, is
Ride
it?
that tide!
So this reduces the cooldown of my other items, all my other items, by 10% for the fight, and then increases this item, Seabiscuit's item, by 4 seconds for the fight. So it's gonna cost 1.7 seconds and then 5.7 seconds. Etc, etc, etc. But I have this, which changes it to where it adjusts its cooldown by 15%. So it's pretty good. And it's also going to help the cooldown with my Orange Julius.
This isn't our moment, but I'll be here when it is.
Weapons have 10% crit. It's pretty good.
There are
Yeah, I think I'll take that.
But it's beautiful up there.
You should know.
We'll take that for free. Yeah, we'll take that.
I should warn you.
We'll take that.
I'm not like other Jabarians.
Pokey! I'm like, is it really not done? I'm like, I need to sell more. I need to sell more shit. Yeah, damage bonus, the amount of gold gained. Yeah, I need to gain more gold. My Orange Julius is lacking. It sells non-weapon items. Okay, that doesn't help. That doesn't help either. I mean, this kind of helps. Well, it's an investment in the future. It's items to sell every day. This has a passive at the bottom where it's at the start of each day, get a small aquatic item. So it's a single slot aquatic item. And you'll see what type of item it is at the top of the little thing here, where it says small weapon, and you'll see something like aquatic next to it, if it has aquatic. Like this one, this Seabiscuit is a vehicle. Orange Julius is a medium friend. Just a medium friend. Can't be fully trusted. Okay. So.
Old
I
really
don't know
still
what this
okay?
This rocket, hey.
Is this gonna help? The cloak. Will the cloak really help? The cloak could potentially do something. Might be able to do something with the revolver if I get the cloak. The cannonball. The cannonball. We need the boulder. It's a gold cloak though. It's a gold cloak. It's a gold cloak. It's hard to ignore a gold cloak. I'm just using this for cooldown, 15% cooldown reduction on my Seabiscuit and my Orange Julius. I just have a revolver. That's it. That's all I'm using. Got my revolver and my cloak. Let's go. We're going Doflamingo status.
Now this is how you win a war.
Alright. Silver tier loot. Ooh. Cooldowns by 4%. Okay, so I want to reduce the current cooldown remover so that these are at their full cooldown right now. Then I want to sell this. That reduced their cooldown by 4% and then add this so that it reduces it the correct amount. I want to sell that to give my Orange Julius more damage.
Life is urgent. Hurry up!
Life is urgent. Hurry up. You fucking calm down. How about that? Ebenezer Scrooge over here. The holsters will be funny. Oh, if this was a 2 seconds, then maybe. Upgrade the horse. Makes it 3 seconds? Yeah. Do I have a tool? No. Would reload ammo, and then a weapon would gain it. I don't know what I would remove. Because it would haste to the vehicle. I guess I could technically get rid of the star chart in favor of this and the... I don't want to get rid of the crit from the cannonball, because this... I was gonna say it needs the crit to reload, but if this is gonna reload the ammo for it, it doesn't really need it. But this was our special weapon.
More raids. Shouldn't have buried that last treasure.
Did we get rid of our special weapon? I guess technically it's just a cannonball. Cannonball! And we save this till level 7. Because after level 7, the event that gives us 1 XP and 5 gold no longer shows up.
Go, do, hurry!
Okay, so we want to make sure that the shadow cloak, when you use the item to the right of it, haste it for 3 seconds. And we want to make sure that's there. This increases. Yeah, that's for everything. That's for everything. Okay. I have 0 gold left.
My fight isn't with you.
I'm very parched.
You insist. Go ahead. Underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
I got water earlier. I was so smart. Jesus Christ. Fuck.
Land legs make you predictable.
It's only because this got frozen. It's only because that got frozen. Alright? I disagree with that. That one doesn't count. Let's go work at the docks. Give 5 gold and an XP. Yeah. Let's go to the mountain pass. See if we can get a fight. I don't think we can win this fight.
Everything I lost, I will take from you.
It's a level 10. Cheers.
I will do far more with your life than you have.
This motherfucker. Silver chum? I almost want to go back to that. If I'm being honest with you. I would miss the haste on the vehicle. I don't know. I'm gonna fuck up that infernal. Cheers. Cheers to fucking up this infernal. So I'm not even fucking up the infernal. I'm going for the foreman. Fuck the foreman. Fuck this forklifter. Forklift operator. I don't have any shields or heals. I have nothing. This is, and I don't have a good weapon. This is not a good run of a forklift now. Use adjacent item. Charge just 1.5 seconds. If you have another tool, apparel, tech, weapon, or friend, this has 100 damage for each.
Rally men! Blades to the wind!
Funny.
I respect
Upgrade silver. Let's upgrade our orange Julius.
My work is for the glory of Samaska.
Let's go. Alright, Gumballs doesn't do anything for us. Kinda wish it was a transmute.
The brain. Mine is highly concentrated.
The chum?
Shall I gift wrap it for you?
When you buy chum. Oh, I was like, why is it doing that? Oh, it is doing a buy 4. And it would sell for 4. So when you buy chum, it also comes with a piranha. So chum buys for 4, and you can sell it for 4, essentially.
You had a question? I think that suits you beautifully.
You can buy for what you sell it for. It's always nice when you're trying to get more damage from your Orange Julius.
Tell
I
everyone
try to
you gotta
buy
eat.
every silver item I get, because you're only losing 50%. So it's like not that bad when you're only losing like 1 or 2 at a time. But when you get into gold, you're losing like a lot. You just like, it's a gaping hole. Sell skills. Alright. Or I could go for the non-weapon upgrades. I'm going for skills. When you heal your... I can't upgrade? When you heal shield items, get +1. Dude, I don't even have shields. Why did it give me both those? What the fuck?
I may be young
What the fuck is that?
But I've seen my share of storms.
Dude, I got actually destroyed. I got cucked. Damn. I'm just getting fucked. I don't have a good weapon. This is almost a better weapon. It's really not. But it's good for transmuting.
Few warriors live to retire. Buy my weapons, and you might.
Like, I want this concealed dagger. Kind of.
Enjoy the thrill of battle. Well, you can.
Just so I can lose. Thank you. Finally.
Come back and tell me.
Got a little bit more damage. I guess I could just go the katana route again. I would have to cut that for... My fishing rod doesn't even touch anything. I don't know. I would have to cut it for something. Gumballs! Non-weapon item, let's go. Damn. Nothing useful. Oh, chili penguin? Oh, let's go. If we can get an iceberg out of this... No, there's no shot. I don't have enough life.
Ready to go.
Okay, that's fine. We'll get bonk. We'll get bonk. It's fine. Bonk's really good. Jesus.
I'm just trying to feed my family.
Oh. Woo! Okay. That worked. Oh, deal poison damage equal 10% of its damage.
Let's take the tyrant's
I'll pump
whole
that up.
kingdom.
I'll pump that up fast. Weapon skills. Still need crit.
Ah, good meat. I mean, good.
Most
to
weapon
meet
is 2 damage. When you buy a weapon, it increases bonus by 2. That is good. If you have 5 or fewer items, weapon is 25 damage. I like this because I'm gonna be buying and selling stuff from the store a bunch for Orange Julius. And this is the last. Oh, I sold my star. Alright, I sold my compass.
The smaller the portions, the finer the meal.
Whatever. It's too late. Okay. I don't know why I didn't buy those.
Remember, diamonds come in small boxes.
I'm like, actually, should I buy this?
Remorse never. Be remorseless.
Should I buy this just to get the extra value? Let's go ahead and get in here. Get that. What do we get? Silencer. 20 damage, 20-second cooldown. It's pretty good. It's kind of looking better than the horse. Yeah. We need more crit. More haste for my Orange Julius. Yeah. Maybe for my Orange Julius.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Are you sure? Have you noticed I'm huge?
We actually just have to hope this crits. Because if this doesn't crit X amount of times in a row, we're fucked. Oh no, never mind. We have the other thing that fills it. The captain's quarters.
Now that was invigorating.
Can't believe I lost that. Some bullshit. Stay healed. Healing is cheat. Healing is cheat. Fucking Seabiscuit. I need to stay under 5 items because of... Wait, do I have to stay under 5 items? No. I don't. Never mind.
Any good fights lately? Oh, I do miss it.
I could replace the revolver with the katana. Could replace the revolver with the katana. That makes this almost useless. It would make our forklift usable. Which is embarrassing. Let's go forklift gang, dude. Forklift gang. We're team forklift now. These 2 aquatic items to the right. I don't have any of those. This is not... Alright, never mind. No, that's just not gonna work. Ignore me. Ignore me. It's just not gonna work. It was a funny idea, though. I had you fooled for a second. I had you fooled for a second. I can... Old Salt Claw. Well, that fucks up the weapon situation.
All my weapons have been tested.
Oh, I
in
should
battle.
have bought it
That's
and
you?
sold it. God damn it. Increase your offensive items. Alright. Dragon or Bouncetron. I don't have life gain for any of
VIP
this.
listing not found. Entry denied.
No life gain is gonna kill me. Healing for 4.
Compliance coerced.
Oh my
Returning to
God.
position.
I didn't realize that was gonna put me for 1400. I see. I was saving it for this anyway. It's gonna turn into the boulder. Fuck, it didn't turn into the boulder. Alright, what do I do now? The boulders conflicted. I see aquatic item to the right of this. I can't even do it. And it would be another... Yeah. Yeah, because it wouldn't get anything from this. 3.2 seconds. It wouldn't go down much further. Yeah. Like, I can sell some shit, but that's like all I can do. So small and medium, alright. Do you have any huge items? No, I'll show you. Is it an aquatic item? No, this is
On behalf of the Grand Society of blah blah blah. Bye.
Into the Grand Society of blah blah blah? Dude. I should whip out the powder keg. Why should we not? This is like the biggest meme on the planet, right?
I only sell things so I can buy things. Huge things.
Okay. Alright. Well. Oh, this is a weapon. No. It's fine. Once it's destroyed, it doesn't matter, right? Once it's destroyed, I have exactly one weapon, I think. Right? Question mark? Anyone? Bueller? Bueller? Bueller?
Full sail, my boys!
Full sail, my boys! Silver tier weapon. Should we go for another powder keg? Yeah, let's go for another powder keg. We got it. Oh no, we got a shovel. Okay, well, a shovel will get us an item at the beginning of every day. So at the start of each day, we get a small item. Alright.
We're out to deep.
There's no way this could end. There's no way this could end poorly.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
There's no way this could end poorly, right? They're freezing my basket. Or my basket, my crate, so it won't blow up.
All cannon, no ball.
That's fucked. And once you lose all your prestige, you get to come back once. And you can choose between getting 20 gold and 5 XP, visiting a random enchant location, or getting all of your items upgraded to gold. Including what's in your stash. Just when I burn, charge it for 2. God, that's so bad.
but a glimpse of your potential.
Can't be frozen, slowed, or
Greetings,
destroyed.
old friend. I'm pleased to finally meet you. A
Doing
tiny
random.
taste of the worlds you can't see.
Poison?
Ships may sink, but I'm a good swimmer.
So it got enchanted with poison equal to 10% of its damage. So basically, fuck me, right? Oh, I went from barrel to barrel. Nice. It's kind of cool. So I can get an item, I can try to buy, so gold skill, I think, is 20, and a silver is 10, and a copper is 5, but I don't know if you can get that at day 9. I don't know. Oh, these are just upgrades. Death Knight Reaper. Use an adjacent non-weapon item. Gains 15 shield for the fight. Alright. Orange Julius will charge you. Kind of want to kill the Death Reaper, but I don't think I can. But I want to try. We can't think negatively about ourselves. Gotta be positive, right? AGP, always gotta positivity. Yeah, always gotta be. We killed him! Oh. When you use a weapon with lifesteal, phrase a smaller item. Well, fuck, I don't have lifesteal! The fuck do I get lifesteal? Alright, ammo.
Fastest shot, be the fastest reload.
Okay, so we can buy this weapon and sell it. Those are too expensive to do that too.
Put a few rounds in a dervish for me.
Silver. And also build this up when you buy an aquatic item. So that's kind of nice. Enchant item with shield or random enchant.
Space
So we're gonna random enchant our.
Time is my paint.
I don't want to think I want to do the Orange Julius. Should I do the silencer? No, let's do the Orange Julius. Orange Julius will. I don't know what the Orange Julius will do. Poison? What the fuck? Poison? It really wants us to do poison. Okay. Scrap shield. Okay. At least we can use the scrap shield. Yeah, at least the scrap shield is usable.
underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
I am
You should know,
underestimating you.
I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Oh no, they're gonna fuck me up.
You
Yeah.
fall like a boulder. I
Singing
know
like fucking 300 damage before I could even do anything.
Well,
I got like one win, maybe. 3? I don't even think I got 3. I think it just says 3 to make you feel better about your life. And then they collect all. Redeem voucher. We got a ranked voucher. Ooh. You get to play ranked once free every day, which I didn't do. And then I also now have a voucher to play ranked. But normally you can just play normal, which I don't think I like. But yeah. Anyway. On that note, it is time for me to be outie. So, cheers for last time for Sodium City. Make sure to follow the stream. I'll poke you in the eye if you don't follow the stream. Subscribe to the YouTube channels. And yes, tomorrow is Monday. So yes, I'm not usually here on Mondays. I'm still figuring out what the stream schedule is going to be exactly. So I'm not 100% sure on everything. Not sure on everything. But yes, I'll let you know. Make sure to go to the Discord. It's discord.gg/Sodium City. Pretty simple. Just Sodium City. It's where I'm always at. So feel free to hit me up. And I will see you all later. Love you all. Bye 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 bye.